Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, some pretty, I'd say, positive news. It's looking like positive news about the California elections, the California primaries that we just had. So, I have that to share with you. I also want to share with you something that's related because Donald Trump is just absolutely melting down. He is becoming more and more deranged by the day, more unhinged by the day. He clearly belongs in a mental facility and not the White House. So take a look at this. Take a look at how he completely lost it and stomped off like a little spoiled 2-year-old brat in the middle of an interview. And then I'm going to explain what this is all about and how it ties in with these races. So check this out.
Works. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour, on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A country can never be great with a dishonest press.
Listen, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
I mean, what a brat. So, as you saw there, Trump was being interviewed by Kristen Welker on Meet the Press, and he started pushing his election fraud conspiracy BS. So, Welker asked him, okay, do you have any evidence? And all Trump would say was, well, all I have to do is look. Like, that's his evidence. Well, for once, a journalist, a reporter, or host finally pushed back. So Welker said to him, that's not evidence. And then that's when he just threw his tantrum, lost it, stormed off. And Trump claimed that, this interview, or in this interview, I should say, that, I never promised no new wars during my campaign. I never said that. So just totally full of shit. Like he just lied through the whole thing. And either that or he has dementia and he truly does not know, or it could be a combination of both. But, neither option is great. Well, here's why this whole election fraud thing came up. It's because of what's going on here in California. So Trump is now claiming that the California election is rigged, that it's rigged against Republicans. He has now sent the California U.S. attorneys in to review things. They're opening investigations claiming that, there's voter fraud, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because of exactly what we all knew was going to happen. Exactly what was predicted before this election took place and as it was going on. It is no big surprise. California takes forever to count their ballots. I don't like it as a California resident, but the problem is they don't start counting until after Election Day. Literally, they wait until all the votes are in, everybody has voted the day of, and then they start counting. It's ridiculous, but that's the way they do it. They also allow for the counting of mail-in ballots. It used to be as long as they were postmarked on or before Election Day. Well, because of a court action brought by Trump and his allies, the Supreme Court made a ruling, and now they have to be at least received by Election Day in order to be counted. So if it's received, even if it's postmarked on Election Day and it's received the following day, it cannot be counted. So they're still counting all of these ballots. We have almost 40 million people here in California. We also know that the mail-in ballots favor the Democrats. So because those are the last to be counted, what you end up with is what they call a red mirage. This is the same thing that happened in 2020, right? So it looks like the Republican is winning. Like in 2020, it looked like Donald Trump was winning. And then as the mail-in ballots come in, because most of them are coming from Democrats, you see the Democrats start picking up ground. You see them start to surge. And what we're seeing now is progressives closing in on the Republicans who were in second place, because we have a jungle primary here in California. So what that means is the top two vote getters move on to the general election. It could be two Republicans, it could be two Democrats, it could be one of each. So here is what's happening. Here's the most recent numbers. This is what I'm going to show you first, is in regard to the gubernatorial race. So Javier Becerra, he is good to go. He is solidly in first place, but this wasn't the case. As of, I think it was just yesterday or the day before, Steve Hilton, the Republican, was in the lead. He was in the number one spot. Becerra was trailing him, but it was very close. And everybody kept saying, I would rather be Becerra, because and either of the Democrats, which you see there, Tom Steyer is still in third, because these mail-in ballots favor the Democrats. So sure enough, Becerra speeds past Hilton. He has maintained this lead now for at least a day or two. And now Tom Steyer is gaining on Hilton. And I don't know if you guys can make it out, but at the bottom there, you can see there's 72% of the expected votes that are already in. And then you have an estimated 2.6 million plus that still need to be counted. So it is very likely, it maybe not feasible in this particular election, but there is a possibility that Tom Steyer could overtake Hilton, and then he and Javier Becerra would move on to the general election in November. Okay. Here's the thing. This is why these races, and I'm going to show you the mayoral race in a second, but here's one of the reasons why this is freaking out the Republicans, why Donald Trump and the Republican Party are so pissed off. I mean, beyond the fact that they wanted a Republican to win, right? And they have this like psychopathy, I guess you could call it. They just have this like delusion that California is more red or more Republican than it actually is. It's just not the case. It is just not true. California for Republicans is like what Texas is for the Democratic Party. And the other reason that it obviously would upset them is it just proves that no, your whole MAGA thing is failing. Like if the MAGA policies that you've been enacting over the last year and a half almost were popular, then your candidates would win. And they're not. And so it just shows them once again, your policies suck. But one of the very biggest reasons why this is an issue for them and why they're freaking out is because this could suppress the vote for them in the midterms. Because if two Democrats advance to the midterms, then Republicans might go, like Republican voters, I mean, they might say, I don't even care to show up. Like if my guy didn't get in, if he's not going to be the governor, why would I even bother? I'm not going to go and vote for the down ballot tickets. I'm not going to go and vote for, my local congressman or city council member or whomever. Now it could work in the reverse, right? It could suppress Democratic votes because Democrats might say, well, I don't need to turn out because there's two Democrats running for governor. There's two Democrats running for mayor. So in LA, so do I really need to show up? I mean, I don't really care between the two of them, which one wins. So, I mean, it could work for either party in a negative manner. But anyway, they're freaking out about that. And here is, I want to show you the mayoral race because this one is even better. This one, better for the Democrats, worse for the Republicans. So as you can see here, Karen Bass, again, just like Javier Becerra, she is going to be in the final race. She's going to be in the November election. It's a done deal. Nithya Raman, though, is the progressive in the race. So she has been, I think she was endorsed by Bernie. I know that Hassan Piker went and campaigned for her or stumped for her. So she was in third place. She actually conceded the other night because Spencer Pratt, who is the MAGA Republican in the race, he was in second place and he had a substantial lead on her. Well, as you can see, she has now slightly overtaken him. And again, the ballots that are being counted now, the mail-in ballots or the, ballots that were dropped off on the day of, which is what I did. I just dropped it off. I didn't mail it in. Those are favoring Democrats. So it is very likely that she is going to widen that lead and that she will be in the number 2 spot, that it will be Karen Bass, the Democrat, against Nithya Raman, the Democrat, in the November midterm election. So again, could work to suppress votes on either side. Again, this was expected. We knew that if it was even close, you could end up overtaking the Republicans. Everyone knows, MAGA, they have been freaks about mail-in ballots. So the majority of voting in person on the day of or in the lead up to is Republican votes. They're the first ones to be counted. That's why you have the red mirage. Anyway, and again, what the MAGA base fails to understand is no one wants what you're selling. No one likes it. Americans have now experienced MAGA policies and they're like, yeah, no, that sucks. Like, if MAGA ever bothered to step out of their media bubble, they would know that the overwhelming majority of Americans loathe Donald Trump and they're irate that the Republican Party isn't acting as a check on him. So they're not going to vote for them. They would know this was always going to be a horrendous year for MAGA candidates, and especially in a blue state like California. So there you go, guys. We'll see what happens. I'm going to keep an eye on it. But yeah, everybody on the MAGA right is just melting down, freaking out. Even some who aren't MAGA anymore, even just some of the America Firsters are like, oh, this looks really suspicious. Like, I even saw Meghan McCain. Like, oh, people that like never talk to me about politics or saying, this looks really suspicious. Really? Seriously? Like, go back and watch. I think it was Ryan Grimm on Breaking Points, who even said the day of the election, like, I would rather be in the Democrats' shoes because this is what's going to happen. It's not a mystery. It's not a big conspiracy. There is no cheating. This is the way it's always been. Grow the fuck up. So anyway, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have more good news for you today. MAGA land is freaking out. They are freaking out, and it is delicious. I have so much fun stuff to share with you guys in this video, so you have to stay tuned to the end because MAGA operatives are finally realizing that Donald Trump screwed them with this war, and they are sending up SOS flare signals. One of them has now apparently turned into a socialist or a communist, and they're begging Trump to do what they slammed Joe Biden for doing. So stay tuned for that. And at the end, I'm going to explain the one thing, or I guess a couple things that has them in this panic. So first, take a listen to what this MAGA-loving pollster said on Fear News Network, of all places.
Right now, I'll tell you, Sean, it's too early for us to say. I'm concerned about one thing, and that is Republican turnout. In Georgia, Democrats turned out 150,000 more early voters than Republicans in the red state of Georgia. That's not a good sign to me. I think more has to be done now to lay the groundwork. And I also say one other thing. I don't think enough of President Trump's achievements are being put out there for the general public to see. They see this mirage that's created by the liberal media. They hear nothing but war. The president has achieved phenomenal things, including, by the way, the stock market hitting another record, I think, today. But you don't hear about it. And I think the Republicans need to start making that case, whether they have to buy ads or whatever, right now, because it's going to be too late in October and November.
Ah, yes, the messaging. It's just the messaging, you guys. If only the voters knew about what Trump was doing. I mean, that's what we always say, but they're not achievements. And Guy, I hate to tell you, but they do know. They absolutely do know. That's why his polling is shit. And then, as you heard there, he cites what again? The stock market. Always with the freaking stock market, which, number one, the only thing that Trump has to do with the stock market and how high it is negative. It's actually a negative thing. Yes, the stock market is hitting all-time highs. You know why? Because he is making all of his greedy bastard wealthy oligarch friends and donors wealthy beyond their imagination because number one, he refuses to regulate them, refuses to regulate anything having to do with AI or businesses that are polluting our country and the world. He's started this needless war. So it's sent crude oil prices skyrocketing. And so they're making money hand over fist. So, I mean, you pointing out the stock market isn't really the own you think it is, Guy. It's a cell phone. And not cell phone, but self-own. Anyway, just want to make sure that came out right. So that was just the first panic. That was the first panic attack I have to share with you. Now check out what this Trump-loving conservative said on CNN. This is almost unbelievable.
The problem is that the American people who voted for Donald Trump are hurting. They are bearing the cost of this war. He has to somehow alleviate the pain and the suffering of working class Americans. In my view, the best way to do that is a stimulus check. I think he needs to give people
Does anybody hear this?
a tariff rebate in order to get them through the summer months.
A tariff
Because
rebate?
yeah, tariff rebate.
How about just get rid of the tariffs?
Well, we brought in 200.
Weren't you an advocate for the tariffs?
Yes, exactly.
So then why are you asking for a rebate?
That's exactly what
But
a
you
rebate
can't give
is.
a stimulus check while inflate. Why you haven't done anything?
We brought in $200
tamp down
billion in tariffs, and we should now take some of that money and give it to
Well, first of all,
Americans
the
who are
money that we
struggling
brought
to
in
pay
from
for
this
gas and
tariffs
groceries.
actually
Yeah. Isn't it funny? I mean, these people are unreal. Like all of a sudden, they become socialists and communists when they screw things up and then they need a way to get out of it. But when Biden sent out checks to help people during a global pandemic, when the entire world was locked down, oh, you're a socialist. Oh, see, Biden caused this inflation. This is why we have inflation, because he was just handing out money to everybody. Really? And then what happened? I thought we were all already supposed to get these checks, right? What wasn't everyone supposed to get these tariff checks? What happened to them? And oh my God. So, now checks are good. Checks good when Trump is in office, even though inflation is already sky high, but let's throw gasoline on that fire. Like I said, they're in a full-blown panic and meltdown. And here is one of the reasons why. So this is the most recent Economist YouGov poll. This is even more recent than the one that I showed you. I think it was on Monday. So as you can see here, Trump just hit a record high disapproval rating of 61%. 6 out of every 10 voters, a little bit more, now say, I disapprove of him. And it pretty much in every poll, even MAGA friendly polls, conservative pollsters are bringing him in the mid to high 30s. It's pathetic. And then check this out. So this is the same question. This is approval or disapproval. But as you can see here, it's broken down by their 2024 vote and as well as their ideology, because not everybody who's a conservative is MAGA, right? Or, some are moderate, some are more conservative, some are more liberal, same thing with actual leftists. So as you can see, if you look over, the first columns, of course, or the total, and then Harris. But if you look at the third column, you see there's 18% of the people who voted for Trump in 2024 now disapprove of him. And then if you follow that line all the way to the far right, those are people who consider themselves MAGA. 9% of the people who consider themselves MAGA now disapprove of him. And then look at this next one. So this is the same question, but this is their party ID. So 96% of Democrats, 71% of independents, and 16% of Republicans disapprove of Trump. They disapprove of his job performance. 71% of independents, you guys. You can't get any higher than that, I don't think, with independents. Like, I don't think it's possible. So more than 7 out of every 10 voters now say, yeah, the guy sucks. So, and that's just one pollster. Fox came out with their latest poll, and oh my God, is it bad news for the Republicans? So this is what they reported on their main page. Says Fox News poll, Democratic unity, Republican crossovers shape Ohio Senate race. So their MAGA candidate is losing in the blood red state of Ohio, you guys. And what they're saying here is Democrats are picking up some Republican votes. And in that article, they pointed out that Trump won this state by 11 points in 2024. He won it in all 3 elections that he's run in. So, I mean, this is really bad. And now he is underwater by 15 points in Ohio. Here's what they wrote about it. They said, by a 15-point margin, Ohioans view Trump negatively. 42% hold a favorable opinion and 57% an unfavorable one. That's more than a 20-point swing compared to his +6 net positive rating, 52 to 46% in the November 2024 Ohio Fox News voter analysis election survey. That is really key because Trump always said, oh, well, Fox News is always a bad poll for me, blah, blah, blah. No, not true. Not true. So it goes on to say the poll of Ohio voters released Wednesday finds Trump's ratings are about on par with views of Republican incumbent Senator John Husted, 41% favorable, 50% unfavorable, while challenger and former Ohio Senator Brown is viewed significantly more positively, 53% versus 44%. So the former Ohio Senator Brown, who they're referring to, if you aren't aware, is Sherrod Brown. That is the Democrat who's running against John Husted, the Republican. So Sherrod Brown is just wiping the floor with him because people know him. They liked it. I mean, when he used to be the senator there, they liked what was happening. And so they appreciated him. And so look at where they stand. This is a head-to-head of the two candidates. So Sherrod Brown, 53%, and then Husted is down at 45. So he has Sherrod Brown has an 8-point lead. So it's well outside of the margin of error, which is plus or minus 3% or 3 points. And then look at this one. So their polling shows that being too closely aligned with Trump is now considered to be negative in Ohio. That is such a huge reversal. So that's the Senate race. The Ohio governor's race, though, that is way closer. So the Democrat is up by only 1 point. That's a toss-up at this point because that's within the margin of error, obviously. If I had to guess now, at this point, I would say we're going to see a lot of split tickets. We're going to see a lot of split ticket voters. The reason I say that is I think that there's a lot of independents and maybe even some Republicans who want to see Sherrod Brown in the Senate. They want him there to act as a check on Donald Trump because of what he's doing with the economy and the war and everything else. but I think that they would prefer a Republican in charge of their state, which unfortunately is Vivek Ramaswamy, scumbag. So anyway, we'll see. And then I want to share this last one with you. This is a Republican warning. So take a look at this. This was an article in Politico. They were down, I guess they did go down to Iowa. They were talking about the Iowa race there. They were breaking down all the results from the election on Tuesday night. There was a primary, if you weren't aware. And there was kind of a shock defeat. So there was a Trump endorsed gubernatorial candidate who lost. He lost to the more moderate traditional Republican. And the Democratic candidate for Congress said this. He said, "We're leading the nation in farm foreclosures, farm suicide rates skyrocketing. And so the Trump signs and Trump flags are coming down because they say we've been betrayed." So that's his take, but he lives there. So, I assume he's not making that up. And then they also spoke with a man named Drew Klein. So he is the regional vice president for a conservative group that you've probably heard of. It's called Americans for Prosperity. So Klein told them, quote, "The reality is, if voters do not trust the Republican elected officials and candidates with the future of the economy, they're not going to vote for them this November. That is what is going to decide the election in November." So that spells doom. Like if he's right, if that's what it's all about, which it seems that it is, they're done, because Iowa farmers have so many reasons now not to trust Republicans on the economy. The vast majority voted for Trump, and their lives have now become exponentially harder ever since he took office. And it's because of the tariffs. It's now because of the war. As I've mentioned so many times before, it's not just gasoline prices that are rising. There's also, you have this shortage of fertilizer. They can't get fertilizer because it can't make it through the Strait of Hormuz. So they're paying astronomical prices for what they can get, and then they're short. So, I mean, it's directly affecting their pocketbook in many, many ways. Trump's presidency, I should say. So anyway, guys, there's the good news for Democrats. We'll see how things transpire over the next 5 months or whatever it is, but it's not going to get better. It's not. Like I keep saying, even if the war ended today, we still have months and months after that before everything starts moving and everything gets settled out. And we're now at the bottom of the barrel on our oil supply. So, all right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have two pretty infuriating updates to share with you guys about the missing House members. So you might recall I recently mentioned there was a New Jersey Republican. His name is Tom Keene Jr. He has been missing in action. And then there's a Florida Democrat named Frederica Wilson. So Keene, as I mentioned, he has been out of DC. He has not been seen in DC. He has not voted on any legislation since March 5th. And all his staff will say is he's dealing with a personal medical issue. And then they keep saying, oh, he's going to be back soon. And yet, here's what a journalist wrote in a report. This is from Notice news outlet. So they said Keene had kept trading stocks. He submitted financial transaction reports to Congress, digitally signed on April 13, that indicated he bought and sold shares of eight stocks from mid to late March with a combined value of between $50,000 and $190,000. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice that our public servants, quote unquote, have enough cash on hand that they can bet somewhere between $50,000 to $190,000 on the stock market, all at the same time taking off months from work without any explanation. Don't you wish you had a job like that? Oh my God. They're literally collecting a paycheck from us and getting health care and getting the top of the line free health care from us as taxpayers. And this guy is just MIA for months and trading stock. It's so infuriating. So there was a journalist who went to Keene's home, the one who wrote that article, and the neighbors told the journalist, oh, we haven't seen anybody in weeks, like not just him, but we haven't seen his wife. Like the house has been dark. There's nothing going on, no activity over there. So all of a sudden, as the journalist is there, Keene's wife pulls up. Her name is Rhonda. So she pulls up, she starts unloading her trunk, they said. And when they asked her, you know, what's going on with your husband, she said, oh, I can't comment on that. And then I guess she had a friend that showed up. And so they scurry inside the house, shut the door. So that's all bizarre. That's irritating. And then it gets worse because according to the New Republic news outlet, Keene has been traveling. At least that's what he recently reported in his FEC reports. Take a look at this. So based on what Keene has reported in his Federal Elections Commission report, in mid-April, so in the middle of him being gone, just vanishing, he was in San Francisco, California. He apparently took an Amtrak train ride at some point. He used, they said, several rideshare apps. So he was like using Uber and stuff. So he must be documenting this as a congressional expense. So it gets more bizarre by the moment because they're saying, oh no, he's out because of this medical condition. Well, then how are you expensing your travel on the opposite side of the country? Right? Because he's a New Jersey representative, supposedly, not too representative of the people these days. And then on top of that, he signed off apparently on travel expenses for his staff during this time because Keene's chief of staff, he received approval to take 2 different business related trips. And then about a week ago or so, Keene did a phone interview with the New Jersey Globe. And here's what he said, at least in part. He said, quote, my doctors are confident that I'm on the road to a full recovery. I understand the need for public transparency, and I appreciate the support of my constituents. I anticipate that in the next couple of weeks, I'll return to voting and to the campaign trail. Okay, so again, that was like a week or so ago. Still hasn't shown up. And now he put out another statement saying, oh yeah, I'm going to be back any day now. Doctor said everything should be good. And he had said, you know, oh, my prognosis is good. Doctor doesn't expect any long-term effects or chronic health issues. So is his doctor here in California? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just going to wave the bullshit flag because you're too sick to come to work for months at a time, but yet you are traveling to the opposite side of the country. You're riding around on a train. You're in Ubers, and you're healthy enough to worry about trading stocks. I call bullshit. I call total and complete bullshit. And then people were saying like, hey, can you get us like a video? Like, we don't even know if this guy is still alive, if you're just all making this up. And his office response was, oh, where he is, there are no cameras. So he can go on a train and there's no cameras. He can go in an Uber or one of those other rideshare cars and he can't use a phone and take a video or make a phone call. Like, this is such bullshit, such total and complete bullshit. And then This next one pisses me off as well. So this is about the 83-year-old Democratic House member named Frederica Wilson. So you guys might recall she also went missing. She was gone for about a month without explanation. I mean, she's still gone, but at that point when I had told you guys about it, she'd been gone for about a month. So people were speculating like, oh, she's going to step down because she's gotten so much older. Her representatives were saying, no, she had this major eye surgery. She is going to be back. She's going to be running for office. That is not even an issue. Well, Wilson herself told Axios, this is a direct quote, she said that that whole rumor was, quote, a crazy, crazy rumor. I'm almost distraught. It's not true. I am still planning on running. Well, guess what, guys? Guess what we just found out? That was bullshit too. She was lying too. Because Wilson just gave an interview that you see here. This is an article from the Miami Herald, and she confirmed she is leaving Congress. She is going to leave after her term is up at the end of this year. So she dragged this out. She did not give enough notice for another strong Democratic candidate to step up and spend the whole year campaigning. And now she's admitting, oh, yeah, you know what? I've actually been planning this for a while. And then check this out. She is so full of herself. Here's what she told the Miami Herald. She said, I figured if I announced that I was retiring, what would the legislature and the governor do? What would they say? Would District 24 be an easy target because Frederica is no longer there? I'm a strong candidate. With me not here, would that weaken the survival of District 24? First of all, stop referring to yourself in the third person. Like, seriously, these people have egos the size of like a small continent, maybe a large one. And then she had the nerve to say this. She said, I didn't want to gamble on this seat being taken away from us. Oh, okay. I mean, is she cognitively impaired? Because she just made it harder for another candidate to introduce themselves to the voter or to the voters, right? Like, you now have handicapped another candidate who would have had enough time to go out and meet the voters before the midterms. And then she has been missing votes over the past 30, 40 days that she's been gone at a time when our nation is falling apart, if she hasn't noticed. And if you saw the last video that I did about this, then you guys know she was perfectly fine to attend a fundraising event. But yet, oh no, she had this eye surgery. She can't make it to DC and cast votes. These are the most entitled, selfish people ever. So these are the people we're voting for. These are the people that we're putting in a prestigious office in our country who are making almost $200,000 a year. It's got to be well over $200,000 a year when you figure in all the benefits that they're getting, all the perks that they're getting. They get to write off a good number of their meals, or they get like a certain stipend for their meals. I mean, it's insane what they get, and then they can't even show up to work. It is just, it's insulting. It is infuriating, and I don't give a damn what side of the aisle you're on. It's bullshit. It needs to end. So anyway, guys, I'll let you know if or when I hear more about either of these two. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have quite a video to show you right now. And this has to do with the California elections, the California primaries that have been going on. I came across this video and I honestly thought it has to be a joke this guy must be kidding. This has to be a shtick. Like he's making fun of MAGA because it's just so on the nose and so ignorant. So I went and looked at his feed on Twitter, or excuse me, on TikTok, and no, this guy is absolutely 100% for real. This is a MAGA man, and he really believes this stuff. So what you're going to hear is a MAGA man admitting on camera that the MAGA community, that the red dumb fuck finding wearing people, they were planning to cheat in California in the elections. Take a look. Turn on my sound because I have to hear this along with you. I have to experience it again. Take a listen to what he said and what he admits.
You guys heard thousands upon thousands of MAGA is going to Los Angeles to vote for Spencer Pratt because they don't have no voter ID, so just show up to vote. And thousands, I mean thousands, start Googling it, start searching it. People are packing their bags, doing mail-in ballots because there's no voter ID, there's no questions asked, you just show up and vote in California. So we're going to use the Democrats' rigged system against themselves. And we're going to do this in every blue state and city. I told you guys MAGA's taking over, and we're taking over literally the United States.
Yeah, you're really taking over, guy. Look what you've done to it. We're almost at depression. We have like just, Americans being murdered in the streets. We have just people being treated like garbage, and nobody can afford to even put gas in their tank to get to work. I mean, yeah, you're doing great, MAGA, with your takeover. But first of all, did they learn nothing from January 6th? They're still putting their crimes on alleged crimes on the internet. And then to say, oh, yeah, we could just show up and vote. They don't ask for anything. Really? Okay. This is the California page. Okay. This is what you see when you go to find out, what do I need to vote in California? As you can see there, it says at the very tippy top, the first thing, to register to vote, you must provide a California driver's license or a state identification number. Okay. And then if you go further down, you see that if you're voting for the first time, so if you just show up like they were going to do, and you just try to walk in and vote, they're going to go, yeah, you're not on here. You're not on the voter rolls. And if you registered online first, thinking, oh, I can just register online and they have no idea. All I have to show is a driver's license here and I could be anybody and I just walk in. No, you will then have to show ID. You will have to show something that confirms that you are actually eligible to vote. And if you are an undocumented immigrant, that is noted in the system. And when they do the cross check, they can see that, no, you're ineligible. Like, these people are clueless about the system. They have absolutely no idea how it works. They believe everything that they hear on these MAGA podcasts, and they just don't bother to inform themselves whatsoever. So that leads us to the news that I want to share with you guys, because here we fricking go again. These whiny ass crybaby MAGA people want to start their next Stop the Steal movement. They're making all kinds of stuff up about the California election because they didn't get their way. So let's throw a tantrum. Like, they're freaking babies. They're such spoiled babies. Their parents obviously never punished them when they were children. They obviously needed a beating. That's what I'm going to say. I mean, seriously, bunch of spoiled brats. So here's what's all going down and what triggered them this time. So one of Donald Trump's Justice Department puppets, his name is Bill Essayli, I think is how you pronounce it. He is vowing that he's going to bring charges within the next 1 to 2 months. He's going to bring election fraud charges as soon as he figures out what the crime was. I'm not kidding. So here's an article about this. He went on Glenn Beck's show. Glenn Beck, who's just, another Trump pumper. And he said, yeah, I think I'll be able to bring charges in about a month or two. And he said this, he said, quote, I know people have theories and they have ideas. What we need right now are witnesses. If you've witnessed anything, we want to know about that. So you don't actually know of a crime, but you're going to be able to bring these fictitious charges against a fictitious person or people or entity in the next 1 to 2 months. This reminds me, I don't know why, but this just popped into my head when I read it. It reminds me of that scene from When Harry Met Sally where they're playing Pictionary and Bruno Kirby's character is like getting desperate because they're losing and he can't figure out what the hell Meg Ryan is trying to draw. And he's like, draw something resembling anything. That's what they remind me of. And they work back from their unfounded belief that, there must be fraud because our guy lost and everyone loves us. Everyone just loves MAGA. We're the silent majority. They're so ignorant. It is mind-boggling. They still can't wrap their little tiny minds around the fact that their policies suck, that the true majority of this country loathes them. And here's why they're freaking out. Okay. So there was, as you guys know, there was a gubernatorial race. The progressive Tom Steyer started gaining on the MAGA candidate, Steve Hilton, for second place. So this was, I think, as of yesterday, when I took the screenshot. So he was getting close. Javier Becerra was like a done deal. So it was getting to the point where maybe there was going to be 2 Democrats in the November election. Sorry, I'm kind of choking here. And then, so they started freaking out about this. And then on the mayoral side for Los Angeles mayor, progressive Nithya, I combined those 2 words. Did you catch that? Progressa. Nithya Raman, the progressive, she caught up with and actually surpassed Spencer Pratt. I don't know why I can't talk today. Anyway, lack of sleep, guys. I got surgery coming up tomorrow. So anyway, she passed him up. She is now in there. She is solidly in the top 2. She will face off against Karen Bass, who is the more establishment, corporate Democrat. And then Nithya is the progressive. So, as I said the other day, this could suppress some turnout in Los Angeles because you now have 2 Democrats. And so people might be going, I don't really care which one of them wins. I'm just not even going to bother to show up and then vote down ballot. So that might suffer. Just as an aside, we had the same situation in, I think it's California 40 district, where 2 Republicans ended up winning. So it's Ken Calvert, famously, who went and picked up a young hooker and was caught literally in a car with his pants down. And this is not me just making this shit up. He actually admitted to it and said, I was lonely because I'm going through a divorce. I mean, it's like, get a freaking dog, guy. Really? Anyway, so he is running against young Kim, who got redistricted out of her area. She used to represent an area where I used to live in Orange County, which was Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, Orange, like that kind of area. Northern Orange County. So she had to run against him. And so now those 2 got the top 2 spots. So we might see, a lot of Democrats staying home in that election or just not voting for the top of the ticket. So that might suppress some votes in that area because, they're like, oh, it's 2 Republicans. I don't even care. I don't care to vote at all. So not a good thing. But anyway, so you now have a MAGA meltdown because Spencer Pratt, which was, the little MAGA boy, former reality TV star, or, guy, I guess he was kind of the villain. I never watched it. But anyway, people really were like high on their own supply, thinking he was going to win. So they're screaming, oh, it's rigged, and this is being amplified by large platforms like Megyn Kelly's show. And people are just making shit up too. So I wanted to share this with you. This person said, I hate to say it, but I will soon change my SIG to sad face unless they go back to the pre-COVID in-person voting. So this tells me that he's a low information voter, or this is a bot, and it's a bot account trying to just exploit the paranoia and the divisions, because we have always had in-person voting. We never didn't have. How do you go back to in-person voting when it never ended? And what's funny is this same account posted this. So he said, repost this. California didn't let me, or didn't tell me that they rejected my ballot. They also rejected my wife's ballot. They claim that it's a bad signature, blah, blah, blah. He said, oh, they accepted our daughters, but not ours. I mean, first of all, it says curable. So all you have to do, go down to the registrar's office and confirm your signatures, right? If you're a real person, your vote will count. And then second, isn't it election deniers? Isn't it MAGA that claims that signatures aren't verified? Isn't that what they claim? It's why, it's election fraud, it's election fraud. Obviously, they're wrong. They obviously checked his signature. And here's the thing about California. Well, actually, 2 things. So number 1, you can sign up to receive text messages and or I think emails as well. So you can track your ballot. You can track it from the minute it leaves the elections office to the time that you get it and then send it in and it's counted. You know where it is. And then 2, the whole thing about, the SAVE Act and voter ID not being required, like I showed you, that is total and complete bullshit. So, I mean, they just need to stop whining and they need to start educating themselves. And then check this out. Here is what CNN's data analyst, Harry Enton, he had to say over this whole MAGA freak out. He explained why this conspiracy theory is so illogical. So take a listen to this.
The worst conspiracy theory, the dumbest conspiracy theory I've ever heard. And it's simply put, because the Democratic establishment, as has been stated before, wanted to face Spencer Pratt. Karen Bass wanted to face Spencer Pratt for the simple reason that she would easily beat him. You could look at the runoff polls, right? Nithya Raman actually is ahead of Karen Bass. Yeah. Spencer Pratt was nearly 20 points behind Karen Bass. And if you look at the net favorable ratings, what do you see? Karen Bass is greatly unpopular. Spencer Pratt might be the one person in the entire Los Angeles who is running for mayor who is less popular than she was. It would have been a God-given gift to her if she, in fact, faced him in the runoff. And more than that, Donald Trump is, 55 points underwater in terms of his net approval rating in Los Angeles? What a surprise. News at 11 that a Republican is struggling in a city in which just 15% of the registered voters in that city are Republican. This isn't a conspiracy. It's simple math.
He's so right. I mean, they don't have the numbers. I don't care what's going on. And, you can say, oh, well, there's a lot of independents who lean right. Okay, but it's not enough to make up for the number of Democrats. And there's a lot more, as we've been seeing in poll after poll after poll. The Democrats are picking off a huge, massive amount of independents. I mean, Donald Trump has something like depending on the poll, like 20 to maybe 25% approval rating with independents overall. That's not just one poll. That's poll after poll after poll. And then I hear that again and again. The majority of people in these swing voter focus groups that I listen to are saying, I'm an independent. The vast majority are independents. Very few are Republicans or Democrats. And they hate Donald Trump right now. They hate what he's doing. They disapprove of everything that he's done over the past year and a half. They think that he is an idiot. They think that he is a loudmouth. They think that his policies suck, that the economy is just horrific. Like, nothing, they don't approve of much of anything. They think he went way overboard with the whole immigration crackdown. They don't like that 2 Americans were killed in the streets, that, how they're treating immigrants who have no criminal history. So for them to think that, oh, we could pick up Los Angeles because of the wildfires. Okay, well, you know what Los Angeles think also? They see how Donald Trump has treated California. They see that he played games with the wildfire money, that he, held it basically as ransom to try to get California to do his bidding and to do what he wants. So no, as pissed off as they are at Karen Bass, you still have a ton of liberals, a ton of, especially MSN, or I guess it's not MSNBC anymore, MS Now liberals who live in Los Angeles and in the state of California. All right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. It really, really helps to keep the show going. Things have not been good the past few months, so appreciate it so much. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have something to share with you guys that I just cannot believe is not being reported in the news, because Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth carried out a top secret U.S. troop deployment to Israel. And they were planning on doing something truly insane. And for all we know, our troops are still there as the country is being bombed, as there's, a hot war like heating up. So I have that story for you. I also have news about this latest escalation in the Iran war, because as you may have heard, Iran maybe sort of kind of shot down one of our helicopters over the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump is now putting out a completely different story as of, I think it was earlier today. So I have that for you. Anyway, I also have some warnings from oil experts to share about how we are on the precipice. Any moment now, we are going to fall off a cliff in regard to gasoline. So first of all, check this out. So this was published by journalist Ken Klippenstein, and this was an exclusive story. And he said that the Pentagon sent some of the 82nd Airborne Division to Israel as part of a plan to seize Karg Island. They were going to go in with the Israeli military, with the IDF. So Klippenstein obtained an army deployment order, and it laid out all the details of this covert mission. So you guys might recall a few months back, it was reported that this specialized unit, this 82nd Airborne, they were headed to the Middle East. We knew that. But we were led to believe that they were just going to be deployed to U.S. bases in other countries. Like they would go to Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or whatever, right? Or we were under the impression they were going to remain on U.S. ships until such time that they made a decision. What are we going to do? What is Iran doing? Are we going to be able to put together a deal? Well, here's part of what Ken Klippenstein wrote. He said this. He said, by keeping the deployment quiet, the Pentagon headed off public debate over a joint U.S.-Israeli operation inside Iran, a prospect many considered plausible at the time amid a fever pitch of mainstream reporting on a potential ground invasion. The secrecy also sidestepped what's euphemistically called host nation sensitivities. A joint U.S.-Israeli operation raises thorny questions for America's Gulf Arab partners, especially over logistical support. Hence, the 82nd, which could launch directly from Israel without any Gulf states' consent to use its territory. So understand what he's saying here is that we were going to launch from Israel because if we tried to do this from, let's say, Saudi Arabia, they would be like, no, you're not involving us in this any more than you already have, because then we will be struck and we'll be on the hook for this. So anyway, he goes on to say, the Army deployment order issued April 7, 2026 directs elements of the 2nd Battalion, 501st Infantry Regiment, the storied Geronimo Battalion, to deploy to Israel on a temporary duty. The Israel deployment has not been previously reported. And he noted that part of this battalion it is still in Israel. So I guess earlier I said we don't know. They could be there. We do know that at least part of them are still there. It could be more that we don't know, but at least a portion. And no one has heard from them, he said, in like 2 months. So we don't know. Is Donald Trump and Israel still planning this ground invasion? Is this just a backup plan? Like, do they just have them there in case? But it shows how intertwined our country has become with Israel and how much is being hidden from the public. My question is, okay, I get strategically why you would want to hide stuff from the public, and obviously your enemy, right? Perceived enemy, Iran. But are they even briefing Congress on this? Like, is this why Congress was freaking out? Because they heard this behind closed doors? Were they keeping it a secret from them too? I mean, I guess, now that it's coming out, we'll find out, right? If there's a freak out by especially the Democrats over this. The bottom line, though, we are one bad decision away from this turning into just a massive catastrophe, more than it already is. And this crazy bastard that we have in charge of our country has zero clue how to get us out of this mess he created. Speaking of which, take a look at this. So like I said, Iran, it was reported that they shot down one of our Apache helicopters, okay? And that the pilots were rescued, that they were in the ocean, they were rescued. Well, now they're saying, no, or actually Donald Trump came out and said, no, actually what had happened was there were 2 helicopters and one of these drones was in between and they didn't know how to detach from it. And so they dove into the water to land because you can't just eject out of these things. So they landed so they could get out, and then, they drowned it. And so they actually weren't hit, blah, blah, blah. We don't know what the truth is because he lies so much. And what we do know is Donald Trump wants to minimize this, which sounds weird. You would think that he would be ramping up the rhetoric, which he kind of is. That's the weird thing. On one hand, he's posting again like, oh, we're gonna blow them up, we're gonna destroy them, blah, blah, blah. The clock's ticking. But then he's downplaying this because he really, according to sources that spoke with several different news outlets, he didn't really want to retaliate. He was like, oh, it's not a big deal. The pilots are fine. Like, he didn't want to escalate this thing. So I don't know. And then we do know that shortly after this helicopter went down, he took off. This was on Monday, and he took off to the NBA Finals game in New York. So they went down around 5:30, and then this photograph was taken of him getting off of Marine One around 7 p.m. So he didn't even wait to see if they were okay. Anyway, it looks like we are headed for $10 a gallon of gas, especially here in California, because check this out. So last week, there was an oil analyst and expert. His name is Patrick DeHaan. He posted this on Twitter. He said, tomorrow, U.S. distillate inventories will likely fall under 100 million barrels for the first time in over 20 years, exacerbated by high exports due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is a powder keg waiting to go off if a deal to reopen the strait doesn't happen soon. Okay, so we had that. And then Market Watch news outlet reported this. And they explained they're predicting that in the summer, which is right around the corner, next month of July, the national average price of gasoline is going to hit $5 a gallon because the U.S. refineries are producing and exporting jet fuel instead of producing gas and diesel for vehicles. So, as we are about to enter a high demand season, the summer travel months, we are now going to have even less inventory available because they're using their resources, their, facilities for jet fuel instead. And then yesterday, Market Watch published another article. They published this and they laid out a few things, a few reasons why they say up until now, we've been able to kind of stall this massive surge in oil prices. So they warned that all of the tricks, all the tactics that Trump's team has been using, like depleting our, energy or our resources, our reserve, all of those things have helped to keep the oil prices from spiking to like $200 a barrel. That all is coming to an end. So, like I said, pulling from our strategic oil reserves, that's almost over. Like we are at the tail end of that. As the one expert mentioned, we're like nearing the bottom of the barrel on everything that we had set aside in case of an emergency. And, I have to wonder too, I have this to share. I have to wonder if this is being done by design, because check this out. So this was an article that was published by an organization. It's called Groundwork Collaborative. They reported that oil companies are planning massive payouts to their shareholders and huge stock buybacks to pump their stock prices, thanks to Trump's asinine war. So here's what they wrote. And this is just part of it. They said major oil companies are taking windfall profits and delivering them to shareholders. Executives on corporate earnings calls announced dividends and stock buybacks instead of any efforts to bring down prices for consumers. Isn't that nice? They said in total, big oil companies have made a combined $23 billion in profits in just the first month of Donald Trump's ridiculous war. Just the first month. Let me repeat that. Just the first month. We are now into the fourth month of this war. They made $23 billion in profit. Extra in profit. But yet people can't get to work because they can't afford gas. And then they announced, or I should say Chevron announced, they're doing an approximately $3 billion stock buyback. Or I guess they did that, I should say. They did that during the first quarter of this year. And here's what they told their shareholders. They said that their first and foremost priority is making money for the shareholders. So Donald Trump is coming through on his promises to someone. It's not the American people. It's not all the promises he made, no new wars. I'm going to bring prices down on day one. I'm going to make everything more affordable, blah, blah, blah. No, he is keeping his promise to big oil donors. They definitely got a return on their investment. Remember, he asked them, if you give me, I think he said $100 million, I'll do whatever you want. He flat out bribed them to send him money, and they did. This is the payback, you guys. So there you go. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have some information to share with you guys. The same people who claim to want to defeat Donald Trump at all costs and the MAGA party at all costs, the ones who push us on the progressive left to vote blue no matter who for the sake of democracy, they are the same people who become traitors and will slit the throat of a progressive to destroy their candidacy at the drop of a hat. So here's what this is all about. As you guys probably already heard, Graham Plattner is now officially the Democratic nominee in the state of Maine for the Senate. So he will be facing off against MAGA Republican Susan Collins. And the New York Times had dropped this article here. This was last week. They talked about how there were, a bunch of women. I think they talked with maybe like 6 or 7 women who had voted Graham Plattner in the past. As you can see there, the article says, several women who dated Graham Plattner recall unsettling behavior. Okay, very vague. Most people only read the headlines and then heard a few little clips here and there. So they think they know what it was about. But if you actually read through the article, the majority, all but one of them, made very vague, like benign statements like, he could be misogynistic at times. He, could be gruff and rude. One of them said something like I told him not to come over. He called me and he was drunk. I told him not to come over and he came over anyway. Okay. Like, she didn't say he did anything wrong when he came over. Why is this an article? Why was this newsworthy? Right. There was only one who told stories about what sounded like an extremely toxic relationship. And it sounded like it was kind of coming from both sides. And you got everybody who knows me knows my father was physically abusive with my mother. I had to protect her. I had to threaten him and almost run him over one day to protect her. I don't take these things lightly. I don't take physical abuse lightly at all. I don't take cheating lightly at all. There's the whole other story about Plattner, the sexting with other women behind his wife's back. Would I stay with a man who did that? Not in a million freaking years. Like, as soon as I found it, his bags would be packed and we'd be filing for divorce. No. When it comes to this election, though, this is what we have. We have Graham Plattner, who says he wants to make working class people's lives better. And we have Susan Collins, who does whatever the hell Donald Trump wants. A sociopath, fascist, who is destroying our country and the entire world. That's our choice, right? So here's the thing. This woman who stepped up and she's claiming that, they had this horrific relationship, that he got physical with her. Her story, like the worst part of her story, was that he grabbed her arm and pushed her into a room when they were both drunk and in an argument. And he pushed her in there and said, go in there and don't come out until you calm down, and locked her in. Do I like that he locked her in a room, grabbed her by the arm? Absolutely not. Do people act like total assholes when they're drunk? Yes. And did they have a toxic relationship? Absolutely. And then on top of that, it kind of sounds like he was the one that was being more reasonable and calm. He wasn't like beating her up. No one has alleged that he assaulted them. He said, go in there and calm down. Like, she was out of control and he wanted her to calm down. So almost sounded like he was being, the more mature one in the moment. But anyway, not good, right? Again, would I marry him? Would I date him? Not in a million years. But here's the thing. We even have to question this story, because guess who this woman was? She's a Republican operative. Her name is Lindsay Fifield. Okay, I think it's Fifield. It's either Fifield or Fifield. Here is what journalist Ryan Grimm shared about her. So here's part of his post. He said, it's kind of wild to find out that the Republican in the New York Times story that says she had a toxic relationship with Graham Plattner is Lindsay Fifield. Having been in DC for far too long, I know a decent number of people who know her quite well. For a long time, she was the co-host of a podcast with her best friend, Bethany Mandel, called Lady Brains, though she had also worked for multiple super PACs, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Heritage Foundation. You know, the Heritage Foundation that is responsible for bringing us pieces of shit like Brett Kavanaugh. But wait, there's more. It gets worse. He said, some background presented without judgment. In 2014, Fifield began work as a digital director for American Action Network, a Republican super PAC that oversees House races. The next year, she became social media manager for the Heritage Foundation, where she stayed for the next 7 years. In 2022, she joined the super PAC backing Nikki Haley for president, switching to the official campaign side the next year and staying until the campaign flamed out. She now lists herself as a visiting fellow at the Independent Women's Forum. This is very key. A prominent dark money group that is best known for helping usher Brett Kavanaugh onto the Supreme Court and giving Susan Collins the talking points she needed to make her decisive speech in his favor. So this woman is deep into the Republican Party. Okay, we have to question her motives here. And the Independent Women's Forum that he mentioned, yeah, take a look at this. This is one of their leaders praising Susan Collins, basically, and bragging about their part in helping to get accused predator Brett Kavanaugh approved and on the Supreme Court of the United States.
That Wisconsin study that you did, and it made me think of the cultural moment that we had in 2018 over the Kavanaugh hearings. And
we had so much fun with that. Yes.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I'm extraordinarily proud of IWF. It's not well known, but after Jeff Flake got caught in the elevator, a moment I think none of us will ever forget. Absolutely paralyzed by the activist asking him questions and not knowing what to say. We were approached and they said, can you tell us how to talk about supporting Kavanaugh without alienating the Me Too movement? We wrote a memo. It was used by a lot of members of the Senate and in the House and Fox News and elsewhere. But most important is Susan Collins told me that without that memo, she could not have seen how to support him.
Wait, oh, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to remove that. I meant to pause it. Did you catch that? We wrote a memo telling these members of Congress and Fox News how to respond so that you don't sound like a psychopath who is protecting a female predator or a male predator of females. Okay, it goes on. Take a listen.
Her speech that she gave on the Senate floor, it is entirely the playing out and architecture of how we set to structure the argument and what to say and how to say it, which is just so gratifying. We're watching TV and that's hers. That's hers.
She's bragging. She's bragging that the talking points they gave Susan Collins read it almost word for word on the Senate floor to justify her approval of Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court, to the highest court in the land. She is so proud of that. So proud of being able to put an accused predator on our highest court in the land. And then we wonder why here in the United States, the Epstein victims will never see justice in this country. These people are freaking monsters. And this is the organization that Plattner's accuser worked for. So anyway, as I said in the beginning, I am having a hard time with the whole vote blue no matter who, because Democrats are now siding with MAGA and Trump and going out of their way to try to tank Graham Plattner. They're trying to hand the election to Republican Susan Collins, and I am not being hyperbolic. Take a listen to this. So this video I'm going to show you is Jill Biden's former press secretary. This guy's name is Michael LaRosa. And here's what he said. He went on Fear News Network, went on Fox News of all places, and said this about the Democratic candidate against Susan Collins.
shocked at some of the people, some of the Democrats who I consider friends, being so all or nothing about this guy. And I don't really understand why. He is not really representative of the values I would expect in a Democratic candidate, even by today's standards. I'm a little surprised at the number of people who are circling the wagons just to beat Susan Collins. I mean, I get it. Like, I want the Senate seat. I want Democrats to win. I want Chuck Schumer to be the majority leader. But I'm not willing to take anybody off the street and run them just because they, arouse some vibes in a few, portions of the Democratic Party. Like, that's just not for me. And, I'm good. I don't need to support a Democrat who has Nazi tattoos. It's not my thing. I'm not going to. So, like, do I want Susan Collins to win? Not necessarily, but.
So did you catch that, guys? He's, would I vote for somebody with a Nazi tattoo? No. Okay, but you want us to vote for, you hope that someone wins who backs the party of Nazis, who backs the party that is basically carrying out Nazi protocol, Nazi policies of rounding people up based on their color of their skin.
He's much more my style than somebody like who I consider kind of a performative economic populist like Graham Plattner. We don't need candidates like that in our party just simply because they have a D next to their name. Big Tent Party does not mean anything goes and anyone goes. It shouldn't mean that. And it doesn't for me. What's the point in having a party if you don't have standards anymore? You're seeing this on both sides. The Democrats are no different than the Republicans. There is clearly no room for dissent or disagreement on my side internally. We're going to do to John Fetterman exactly what Trump is doing to candidates who opposed him or aren't with him 100% of the time. And I don't like it. I don't like that my party is going to target John Fetterman for simply having or holding and defending views that were extremely normal or mainstream in the Democratic Party. Among our last Democratic nominee and the last Democratic president within the last 4 years, John.
Understand what he's saying, guys. John Fetterman has literally been seen on camera celebrating the destruction of Gaza and the murder of Palestinians. The murder of Palestinian men, women, and children and babies. And he's saying, well, what's the big deal? John Fetterman just has the same views as the administration that I just worked for with Biden. This guy is, he's praising John Fetterman, who is out there pushing for MAGA policies and praising Trump. And he's slamming Graham Plattner, who wants to help working Americans. And then he's saying, oh, well, there's no room for dissent in our party, blah, blah, blah. Who set that up? Corporate Democrats set that structure up. Progressives aren't allowed to say jack shit, or we are targeted. We are called traitors. We're accused of being Russian assets, that we're trying to help Trump win. But yet this guy says it on Fox News. He goes into, enemy territory on Fox News and says things like this about a progressive, and it's crickets. No one in mainstream media says a freaking word. No one is slamming him. Anyway, here's what else he says.
Fetterman holds the same views as Joe Biden. And it is shocking to me that we are going to target this guy for simply being consistent. It's nuts. to me. I remember campaigning in Maine alongside Sarah Gideon in 2020. And everybody was excited for her candidacy because she had raised truckloads of money. She outraised Susan Collins 2 or 3 to 1. She outspent her 2 to 1. And Sarah Gideon in 2020 did not trail Susan Collins in a single poll. Susan Collins did not lead Sarah Gideon in a single poll. So 6 years ago, our Democrat outpolled, outraised, and outspent Susan Collins. And the state of Maine on election day chose Joe Biden and Susan Collins. I have a feeling they're in for some major.
Okay, do you guys understand that he's telling on himself right here, and he's telling on the establishment Democrats? He's saying, oh, our last Democratic candidate, Sarah Gideon, was ahead in the polls, had outraised Susan Collins, had, was outspending her, and then she still lost. You know why? Because she was an establishment hack. So people looked at it and went, do I want Republican Susan Collins or do I want Republican light Sarah Gideon? Is this guy, if Graham Plattner wins, if he beats Susan Collins, is this guy going to come out and admit that he is wrong? Is he going to admit that when we run Republican light candidates against an establishment typical Republican, we lose? And the way to do things, the way to actually win in these fights is to run a progressive? Of course, he'll never admit that. He will never admit that.
Major disappointment because this was a very winnable seat. And you know what? Maybe Graham Plattner does win. And that's fine too. I have no regrets. He's still not the kind of candidate I want to publicly support, give money to, contribute to, or work for.
I just want you all to take in that if a progressive went on Fox News and said that about any establishment corporate Democrat, we would be ostracized. We would lose our audience. We would absolutely be slammed and accused of all kinds of things, of secretly working for the Republicans. But when a corporate Democrat does it, nothing. Nobody says a word. And who is this guy? Why is he saying these things? Well, let's take a look. David Sirota went on Twitter and said, Michael LaRosa is literally a registered corporate lobbyist and partner at the most Trump-connected lobbying firm in Washington. Did Fox News disclose that when they had him on and listed him as a voice of Democrats? Of course they didn't. And this was a guy who was working for the Biden administration. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it from the people who still think that the Democratic Party is just perfect and angels and they do nothing wrong. And we are not bought and sold. So this guy is most likely protecting his sugar daddy's interests, his corporate sugar daddies. Why else would he do this? Why, even if he feels this way, why go on Fox News and do something like this and try to tank his own party's chances of winning the Senate and stopping Donald Trump from doing what he's doing and being able to impeach him? And check out who else had a very strong opinion about Graham Plattner.
Moral degenerate. The abuse of women, the sexting, the Nazi tattoo. I don't even need to say anything beyond his Reddit posts, which are not in the past, by the way.
So I don't know if you heard that. At the very beginning, he said he's a moral degenerate. I'll play it again.
The guy's a moral degenerate. The abuse of women, the sexting, the Nazi tattoo. I don't even need to say anything beyond his Reddit post.
Okay, guys, you see, this is David Brooks. Okay. David Brooks on PBS. I believe he co-hosts on MS Now, Brooks and Capehart. So, I mean, this David Brooks, right? He must be a really upstanding moral guy to strongly stand against Plattner, right? Yeah, not so much. Take a look at this. So Ken Klippenstein said, David Brooks calls Graham Plattner a moral degenerate. Brooks left his wife of 28 years after having an affair with his research assistant, who is 23 years his junior. You don't say. And then Brooks has been outed for hanging out with the most notorious child predator in history. Take a look at this. This was in The Guardian. So Brooks didn't just bump into Jeffrey Epstein at a party in the 90s. They weren't just casually hanging out. No, if you look at the documents, this is what this article reported on. If you look at the documents that have been released by the Justice Department, Brooks was spending time with Epstein in 2011 after he was sentenced for soliciting a minor. So here's what it says. It says the New York Times columnist David Brooks appeared in multiple photos from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein that were released on Thursday by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. The photos, which have been rolled out in batches by the minority Democrats in the committee, lack crucial context, including dates and locations, but the photos appear to show Brooks attending a lunch or dinner event. Brooks is shown seated next to Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google. In a statement, the New York Times said the event took place in 2011, 3 years after Epstein had pleaded guilty in Florida to charges of solicitation of prostitution with a minor under the age of 18. So he is going for a dinner or a lunch with Epstein after the guy spent time in jail for soliciting a minor. Okay. And these aren't the only so-called anti-Trumpers who are trying to elect Susan Collins. David Frum just published this article in The Atlantic. Cut Plattner loose. Okay. This is probably the most disgusting one because he actually compares Graham Plattner to Alabama Republican Senator Roy Moore. Let me remind you, Roy Moore was accused of assaulting and preying upon numerous teenage girls as young as 14 years old. This is grotesque. Okay, to compare a man who cheated on women and, had a drinking problem, had toxic relationships, said some shitty things on, Reddit posts when he was dealing with PTSD, to a child predator. Are you freaking kidding me? And there's more too, because podcaster Kyle Kulinski, he also shared, he's a progressive, if you guys don't know, he also shared videos a while back of Democratic lawmakers who were saying, oh, I can't support Plattner. And they hope that Maine residents do the right thing, like hoping that Susan Collins gets elected. Imagine if it was the reverse scenario. Imagine if Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez came out and slammed a moderate Democrat and said, oh, I can't support him. I hope that the state does the right thing and votes for the Republican. They would say, she's a Russian asset. She's working for the Republicans. We told you can't trust progressives. And keep in mind, like all of these people who are saying, oh, Graham Plattner this and Graham Plattner, these are the same people who welcome Bill Clinton to every Democratic event with open arms. A man accused of sexual assault, which Graham Plattner is not even accused of. Bill Clinton, who took advantage of a young intern and cheated on his wife. These are the same people who stood by and said nothing as Biden was clearly losing it, as his mental capacity was deteriorating. And Jill Biden lied after that horrific debate, which she now just admitted to. She now just admitted that she thought he maybe had a stroke. That's how bad it was. All those people. Oh, you can't say that. You can't say that. You're trying to help Trump. But anyway, please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
So, folks, we need to talk about the fact that this piece is hitting Politico. And, I don't think many people are going to make much of this, right? Hochul helped Mamdani. Now she's setting limits. And I found this to be pretty interesting because, well, Kathy Hochul isn't really setting limits, right? Like, it's what's interesting about this is that Zoran Mamdani has gotten everything he wanted from Kathy Hochul. Everything. And Kathy Hochul, on her side of things, has gotten everything she wanted from Zoran Mamdani. Namely, she got an endorsement, right? And this piece really does seem to be designed not for any kind of like educated readership. It seems designed for, well, the donor class, essentially. Governor Kathy Hochul helped New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani close a massive budget gap. Next year may be different. Now, what's interesting about this is that this is not news. Like, this was well known last month when the story about balancing the New York City budget broke, right? Because part of that story was that Zoran Mamdani had used one-time cash infusions from the state of New York in order to balance the budget. And I talked about it at the time that this was actually pretty smart. Like, it allowed him to balance the budget this year and punt the football to next year to, like, have a more intense showdown as his popularity rises because he's actually accomplished things like balancing the budget. He's basically set the stage for the battle he's going to have next year, which is to pass more taxes on the municipal level against millionaires, billionaires, etc. And like, that's part of his plan, quite clearly. But this is quite interesting because Politico's acting like this is new information, and it's just not. The governor told Politico in an exclusive interview that the 34-year-old first-time mayor needs to get a handle on the Big Apple's spending after she gave the city additional cash and backed an annual surcharge on pricey second homes. Now they have their own team in place, she said in a one-on-one interview at the governor's mansion in Albany. They control the budget. They need to look hard at spending. They need to identify programs that are not serving what they should or that are out of control in scale. And asked if the mayor should anticipate a different dynamic when he pieces a budget together next year, Hochul said they manage their budget now, which is interesting because, again, this seems designed to be like, don't worry, donors, we're not going to help him out anymore, which absolutely was the case, right? Like, that was always going to be the case. Kathy Hochul only needed something from Zoran Mamdani right now because she's seeking re-election, right? Like, she is, like, seeking to get his endorsement, which she got. So the leverage has, for a time, ended. And so she's willing to kind of be like, well, I'm going to maintain positive relations with Mamdani, but I'm not going to, do him any more favors. And that's kind of what her centrist donors are looking for, right? They want to make sure, like, she's not going to go full socialist in favor of Zoran. What is interesting about this, again, is that she is trying to take credit for a lot of the good things that he has done, like childcare or the various other initiatives that he's been pushing on the citywide level. And it's just kind of like, Okay. But none of this is an attack on Zoran Mamdani directly. All of it is just signaling to donors, I'm not going to be going further left on these issues. And I think that's fine. I think that's fine because Zoran won this exchange. Like, this battle went back and forth, and Zoran got the better of her. She knows that. Everyone in the political knows that. And donors are scared. And I think it's good when centrist donors are scared and concerned about rising leftist stars in this country. And so what I find very interesting is that Mamdani, in the meantime, is building a New York-based leftist coalition. We a couple days ago, we covered an ad that Ben Shapiro showed that had him, assembling with like Brad Lander, and it's been interesting to say the least. He's assembling a team, as it were. And Mamdani, by endorsing Hochul, did snub a farther left candidate in the governor's race, Representative Adriano Espaillat, right? Or not Adriano Espaillat, Antonio Delgado, my bad, who is the lieutenant governor. And meanwhile, Mamdani has drawn blood from Hochul's team by opposing, and this is where I got it confused, Representative Adriano Espaillat, because he has opposed that re-election campaign. And that, I think, again, indicates that the conflict here between the left wing and the center of the Democratic Party is far from over. The fight is just delayed. It is being prolonged, and it's going to be on more favorable footing the more popular Zoran Mamdani gets. And I wanted to take a look at this because stuff like this from the conservative far right helps Zoran Mamdani, and I don't think they really understand that. I think if they do, they are pushing it because they're hoping to inoculate more conservative parts of the country from potentially being wooed by the siren song of socialism, right? So here's Mark Wayne Mullen on Fox News talking about Zoran Mamdani in New York City.
I love that about you, and I love that about Tom Homan. You say we can't come, we're coming.
Absolutely. You're not going to tell us where we can and cannot enforce our nation's laws, because we are not, Sean, picking and choosing which laws we enforce. We enforce the laws that Congress passed. And for Mayor Mamdani, who's absolutely destroying a great city like New York, to say that ICE needs to be abolished, I mean, come on, they're immigration custom enforcement. That's their job. And so he wants to have open borders and wants to allow criminals to run their streets. Well, his constituents don't want that. And they want...
I love that about you, and
he's destroyed New York City by opposing ICE. That, like, you're literally just listing some of his greatest hits, you know? Literally just listing some of his greatest hits. Now, I will say, Zoran Mamdani has so far failed trans youth. And I'm not entirely sure why. It does seem to be something that is calculated. And he did in a recent interview pledge that they are working on trying to find a solution that allows them to support trans youth and get them the care that they need without getting government retaliation, right? Essentially, they don't want the federal retaliation for helping trans youth, but they want to figure out a way to do it. I don't know if they're going to be able to square that circle. It seems to me like the only solution there is to go fight. There are already orders in place for the hospitals in New York City to comply with gender-affirming care for trans kids. And I'm not entirely sure why those hospitals have not yet resumed care. That, I think, is a big problem. I do think it is one that they are working on. And I assume that largely due to the fact that Zoran Mamdani has created an entire section of the New York City government dedicated to handling LGBTQ issues, that is headed by a trans woman. There are trans women on his team that have publicly attested to the fact that they are working on it. I do think that they are working on it. I do think that people need to see more results quite a bit faster. That is maybe the one big disappointment I have so far. He wants to be able to have trans youth healthcare without making the government angry, while Zoran is both not enforcing things on private hospitals and is also opening public clinics that do not serve people under 19. That's the thing. And that's what makes me wonder what the hell is going on, because no one in the administration and no one in DSA New York seems to be willing to talk about what is going on. Folks on the inside, like our very own Gamer G, haven't been able to get any information from New York City DSA, and that's weird. That in of itself is weird. And I'm hoping that that's because they are working on something that will roll out relatively soon, and they want to keep it relatively quiet to avoid backlash. But we'll see. We'll see. I do think that for someone like Zoran in particular, public displays to try and get him to account for it, or to members of his team to account for it, might be very successful. Because again, a large part of his power comes from his popularity. So, we'll have to see. I feel he betrayed us. I'm not sure that is the case. But I speak from a place of privilege because I'm not one of the people being affected by that trans youth healthcare ban. So I'm sure that the kids and the families affected by this feel very differently. Room to build an alternative for those kids is needed right now. There's a tightrope to walk, which Mamdani is sort of forced to as mayor, no matter how progressive or not he is. I mean, that is the other thing, right? Like, there is a cost-benefit analysis that goes on. And, like, that is deeply disappointing to me, a citizen. But I imagine that there is an enormous amount of pressure as mayor of New York City, and trying to figure out how to walk the tightrope, as you say. Like, I don't envy that position. I don't envy it at all. I work with trans kids in New York City. I'm furious. Yeah. I didn't want him to meet with Trump either. Yeah, but that's the other thing, right? Like, he is meeting with Trump in an effort to block the worst effects of the Trump administration falling on New York City.
You all. My superego, id, and ego told me Donald Trump is a child-bred dictator. I'm inclined to believe them. Smiley cat face emoji, herb emoji.
That's true. 2D Synctium, thank you for the $10 super chat. It just sucks we're playing political battleship with human rights, like the Republicans yell out B-12 and they're going to sink our battleship. Yeah. That compromise worked so well during AIDS, didn't it? I mean, I do think that this is very different from AIDS, the AIDS epidemic, but your point is taken, right? Like, I think that, like, what he's trying to do is prevent masked men from killing people in the streets of New York City, like they did in Minneapolis, you know? And I do think that another thing he's trying to do is make sure that hospitals don't suddenly have their federal funding cut, because that will literally kill people if that happens. And so, like, that's a real cost to weigh. And I do think that there is, like, potentially an upside to that, but it's an upside that might be bought in blood, right? Like, the upside might be, people see that federal funding is cut to the hospitals in New York City, and suddenly people start dying because they can't get the care they need. And, like, that affects people beyond trans kids, and suddenly more people care about it. And, like, that might eventually be the play, but I think not rushing to that conclusion is reasonable, if that makes sense. I mean, he's potentially killing trans youth right now. Well, yes, but understand he has a larger constituency, right? Like, that's the problem. Genuine question, what stops him from making the separate public trans healthcare programs he is opening that are not tied to the hospitals, not funded by federal, and only funded by state and city? Honestly, I think it's because he's trying to navigate some kind of informal agreement that he has with the Trump administration. Like, as far as I can tell. I don't know exactly what is going into the decision making around like trans clinics in New York City, and I'm really, really keen to find out. There seems to be a lot of information that is being deliberately withheld, and I want to know why. Like, when we start getting into the hardball of politics, we have to understand, like, a lot of lives are on the line in hospitals. If this is all political handshakes, fuck him royally. I understand the sentiment, but also Donald Trump is the kind of guy where everything is just a power game and an optics game, and political handshakes are sometimes the only thing he's got. You know? Sometimes a political handshake in that circumstance might be the thing that it stands between like billions of dollars going into your hospital system and allowing the hospitals to function or not. And like, I want more information specifically to know if Zoran is rat fucking us. Because if it turns out that he is, then of course I'm deeply, deeply furious. And if instead there is like some kind of plan in the works, as has been intimated in like a lot of his team's public appearance on this, then I want to know what that plan is as soon as fucking possible. Because personally, I think if there's nothing legally stopping it, why can't they open specific clinics that are only funded by state and city and thus are not beholden to federal funding? Like, I know it's not why can't he just? I know it's this is super complicated. I'm just thinking about alternative options. I mean, part of what might be happening is that their plan is to set up like this, and this is purely speculation on my part. I have no insider information that indicates whether this is the case. But I would speculate maybe part of what is going on with these clinics is that they are launching the clinics to exist as separate entities, independent of state and city funding, so that once they are set up, they can then be retrofitted to serve trans youth. And like, that might not be something that they are terribly keen to advertise prior to the clinics coming online. Does that make sense? Because I think you're right. I don't think there's anything legally stopping them from doing that. But I do think that that might be something they are interested in more quietly launching in an effort to reduce backlash that could spill over to other New Yorkers. And it's not, I recognize that it is quite a cold comfort to like speculate and just hypothetically like throw out ideas like that. But that's where I'm at. And I think that's where most of us can do on this, because in the absence of any additional information, his team keeps saying they're working on it. He keeps saying that they're working on it. And I don't have reason to believe that they're lying, but I am deeply dissatisfied with their progress. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at on that one. Now, I did want to go over this particular exchange, right? Because we're not quite done talking about Mamdani. I thought this interview that he did with MS Now was quite interesting. This aired about 4 days ago, and it is a really interesting back and forth that I think does have sweeping ramifications for not just New York politics, but for the politics of the rest of the country. Because I think it gives insight into what Mamdani is trying to do. I think maybe that also gives us maybe some insight into what he, like, or at least makes me think that he is being genuine when he talks about looking for solutions for trans kids. Obviously, it hasn't been good enough so far, but let's just take a look at this interview.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Such a pleasure. Thank you for being here.
Let us into City Hall. After you win in the primary, I'm going to take you back a little bit.
I'm going to turn up the volume on this, actually.
The New York Times ran a headline that said Mamdani triumphed without a majority of black voters. There have been questions and criticism about what kind of mayor you would be for black New Yorkers, but there's been some recent polling by the New York Times that found black folks here in New York had the highest approval rating of you.
Oh, and to be clear, I'm not saying just because I have hope that he's being genuine, I'm not saying everyone should shut up about it. I am in fact saying people should get louder about it because being loud in politics matters.
The ethnic group by 55% was what they said. What do you think changed?
I think that for a number of voters, it was the first time that they were hearing of me. I recall at the time in that primary, it was an introduction more than an ability to persuade someone. And I knew that I was going up not only against another candidate, but frankly against a legacy of a name. And in the time since then, we've been able to show exactly what we are governing for, and that is the working person. And when we talk about a focus on the cost of living crisis, we know that for black New Yorkers, that's not an intellectual concern. The city has lost 200,000 black New Yorkers over the last few decades alone. From 2010 to 2019, we saw a 19% drop in the population of black children and teenagers. So in focusing on the affordability crisis, in delivering on that crisis, we are finally bringing the struggles of black New Yorkers and New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs to the heart of our politics and not just to the footnotes of it.
Yeah. There's been a long-running criticism, argument made about Bernie Sanders, Democratic Socialists in general, that Democratic socialism treats class as the primary lens and race.
Okay, we also need to, I'm noticing now we need to make this mono audio.
As secondary, even sometimes
there we go.
It completely, the assumption being.
And I do think we need to turn it up a little bit louder, actually.
That if you fix the economic inequality, racial inequality will just follow and doesn't require its own focus. It seems like you're saying you disagree with that.
I think that we need to have a vision that encompasses all of these things. We have to have an understanding of the impacts of class, and we have to have an understanding of the impacts of race. We cannot divorce the racial inequities we see across the city, which are so stark in just the measurements of median household wealth and income, from the political choices and decisions that have been made over many years. And, I even think about there was a policy that Rudy Giuliani had implemented of a tax lien sale. We found that the city was 6 times more likely to sell tax liens in a black neighborhood than in a white neighborhood. That's, that and the impact that it has on home.
Oh, this is interesting. Just the other day, Mamdani gave an exclusive interview to The Advocate and said that he hopes the measures his administration has adopted so far can help protect the city's LGBTQ+ community. Quote, "We view it as part of a longer-term commitment to safeguarding the rights of queer and trans people across the city, across ages," but then was very, did not specify how that would affect trans kids. And earlier he did talk about how the city's Gender Affirming Care Fund would help residents of all ages, but did not specify how it would apply to trans youth. So again, there is a lot of language that he is employing publicly to talk about how the city is going to support trans youth. The details are pretty sparse, though. But the fact that he has continued to intimate this, I think, indicates that there is something concrete on the way. At least I fucking hope so.
Homeowners, one of the reasons why we put a pause to that sale. And I think it just speaks to the many ways in which government has exacerbated racism across not just the city, but frankly, across.
Well, I mean, I would love to turn on subtitles. Unfortunately, this video does not have subtitles available.
Our country through its political choices, and it's time to actually address it through not only acknowledgement, but frankly through affirmative policies.
Yeah. Even with that, with the numbers that we saw from this New York Times mayor's poll, there are still critics. There's always going to be some who say that you're still not doing enough. There was a lot of criticism about whether or not you had enough black staff, enough black people around you who are political professionals. What do you say to them?
Yeah, I think it's a city of 8.5 million people. I don't begrudge any New Yorker of their opinion. I'd frankly be concerned if we had 8.5 million people agreeing on one thing besides the Knicks. I think there's a lot of agreement. We're incredibly excited. And I think this is an administration where we're looking to not only reflect the city at large, but also to address the concerns of the city at large. And to have this opportunity right now, it's one where we can show that it's going to be about delivering universal child care for the first time in New York City history for 2-year-olds. It's also going to be about paving over 102,000 potholes in 100 days. That's the way in which we can combine a pothole politics that shows that there's no problem too big, no task too small.
Yeah. I want to move to the racial equity plan.
Please.
From the city. The Times reported that the administration chose not to restore references to diversity, equity, and inclusion that had been cut from a draft that you inherited from Mayor Eric Adams, and that officials expected federal blowback. So I guess, did you or someone on your team keep that DEI language out of there because of a fear with the fight with the Trump administration?
The focus.
I think there's also they're talking about fighting the Trump administration right now. I think there's also an element of this where they want to finalize the budget and get it passed, because again, a lot of the language around the budget has indicated, the 15 million or so dollars allotted for trans affirming care is going to go towards services for trans kids. What exactly that form takes will probably be included more specifically in a finalized budget, which is expected by the end of the month. But again, details right now are pretty slim.
That we had when it came to that report was one, actually releasing it. The prior administration had stonewalled its.
Apparently, according to the Gothamist, he talked about this on the Brian Lehrer show. And Mamdani claimed that this will go towards services for trans kids, but again, less than what he initially pledged, 65 million. But with the budget not being finalized yet, it remains to be seen whether or not that 15 million will become 65 million or what exactly this is all going to work out to be. So I'm guessing that they're going to be relatively cagey about the specifics of the budget until it gets finalized.
Release over many years. The second focus was how can we not only name the racial inequities in this city that are so obvious for anyone who is looking, but also start to put together a framework that would address those inequities. And the third focus was how can we ensure that all of this will stand up to whatever pressure it faces, because as we all know, whenever you name racism for what it is, there is an immense pressure to try and back away from that. We wanted to put together the strongest legal argument to ensure that we could actually move forward on it, and that's what we found in this report.
So a legal argument that doesn't include the words DEI. Do the words matter in there?
I think all of the argument that
this is exactly kind of what I'm talking about, right? Like, part of what he's doing here is basically trying to appease the Trump administration, saying, we're going to do all of the same things that we were going to do with a program that was explicitly labeled DEI, but we're not going to label it DEI. We're going to do all of the same shit. And you guys won't understand that we're not, we are not actually kowtowing to your positions simply because we're not using DEI as a phrase. I think that this is similar to how he's approaching a lot of other issues that are sensitive to the Trump administration.
We laid out is one that we believe can withstand.
Because again, I know I'm being a pause champ, because again, the Trump administration is made up of the biggest fucking snowflakes on the planet, but also most of them are very stupid. So if you just remove DEI but keep all the programs the same, they will not know the difference.
Whatever pressure comes from the federal administration. And for us, what we found is that New Yorkers care more about what we can deliver than...
It's genuinely a grandpa won't notice. Grandpa won't notice, fam. He's too busy talking about ballrooms.
The process by which we get to it, and that's exactly what we're looking to do, is finally deliver a vision for racial equity that is able to get into a material consequence for New Yorkers.
On April 6th, the Assistant Attorney General, Harmeet Dillon, posted that your plan, quote, sounds fishy and illegal, will review, exclamation point. Have you had any actual communication with the Justice Department over this?
I have not had direct communication myself. Our team is always in communication with the federal administration over a number of areas of disagreement, but we are fully confident in this report and in our ability to withstand any pressure.
Yeah. Are you worried about them coming here and taking federal funds in order to change the plan that you have?
Yeah, I think none of our values or our laws are bargaining chips, and we will not step back in the face of any of this kind of pressure because we're not embarrassed about these things. We're proud of them. It's what makes us New Yorkers. And so if the federal government has issues with this report or any other policy, we look forward to that conversation, but it's not one we're going to shirk from.
You're one of the maybe only mayors, Democrats, who has engaged with Donald Trump and the Trump administration publicly, and it seems like everyone left not fighting. What is the trick to that conversation in the relationship with Donald Trump that other mayors maybe could take a note from?
Well, I think it is unfair in that I have an advantage in that we are both from New York City, and we share a love of the city amidst...
Mamdani hates America. Dude literally, bikes the city every day and makes videos that are essentially love letters to the city. It's crazy that conservatives are so deluded that they're like, he hates America, when every day he's posting I fucking love this neighborhood. Let's go get something to eat. I love New York City. Let's fill potholes. It's genuinely, the attacks leveled against Zoran Mamdani are so absurd. Absurd.
Many disagreements that we have, whether about the country or about the city. And one thing that the president said to me as well as to the public is the better the city does, the happier he is. And in that, I ensure that our conversations are focused on how we can do better for the city. And that doesn't mean shying away from disagreement. I've sat directly with the president and I've spoken to him about the fact that I believe that ICE raids are cruel and inhumane. I believe they do nothing to serve the interests of public safety. It just means being honest and ensuring that it isn't a conversation around personality or the two people who are there, but rather around the people of New York City and how we can deliver for them.
I think you called him a fascist at the Oval Office, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
When was the last time you two spoke?
I keep the nature and the cadence of those conversations between the two of us, but I will tell you that recently, whenever we have the conversation,
God damn, when you gotta respect his game as a politician. He's talking about having to be in communication with one of the most odious men on the planet, who holds an insane amount of power relative to a mayor of a city. And he manages to still deploy that fucking charming smile that's just insanely dazzling. It's genuinely deeply impressive because he's very clearly deflecting to not answer this question, but he's doing it behind a smile that is genuinely so charming that you're just of course he can't answer that. Let's move on.
It's about the city of New York.
Yeah. You ran as an insurgent against the establishment. What has governing taught you in the last 6 months or so that campaigning didn't?
I think what's incredible about governing is you have the opportunity to deliver. During a campaign, you're asking people to believe. And for some New Yorkers, that's easier. But for others who've lived through decades of politicians coming to them with promises and then abandoning them as soon as they have the opportunity to lose their principles, it's hard for them to believe. And so in governing, you can say, I understand why you weren't there in the beginning, but now, when we're paving these potholes, when we're delivering universal childcare, when we're establishing the office to prevent deed theft, when we're pausing the tax lien sale, when we're holding bad landlords accountable to the tune of $65 million, now here's a reason to believe. And what I've found is that it allows you to not only build a larger coalition, but it also allows you to show those who had the courage in the first place that they were right to hope.
Yeah. Where, maybe you haven't had to, but have you had to compromise a position you once in your head when you were running or earlier in your life that you thought was non-negotiable that you've had to compromise on?
I never thought that I'd be delivering for Yankees fans, but I am delivering for every New Yorker, and that's a new reality.
There's got to be a different one than the Yankees.
I didn't think I'd be doing that. Here I am. And I think that just speaks to the fact that you govern for everyone, not just for those who voted for you, for those who voted. There are 8.5 million people in the city. they want to see a better city. No matter how they feel about me, it's my job to do it.
Yeah. In that vein of maybe they are Yankees fans, but at the end of the day, the business community. There was lots of criticisms when you won. Business leaders and all the wealthy would leave town. I don't think that they did. There's the pied-à-terre tax that came out. You've been meeting with some of these CEOs.
Man, I do hate that they're that the tax on second homes worth over $5 million has been like siloed behind a phrase that most Americans don't understand. The pied-à-terre tax, that's not something most people recognize, right? Like, I think it's easy to use as a buzzword to just kind of confuse people, when in reality, all you have to do is be like, a tax on millionaire second homes that they don't live in. Like, I know that doesn't necessarily flow off the tongue as well, but people understand the concept that, hey, maybe if you have a $5 million home you're not living in New York City, a place strapped for space, then maybe you should pay a higher tax on that. Like, that's incredibly, incredibly reasonable.
Jamie Dimon, Ken Griffin, to name two. Is this you trying to smooth those relationships over for the benefit of the New Yorkers?
This is my meeting with business leaders who have an important role to play in our city. And I wish every New Yorker success in this city. I wish for business leaders that they continue to contribute to what is a strong economy. And
it also makes it sound less scary to the average person. I think if you use more mundane language to describe the tax, I do think that makes it less scary, because by using like that buzzword, you can apply scary connotations to it, even if people don't know what it means. Yeah, call it the status tax or something. Like call it the excess homes tax.
Create good paying jobs. And I also know that in these meetings, when I speak to business leaders, that even amongst their own employees, they are not immune to the affordability crisis. You can be making six figures and still blink when you realize you have to.
Thanks, President Trump, for banning trans therapy for children. It's not banned. I don't know what to tell you guys. You guys live in a fucking nonsense land.
Spend $20,000 a year on childcare for a single child. And so what I see in them is also the opportunity to partner, to work together. You know, when I was sitting with Jamie Dimon, we spoke about the ways in which we could make the public sector as efficient and excellent as possible. Because no matter a policy disagreement on taxation structure or things of that nature, we both agree that we need to have the...
Which, let's be clear, Jamie Dimon only sat down to talk with Zoran Mamdani about tax structures. Jamie Dimon doesn't give a shit about the efficiency of the public system. Like, at all.
Best possible city government in the city that delivers by example and wins through that example.
I like that, Quigley, the absentee homeowners tax.
Yeah, and that taxation plan, are they more inclined to be
Ooh, call it the Golden Tower tax? That's good. I like that one the best, Amber Brains.
all right with it now that you guys have met? What I've heard is that when you have those meetings, people leave feeling a little bit differently than they did before.
Well, I think I look to make clear that the plan is not one that is built around wanting to target any one group of people. It is rather out of a belief for a fairer system of taxation and a way to make sure that everyone can afford to live in this city. I think you'll still find that most people who make more than $1 million would prefer not to pay more in taxes for that more than $1 million. But I think that most New Yorkers understand that in the most expensive city in the United States of America, we do have to do more to make sure that working people can still afford to live here.
You brought up immigration and ICE detention camps. Homeland Security Secretary Mullen suggested so-called sanctuary cities like New York, quote, shouldn't be processing international flights. JFK handles more international traffic than any airport in the country. If the administration follows through, that is real economic pain and just a headache for folks that fly through here and the New Yorkers. Beyond saying values aren't bargaining chips, what's the plan to make sure they don't, if they move on to JFK?
I think the first thing is to make clear that we have heard many of these kinds of threats before. We will fight each and every one of them because these are not just threats to the principles of our city, they're also threats to the economy of our city and the way in which our city runs. And we are confident in our ability to do so because this city is not just the economic heartbeat of our state, it's also the economic heartbeat of our country. And we're looking to deliver the best possible experience, especially at a time when the World Cup is coming, for tourists who are visiting the city. And ideas and suggestions such as this, they just try and throw that into jeopardy, and we're not going to accept that.
Do you feel like you've seen a difference since Mullen has taken over when it comes to immigration enforcement in the country?
I think you can change who's running.
I do find it very interesting. Do you think that things have changed? And it's just like, nah, they still want to send ICE into New York City. They are trying to figure out how to do it and not have ICE reviled and organized against like what happened in Minneapolis. And like, Markwayne Mullen came up with literally the dumbest idea, which was essentially, what if we shoot our economic dick in the balls? What if we just take a gun and shoot it, our dick and balls at the same time? That'll show blue cities. And it's like, God damn, you guys are stupid. What if we just ended any kind of international business travel into our biggest economic hubs?
The agency, but by and large, what you will find is the same vision that has cruelty at the heart of it. And I think it's time for us to develop a vision on immigration that has a little more humanity as what guides it.
Just over the river here in New Jersey, there's the Delaney facility. There are folks there that are on hunger strike over the conditions. What's your reaction? And I guess more importantly for New Yorkers, what prevents a facility like that from opening here in New York?
I think there are a few things. One is a reaction of pain at seeing what people have to go through in these kinds of facilities. And these are conditions that they offend the conscience of so many, not just here in New York City, but frankly across the country. This is partially why I have put forward a vision alongside so many others to say that ICE should be abolished, that there is no way to reform this kind of cruelty that we're seeing endemic in the way that immigration is being enforced across the country. When it comes to our city, we are proud of our sanctuary city policies. We are proud of the policies we've put forward and also the executive orders we've put forward to ensure that every single agency is complying with those policies.
What do you say to people who say language, and there's Democrats in D.C. who say language like abolish ICE or unhelpful for the political health of the Democratic Party?
I think if we've listened to them before and look where we are.
Humanity, if you're here illegally, go back to your country of origin. I don't know why that's so controversial. Because you're effectively saying if somebody comes here and is undocumented, the crime of being undocumented means that their entire life that they may have built here should be uprooted and destroyed in order to send them back to a potentially dangerous situation. And the reality is, being undocumented in America is the same level of like I don't even think it's a misdemeanor. It's like a civic violation as like a parking ticket. Like it's literally the same type of violation. And I just look at that and I think to myself, well, your life isn't destroyed because of a parking ticket. What do? You go and you pay a fine. It gets documented in a system. You're A-okay. Why should someone who gets in trouble for parking wrong be treated so differently for someone who it just isn't documented within our system? The solution here isn't a costly ethnic cleansing campaign that enriches private companies. The solution here is to just document them. That's it. And then if they commit like actual crimes, then like our legal system can sort that out. But like, if the question is why, like, oh man, why should we, like, what? I mean, just like think with your fucking head. What does it cost more to do? Print out like a piece of paper, or to get someone a plane ticket and to like imprison them for months, if not years? Like, it's not difficult to figure out what the actual solution should be, just on an economic basis or a moral basis. Like, it's pretty clear cut. And the only reason I can think people support this policy is because either they haven't thought about it, or they just want to do the ethnic cleansing. And like, if you just want to do the ethnic cleansing, like, you're just a bigot. You're a racist. You shouldn't be in charge of doing any kind of policy. Seems pretty straightforward to me.
I think it's time to develop a new vision for this party, one that is unflinching in its beliefs and also uncompromising in its principles. And one of those principles has to be that Americans need not walk down the street fearful of the fact that they might be shot dead by federal agents in masks without badges.
There was the Israel Day parade over the weekend.
Before we get into this, I actually found the interview that I referenced earlier. Let's take a listen real quick. This is from WNYC. Was posted June 2nd. Only has 474 views on YouTube, so we might be adding a significant chunk of the viewership here. Let's take a look.
Gina?
And you too.
Great. I've heard you speak on many occasions about the love and support you feel for trans New Yorkers. As the parent of a trans child who's lost their health care from NYU and is now part of their criminal subpoena, I appreciate your being an outspoken advocate, but our community needs more than words right now. We want to know what specific measures your administration will take to guarantee access to health care for trans children and adults. With the ongoing attacks from the federal government and lack of support from New York State, we need more than a Know Your Rights campaign. We need concrete legal protections and financial support from the city. What is your plan to back up your commitment?
Raina, first I just want to say thank you for your advocacy and being on the front lines of this. And I want to send love to you and your family and having to deal with what is truly just cruelty from the federal government. Because we all know that here in our city, every single New Yorker deserves access to comprehensive, life-saving health care. And my administration is committed to protecting that right and to ensuring that trans and gender nonconforming New Yorkers have the resources they need to live with dignity. And to your point, it's not enough to just celebrate pride in our language. It's not enough to just speak about the ways in which we will continue to ensure that this city remains a haven for queer people across not just the country, but the world. We're also proud to have committed over the course of our previous budgets, we've put forward $15 million to gender-affirming care over the next 2 years to ensure that we can start to bridge the gap of the funding that has been stripped of this care. And alongside that, I'm proud to have created the first ever mayor's office of LGBTQIA plus affairs, which is headed by Director Taylor Brown, with a mission to advance equity and justice for LGBTQ plus New Yorkers across our city. And I say that because we know that this struggle is one that will continue for quite some time, and we see how queer New Yorkers disproportionately are facing higher levels of homelessness, of poverty, and I'm incredibly excited at us having an office led by such a stalwart New Yorker with a mission to illuminate the ways in which city government can actually deliver for New Yorkers in this way, because the work is frankly just beginning on this.
How specifically will that reopen access to gender-affirming care for...
Also, Brian Lehrer, great follow-up question.
Trans kids whose parents, like apparently the caller, want that if places like NYU are shutting it down over federal pressure?
The $15 million that we have committed is funding that would unlock exactly that. And it speaks to the fact that whether it's Raina's experience or so many others across the city, there are explicit consequences from both the cruelty that we're seeing from the federal government's policies and the decisions that are being made by private healthcare institutions here in New York City.
Raina, thank you for your call.
So, again, light on specifics, though he's pretty clear here, like, he is working on it, and their program is designed to ensure some kind of care gets resumed. But yeah, very vague indeed. I want more specifics. In fact, I want to listen back again to his response to Brian Lehrer.
The $15 million that we have committed is funding that would unlock exactly that. And it speaks to
shutting it down over federal pressure.
So I guess his argument here in response to Brian Lehrer is that the $15 million that is earmarked for trans-affirming healthcare of all ages is designed to go to hospitals that have shut down the care in order for them to resume it. So hopefully the argument, like just putting this together, and again, I know I'm putting a lot of hopium out there, but the argument seems to be that a finalized New York budget would include $15 million that then hospitals could cut federal funds going into trans youth care. And the $15 million would then be provided directly from the city so that the federal government cannot simply say, well, our federal funds are being used in a way we are deeming is inappropriate. Time to strip them all away. So like, I think that's the attempt here. That's like what he's saying is going to happen. But I want more details. I want more details.
You say to New Yorkers who heard you saying, basically, I'll protect the parade. I won't stand in it. It was a promise you made, I think, during the campaign. What I hear from some folks is that they said, it felt like, I'll keep you safe, but won't stand with you. And then also, what do you say?
I'm not really impressed by his answer either, Dragonfly. Like, again, the vagueness on this point is infuriating.
The New Yorkers outraged that members of the administration marched with an Israeli official who called for the total annihilation.
Sharia law won't tolerate gays and trans people, just saying cope more, I guess. Nowhere in the United States has Sharia law. And also, let's be very clear, folks like you who are not presumably Muslim are way less tolerant towards gay and trans people than most Muslims in the United States. Frankly, I'm more worried about folks like you, because like y'all are the ones who are being like, oh, they just want to throw you off of buildings. You guys get weirdly happy about the idea of throwing gay people off of buildings, you know? And I find that disturbing.
Of Gaza's cities, the finance minister, Smotrich.
You know, I've made clear time and time again over the course of the campaign my criticisms of the Israeli government. And you can see in the participation of the far-right Israeli minister Smotrich, as well as a number of other ministers, a vision of annihilation, a complicity in genocide, and frankly, a belief that does not have much value for even the sanctity of children in Gaza. And I am offended, as I know many New Yorkers are, by their participation. And when it comes to...
I don't get it. I think the vagueness is a smart move. I think part of it is that I can see a reality where the vagueness is a smart move, which is why I'm kind of like, I'm frustrated by this, but I maintain a hope that this is going to work out for the better. But I fully understand trans people, and especially people, allies, fellow trans people who work with trans youth, being deeply enraged by the vagueness, right? Like, I understand it might be part of a plan, but the plan is, we're being asked to take the plan on faith. And I think that is a really difficult thing, especially for the trans community at the moment, to do, because we've been screwed over time and time again. Our faith is very often not rewarded when it comes to political figures. And I think that is the problem I run into, and I think the problem a lot of other trans people run into.
Members of my administration, I allow them to make...
Yeah, it's a big ask.
...their own decisions as to what marches they would like to participate in. However, as I've said time and time again, as the mayor of the city, I need not be present to ensure the security of a march, and also that this is a march to celebrate Israel. That is something that many New Yorkers attended, many New Yorkers did not. When it comes to the sanctity and the security of Jewish life in the city, that is something that we are fully committed to ensuring that each and every Jewish New Yorker is not just safe in the city, but is celebrated and cherished by the city.
Yeah, because what do you say to some of the Jewish New Yorkers who still feel like, you know, they don't have a place here because of your own stances, whether that's fair or not?
Well, I would say that, you know, criticisms of the Israeli government are different from criticisms of a religious faith. Yeah. And there are many who share those criticisms in this city. And what unites all of us, no matter how we feel about the Israeli government, is a belief that Jewish New Yorkers are a critical part of this city. They have been, they always will be, and we're going to do everything we can to ensure that's the case. And I know one of the points of concern has been the rise in anti-Semitism that we've seen across the country. And a commitment I made on the campaign was to increase funding for hate crime prevention by 800%. And that's something.
Oh, Muslims are trying to push Sharia law. Just look at the UK. Yeah, when I look at the UK, I see white people rioting and burning down the houses of minorities. I don't think the risk in the UK is of the coming British caliphate. Something tells me that the white ethno-nationalists in the UK are a bigger threat.
We fulfilled in our executive budget, adding $26 million, because so often the only answer we have to hate crimes is responding to it, to condemn it after the fact. We want to invest in the tools that can actually prevent those hate crimes from happening. That's what we're doing.
What are those kind of tools?
Those are the kinds of tools that also really focus on education and our young people, because what we've seen time and time again is a belief that with time comes understanding.
Yeah, again, the only people saying Sharia law is being pushed anywhere in the United States or in the UK, like, the only people saying that are the biggest morons to ever exist. Like, you could literally jingle a set of keys in front of them and say, "These are magic keys. Give me all of your money and they'll unlock your dreams." And they would do it. It's crazy.
And knowledge and what we...
Some people say if you play a pipe just right in front of some of these MAGA chuds, they'll follow you anywhere. It's crazy. They'll prance right out of town.
We've actually seen is that if you are not teaching our young children, especially about the lessons of this history, then we will see echoes of that history.
We talked about the Democratic Party just a little bit. I want to get back to that. I won't ask you about the autopsy unless you have thoughts that you'd like to share. I didn't think so. In the Time Siena poll, twice as many Democrats recently said that the party should move to the center rather than the left to win. It was 52 to 25. You are one of the most prominent figures on the party's left flank. How does the left win over more people in the Democratic Party?
By delivering. You know, there's a lot of talk about the debate and what we have in...
This is the thing, right? Like, fundamentally, that is Zoran Mamdani's position on everything, which is that he needs to deliver. Otherwise, what is the point of him being in office? What is the point of building a leftist movement if, when a socialist actually wins office, nothing gets done? Which is why he has a heavy focus on getting shit done.
Opportunity to do here in New York City is to deliver on that vision. You know, two people can argue all they want, but when you show somebody the ability to deliver free childcare for 2,000 two-year-olds this year, 12,000 two-year-olds next year, every two-year-old by the end of 4 years, it showcases what we're fighting for and why we believe so deeply in it. When we talk about the need to have a vision for working people, when you can point to the actually make a difference.
Sorry, that was a little tech goof.
That's what actually starts to win so many more people on your side. Otherwise, it just feels as if it's an intellectual debate.
You said to deliver, you also have to win. So, right. So, well, then it sounds like there's more pressure on people like you who actually have the power to actually do things to show that the rest of the left should also be elected in office. Is that what you're saying? Or how do you?
You are right. In order to deliver, you do have to win. And,
Yeah.
and I think for those of us who have won, we have this opportunity. And our job is to showcase that these were not just ideas on a campaign. These were commitments. We're now going to fulfill them. When we talked about affordable groceries, that's what we're going to actually fulfill. When we talked about delivering universal childcare, that's what we're fulfilling. And when we talked about doing all of these things while also paving over potholes, we're showing that you don't have to make that choice anymore between the biggest vision and the smallest problem.
You are one of those rare politicians. I know a lot of them. So you seem to understand the attention economy in kind of a different way than many of them. Many of them are older. There's all the videos online. There's the pothole clips. I don't know which one of your team came up with that. Now you have this Twitch show, Talk with the People. What should Democrats be doing differently to message directly to folks, or to go through the media to do it? But
Yeah, also this Talk with the People show is interesting. I thought about covering this, but haven't gotten around to it yet. Like, it's a show where it's just kind of like a fireside chat.
Directly from your city about what we're doing and why we're doing it. So let's get into it.
Here are a few things we did just this week.
Basically, every week he's having a sit down on YouTube and explaining what they're doing. Might be a good area to ask him about trans kids in particular, or a venue for that. I know that there's also a Twitch version, and maybe the Twitch version is more responsive to chatter input, stuff like that.
Change the way that they're doing it.
I think we have to ask ourselves, how are people consuming the news? How are they understanding the world around them? And then meet them there. Yeah. We can't pat ourselves on the back and say, you know, I have this one way to talk to people and it's really sad that nobody's listening to me. Yeah. We have to push ourselves. And I think that's a real understanding within our own team here at City Hall, is that we have to be relentless in making sure that we're speaking to each and every New Yorker. We've been on social media, on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. We speak to the news media. It wasn't until we did Twitch that there were a new set of younger New Yorkers who heard of us for the first time. We had someone who works here in City Hall. Their child came up to them and said this was the first time they'd ever heard of me. It was because of this show. And I think that just speaks to the fact that we cannot condescend any longer to the way people understand the world around them. We have to actually be there. And I think that also speaks to our politics. Too often, if you ask someone what they believe in, they're going to list off a 5-step program for what it is that they would deliver for you. People want to know, what are you going to do for rent? What are you going to do for housing? What are you going to do for gas? What are you going to do for groceries? We have to have answers to that, and that's what we're trying to show.
Do you think the leadership of the Democratic Party understands that?
I think that the party as a whole has lost its focus on working people, and I'm hopeful that we start to develop that. And frankly, we used to have that.
Like this is what I find interesting. I find this to be a very clear condemnation of centrists within the Democratic Party, and a very clear, at least to me, declaration that there is now an ascendant movement within the Democratic Party of folks on the left who are willing to use their power to help working people. And I think that's deeply important, and I think that's indicative of what he's been doing. Specifically, like the Ben Shapiro ad where he endorsed 3 different candidates at once who are also on the left in New York. I think what he is doing is building a coalition to get some shit done. Starting with New York City, moving on to New York State, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that that is not going to be sufficient. He's going to build it out from there.
Look at the 4 freedoms. You look at the real core of the New Deal. There was a moment when this party was unabashed about its focus on working.
Here's the funny part. No socialist country has ever survived in history other than Denmark, only because they have very few people. Behind the seal DTS, define socialism, please.
People, and I'm excited to bring it back there.
Yeah. On the left also, you have Graham Plattner in Maine. At least one of your campaign aides has gone from back and forth from them, Morris Katz. There have been plenty of scandals with Graham Plattner. As the party goes outside of kind of the political professional lane, is this the amount of scandals that end up happening with some of these folks? Is that just the doing business? Is that just what happens when you're changing the way that you...
When did we stop saying middle class and start saying working people? When the middle class got fucking murdered by the wealthiest people to ever exist.
You elect people, what's the line there?
Yeah, I think what I've found, I'll say my focus in New York City has been, how do we deliver on this affordability crisis? When I step back and I think about the party and the country as a whole, I've found that what people are focused on is, does your vision have room for them? And do they see their struggles in what you are fighting for? I think oftentimes that is more the primary focus than the individual who is fighting for them. And too often, I think that the focus has been misplaced when it should be on those ideas. And that's what I'm hopeful we can start to deliver on.
But is there a line of kind of moral clarity that the party should have on some of the things that we're saying?
You know, I think that we should find our leadership from rank and file Democrats who will show us what it is that they view as the guiding principles and who should be the champions of that. And I look forward to that over the course of elections that we'll see across the country. And here in New York City, I've endorsed a number of candidates that I believe are the exact kind of stalwarts we need in that, whether Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, who's running for Congress, or Claire Valdez or Brad Lander, who are all also running for Congress.
See, this is what I mean. Like, he's basically saying, Well, we're about to throw down, so I guess we'll see what happens. And I think that fighting spirit I find admirable. I do hope, again, it extends in all directions.
You brought up your endorsements. You live in New York 12. You won't endorse unless you want to right now. Okay, I just want to check.
I will vote.
As a resident and the most influential voice in the district, what would a candidate have to do to get your vote?
I think showcase an understanding of the priorities of constituents across the district. It's an incredible district to be a part of. It is also a district that's not immune to the affordability crisis and the pressures of that crisis. And I gotta say, being the mayor, it's a funny thing where I haven't actually received any campaign literature.
Zoran's extremely wealthy. And?
At all?
At all. Okay. I don't know where it's going.
Maybe they're scared.
but there was one candidate. There was one candidate who came to the gate and dropped off.
Ooh, okay, socialism is the theory of giving everyone the same, which sounds good until the motivation in some people can't carry the weight of the lazy. You think anyone is going to be a doctor for $0? Wrong. That's not what socialism is. Socialism is an economy primarily owned by the people who work in it. It is democratically run and operated. So if you work in the factory, you own part of the factory. You get to collectively decide, along with the fellow people who work at the factory, how the profits earned by your labor get used. That is socialism in action. Now, the idea here that it means everybody gets the same. That's not what that means. The idea that socialism is everyone gets the same paycheck. No. God damn. I'm not even asking you to read theory. I'm asking you to just actually understand what you're talking about. Please, conservatives and neoliberals, please, for the love of God, I'm just asking you, understand the terminology you use.
So I will be looking at that.
Do you think the people in New York deserve to know who you're going to
Socialism is a capped economy? No, incorrect, wrong.
Vote for?
I've told them who I've endorsed, so I'm very excited about, and I can tell them I will vote, and when I make that decision, they'll see me.
The stock market is not a form of socialism. My God, you guys.
Be casting my ballot.
We are going on to the 250th anniversary of this country.
Yes.
You came to this country as an immigrant, now lead its largest city as it turns 250. What does this anniversary mean?
I do need an incorrect buzzer sound on my soundboard. I have a record scratch. I've got sad trombone. You own a piece of the company, share in the profits. Yeah, but you don't work at the company. You don't work at the company if you are playing the stock market. The stock market is not indicative of the worker ownership of the company. Worker ownership of the company is, in fact, vitally important. And it's not worker ownership of another company that is unrelated to the work they do. It's worker ownership of the place that they work. Capitalism is the only economy where people can be rewarded for your efforts. No, the people who own the company get rewarded for the efforts of the workers. When workers produce more than what they are paid in wages, that more goes towards the company's profits. And where do the profits go? They don't go to the fucking workers. They go to the people who just happen to own the place. What I'm saying is a truly socialist model would be that the workers own the factory and then get to collectively decide how those profits get used, what their working conditions are, how much they get compensated, etc. And we know that this works. We already have it under capitalism in the form of companies like King Arthur Baking or Bob's Red Mill. You might be familiar with those. And I just want to point out, King Arthur Baking has been around for literal centuries. It is the oldest milling company in the United States. So, this idea that no, it means everyone gets paid the same. No, it doesn't. Oh, it means that the economy is capped. No, it doesn't. It only relates to ownership of the means of production. And the goal of changing that ownership is taking it from an ownership model that is largely tyrannical and shifting it towards a democratic egalitarian ownership model. That's it. People who don't understand this simply have been stewing in propaganda for like the last entirety of their lives and never bothered to look beyond it, never bothered to look at where the concept of socialism comes from, what they were talking about. And like, man, just have some fucking curiosity about your worldview, you know?
You need this for vertical chat, for real.
I do. Cardstockcaster, thank you for the $5 dono. We do need that. This was the argument when we were a factory economy. We aren't. I'm using the factory analogy for simplicity. The democratic worker ownership model can apply to literally any company. Because all it means is that the people who work at a company own the company and get to decide what is done with the profits. That's it. It doesn't matter if we are talking about a factory. It doesn't matter if you're talking about a software developer. In fact, we have democratic worker co-ops that are software developers. The video game Dead Cells was made by one such developer. Like, this idea that like, oh, you can't have that. We literally have it right now. The argument is we should take that model of ownership and make it the predominant model of production in the United States via a variety of different programs. Tell me one socialist country that hasn't failed besides Denmark. There has never been a country where workers predominantly control the means of production. Not Denmark, not any country. And that's not because it doesn't work. We literally have those companies right now. And if you're saying, well, that model doesn't work for companies, then you have to account for the fact that it does seem to work for companies that have been around for quite some time. So make a company and run it that way. Luckily, you're free to do so. So far, I haven't needed to form a company. If I ever do need to form a company, I will model it that way. However, I'm going to throw this out there. My job is to advocate for a better political future. And a better political future, in my mind, is a more democratic one, a more egalitarian one, and one where workers collectively own the means of production. And what that means is workers own their workplace. That's what I advocate for, because I think that there's a lot of good arguments for that and a lot of good reasons for the state to want that to be the case. Like, people are like, oh, so do it and live that way. Like, well, my advocacy goes beyond just any one company. My advocacy goes towards, let's shift our entire economy towards a far more beneficial and egalitarian model that prevents the accumulation of power and wealth into the hands of like 10 people who then dictate the political future of our country. Why should everyone follow your rule? Because everyone would want to, if given the choice, work in a democratic worker co-op. We have the information on the democratic worker co-ops that exist. People get paid more. Their conditions are better. They have more agency within their workplace. They directly profit from being efficient and good at their jobs, which means, in turn, the companies that are democratically run are actually far more efficient as well. They are, because they prioritize the workers, they don't offshore the factories or the businesses. They also don't skimp out on paying their taxes. They also are far less likely to pollute their local environment that they all live in. And like, also, they're happier. And what I'm advocating for isn't an authoritarian, all companies must become democratic co-ops. What I'm advocating for is putting in place like incentives that make it easier for these companies to come into existence. And once we gather enough data, transition companies that want to be sold. First, they have to be sold to the workers. If the workers refuse, then they can be sold to another private company. Or, for example, if a company goes under and needs a government bailout, the government has every incentive to, like, turn it into a democratically owned and operated company that is, again, not run by the government, but run by the workers. And if you're not really picking up what I'm putting down, like, that's on you at this point. I would encourage you to liberate yourself from your own mental shackles, friend.
To you, and what story of America should we be telling? on July 4th.
This anniversary to me is a celebration of everything this country has fought to be and everything we keep fighting to ensure that it not only remains, but it can become. And as you said, I came to this country at the age of 7, living in New York City, growing up in this city. One of my proudest moments was when I got to become a citizen of this country, and it was only a few blocks away from where we are right now. And I think in celebrating the 250th anniversary of our nation, we also celebrate the fact that every year our nation is reborn in that same image we were fighting against impunity, against tyranny, and with a belief in liberty. And even in the time from now until then, we will see so many more Americans being born, whether as children being born in our country or whether as people who are becoming citizens for the first time. And I can't wait to welcome them all here.
President Trump is doing the 250th celebration on the National Mall. He is headlining that after several artists pulled out because of how political it's become. When you think about marking the milestone of 250 for the whole country in a way that includes all Americans, this
Rywix, welcome.
doesn't appear to be what's happening or claiming it for one side. It feels like a lot of folks are looking at what the president is doing and has a lot of concerns about that.
I think that, as you said, we want to see a vision of this country that has room for everyone who calls it home. And I'm excited that New York City will be a part of that. I recently rewatched the seminal classic Hitch. I'm not sure if you've seen it. Yeah, they go to Ellis Island on a date. I think these are moments that.
Ooh, sound quality. Why?
That New York.
Is that the guy from Key and Peele? It does look like him. It does look like him, but it's not him.
And Americans, they really look to this city also in understanding our place, and we're excited to share a lot of those stories.
Last question for you here. You got 1,000 New Yorkers, $50 World Cup tickets, while fans everywhere are facing all these different prices and price gouging.
Sounds like you know what's best for people. Yeah, well, the purpose of putting into place a system that would encourage the development of democratic worker co-ops would be then that people could choose whether they want to work at a democratic worker co-op or a privately owned enterprise. And I think given the choice, informed workers would choose to work at a democratic worker co-op. That choice becoming commonplace, I think in turn would lead to the phasing out of privately owned capital. I'm not saying I know what's best. I'm saying we should have a system that prioritizes the kind of economic production model that is more efficient and more resilient and leads to happier, more productive workers who then get to reap the benefit of their labor. And I think that that's pretty reasonable, actually. And I think giving people a choice between working for themselves in a democratically owned context or working for the enrichment of a billionaire, I think most people aren't going to choose the latter.
Feels like a different way of doing politics than other people. Like understanding that politics and culture are married and making things affordable to.
I would buy your argument if you demonstrated the experience of being a private business owner. I'm a solo business owner. So, in effect, I am a kind of private business owner. I am a sole proprietor, which is in fact a type of business owner. And I've been one for the last 16 years. 16 years? Is that right? 13 years.
Everyone is probably a better way to go. The World Cup coming here. Thoughts?
It's an opportunity to show that sports shouldn't be a luxury commodity. Yeah. You know, so many New Yorkers, what keeps us going is the love of our team or the love of the artist that we're listening to or watching. And
you also work with TACUS, which is technically a worker co-op. That's right. I forget that sometimes I forget that I work for a worker co-op in the form of the Transatlantic Call-In Show. I just enjoy being on it so much. I forget that it's a different job. Yeah, so I guess technically I also work for a democratic worker co-op.
When they come to town, people have to think about foregoing a rent payment to perhaps being able to see them. And one of the things that I wanted to make clear is that we recognize the fact that soccer is at its core a working class game. We want to make sure that people can actually dream of attending these games. And so these $50 tickets, it makes it actually much more in reach. We just announced as well that we're going to have $25 tickets for a few of the friendlies in the lead up to the World Cup. But as you said, we want the affordability crisis to be understood not just in terms of the things that struggle to allow New Yorkers to live here, but also the things that allow New Yorkers to breathe here. I mean, we're talking right now during an incredible Knicks run. You know, we are in the finals for the first time since 1999. It feels
Knicks in 5, baby!
like the city is alive. This is what sports can do. We're hopeful the World Cup will be the same.
I'll let you go without asking you about the Arsenal. I know they lost until.
How you gonna stab me? How you gonna stab me on live
right
television?
At the end, right at the end, right at the end. Sir, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Real
you.
pleasure.
This was great, but I do appreciate that within all of the charismatic smiles and such, there is a glint of steel, you know? This threat against the incumbent Democratic Party that has for far too long been defending the status quo, when it's very clear the status quo is not good enough for the vast majority of Americans anymore. Like, things have been getting worse and worse and worse. That's plainly evident to anyone who's been paying attention to working class folks. We took a look the other day at an NPR article that showed something around 50% of Americans can't afford necessities anymore. And like, that's, you know, I'm not an economist, but I can tell you that's bad. So getting an economy that works for working class people, getting a country that works for working class people, I think is a top tier concern. Now, to answer, how would a socialist run company obtain financing for a startup? Number one, the individuals doing the startup would pool their money together, potentially come up with, well, and start it up that way. Potentially they could pool the money together and put up equity in like houses or what have you to take out a bank loan for the purposes of the company. Now, to your point, it is harder for a Democratic worker co-op to get that startup capital, which is why one of the things that I advocate for is a method of the federal government or the state or the local government offering incentives or even just straight up loan programs to provide the capital itself as a loan to these Democratic worker co-ops that are aiming to start up. Mainly because a lot of private banks are not going to lend money to companies that are, you know, not chasing the profit motive above all else, right? Democratic worker co-ops prioritize the workers, not profits. That's a big problem when your business loan is contingent on prioritizing profits, which most banks are looking for. You know, it makes it more of a sure thing for the loan in the eyes of traditional banking companies. However, it is in the government's best interest to invest in Democratic worker co-ops because Democratic worker co-ops pay their taxes and aren't going to offshore or like move their companies, because once a Democratic worker co-op starts, the workers want to live in the communities where they started. They don't want to go anywhere. People in the workers at a company are not going to be like, hey, we should move our company to another country, or we should move our company to a different state. They don't do that. And they are also better at surviving harsh economic times. So if they have a longer survivability rate as well. Like the survival time of Democratic co-ops is quite large compared to traditional businesses. And I think that all of this indicates that it would be a much better source of revenue, both tax-wise and loan-wise, for Democratic worker co-ops to be invested in by the state and local level at least. So that's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, if you guys enjoyed this, I understand this has been a rambly as hell segment, but if you guys got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments really help in the algorithm, so let me know what you think about socialism or Zoran Mamdani or trans kids. Let me know what you think in the comments. And also, you feel free to call me too Pollyannish if you think that I'm overly optimistic about Zoran and restoring like trans youth care. I'm open to that criticism, of course. And also, get involved with your local Dems. Get involved with your local DSA. We need people to organize within the Democratic Party to push it farther left, We need people within the local DSA in order to make it better at organizing working people in the communities. And if you need help getting started with either of those, you can join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We want to get you started, and we also want to give you the tips and tricks to like do well at organizing within these organizations. And we have years of experience to support you with. So do consider getting started with that. You can, in fact, by the way, when you do so, begin pushing legislation for eliminating Citizens United as the law of the land within your state. You can use the Montana initiative as a model for that within whatever state you're at. You can push for a moratorium on data centers. You can end ICE contracts with 287G agreements. Was that it? Might be getting the numbers wrong. But you can end coordination between your local sheriffs and ICE. You can do a lot of things to help improve your community, keep it safe, etc. And I do hope you will do so. If you want to get plugged directly into door knocking and phone banking campaigns, of course you can do that through DSA as well as through your local Dems, but you can also do it through Progressive Victory. There's a link down below for you to get started with them as well. We want to give you all the options, all right? And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that is non-tucking. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going.
Riverboat Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube and Swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, dating, plenty more. Percent of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack. Riverboat.
What happened?
That could be for many reasons.
What are they made of?
It's going to take a long time. It took like 200 years to figure out how bacteria work, so...
Please do it faster.
On our second movie episode of our Alien Blockbuster Month, we're going to be talking about the 2026 science fiction film Project Hail Mary, directed by Philip Lord and Chris Miller, and written by Drew Goddard. Starring Ryan Gosling as Ryland Grace, Sandra Hüller as Eva Straught, James Ortiz, Lionel Boyce, Ken Leong, and Milana Vaintrub.
Grace, if we bring Predator home, our star's not die.
Life is reason star not die. Why didn't you just say that?
Adapted from a novel by Andy Weir, the novel Project Hail Mary is a hard science fiction novel about a scientist named Ryland Grace in a time not too distant from our own, a high school teacher who has a degree in microbiology kicked out of the scientific community for publishing a controversial paper and then sparring with everyone in this field about it, who wakes up aboard a starship called the Hail Mary, but doesn't remember how he got there. This near-future version of Earth is threatened by an infection of astrophage, a mysterious single-celled organism that's eating away the energy from the sun, causing it to dim, which will pitch the Earth into a new ice age.
It's a cell.
It's
It's a cell. Wake up! It's a cell!
It's a tiny alien cell. You guys.
Applause.
Guys.
The identity of these cells is discovered by Ryland Grace after Eva Straught, the former European Space Agency administrator, hires him to look at samples of the cells which have been brought to Earth. The astrophage's energy process can also be used to fuel a starship, since they emit bursts of energy. They toot to scoot. Ryland Grace has been sent up to space to go to the star Tau Ceti and the planet Tau Ceti E orbiting it, the only system that hasn't had this type of infection, to see why and hopefully bring that solution back to Earth to save it. On his mission, Ryland Grace discovers the other two astronauts have never woken up, and he's alone until he meets an Iridian he names Rocky.
Why is a school teacher in space? What's so funny? Question.
Why is a school teacher in space?
I mean...
It has charm, but no.
A strange alien mechanical engineer who has lost his entire crew, who has also been sent to Tau Ceti to try to figure out why it's not being consumed by the astrophage. Despite they discover having a Petrova line, the lines left behind by the astrophage when they've infected a planet. The Iridians are both ahead of Earth's residents in some ways with their knowledge of the universe, but also behind in some ways. They've never discovered the theory of relativity and don't know about radiation. Project Hail Mary is the perfect sci-fi space exploration film for our current time, focusing on Ryland Grace's extreme loneliness both on and off Earth. Last week we talked about how Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which is referenced in this film pretty spectacularly, was a watershed in having friendly aliens who mean no harm to humans. Just years before, a more militaristic type of alien movie would change the genre completely. Project Hail Mary takes this a step further even by developing a human-Iridian friendship, even a cure for male loneliness. Andy Weir wrote Project Hail Mary after finishing his debut novel, The Martian, which Drew Goddard also turned into a screenplay, which returned to the 2015 film starring Matt Damon and Jessica Chastain, as well as the second novel, Artemis. Project Hail Mary was filmed by Greg Fraser, and the visual effects were done by Paul Lambert, who had previously collaborated on the first two Dune films. Both Fraser and Lambert have a notable dislike of the effects of blue and green screens, so as much of the film that could be done with practical effects was. And then the scenes in space and close-up shots of Ryan Gosling were shot in front of black and gray screens. It was filmed for IMAX and Arri Alexa 65 cameras. Industrial Light and Magic worked on the effects, and James Ortiz, the puppeteer, was brought on initially just to do a test version of Rocky, with the option of replacing his voice with a higher profile actor afterwards. However, everyone really liked his performance and they kept him on. Ortiz had earlier done a lot of Broadway work, including co-writing the play The Woodsman about the Tin Man, and working on the Broadway revival of Into the Woods. Lord and Miller had previously worked with some of the collaborators, including producer Amy Pascal and Daniel Pemberton, who did the score on Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Tonight we're joined by Kira Rossler, who served as a dialogue editor for Project Hail Mary. Previously worked on Mad Max Fury Road and Joker, as well as a whole bunch of other films and TV shows like Game of Thrones. On a budget of $248 million, Project Hail Mary brought in $681 million at the box office, making it the third highest grossing film of 2026 so far.
To do all this amazing stuff, I'm good. I've made peace with it.
What mean? What mean make peace?
It means I know I'm not going home. I know why.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, for which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are two more places to follow along with us. Our show gets simulcast, or if we're not on it at regular time, played later on This Space. This Space is a working class independent media collective, youtube.com/ThisSpaceTV. Subscribing really helps out, or even more, sharing content from This Space and encouraging others to do the same. By working together, we can break through the algorithm. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of Protonic Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Christina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Christina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Christina. Forrest and Christina have a second show, The Absurdity Space, live on this space on Wednesdays at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Kira Rossler was the former bassist for Black Flag, as well as the band Dose with Mike Watt, and is now an Oscar-winning dialogue editor for Mad Max Fury Road, and has been a dialogue editor in such films as both Joker films, Thor, Love and Thunder, Aquaman, A Star is Born, and such TV shows as Game of Thrones and John Adams. I, of course, am your good friend, Forrest Miller, a.k.a. Amaze.
Well done. Love it. Kira, welcome back to the show. It's great to have you.
Hey guys, it's good to be here. What a great movie to be talking about.
Yeah,
I gotta say, right now it's the one to beat. Like it's for me, it's my
sure.
favorite of the year.
I was gonna say it was Mad Max Fury Road last time, and then this. It's like
when I saw this, I was like, oh, people who go see this are gonna just really enjoy it. That it's got everything you could want, right? It's got action. It's got feel good. It's got rah, save the world. It's got so many good.
It's got Ryan Gosling.
It's got Ryan Gosling,
handsome and charming. Yeah, exactly.
It's got it all.
It's so cool, and it's so awesome that you come back to talk about with us because. First of all, I think it's so interesting that, again, like myself, a lot of people know you from the world of music, from Black Flag and Dose and other such bands. And you do have a new record out as well, which I'm going to mention at the jump. We'll talk about that way more on Protonic Reversal next week, where we're going to go in depth about it.
Yes.
And I'm excited for that as well. But a lot of people don't realize that for years, I mean, Forrest read off your partial resume of all the stuff you worked on.
86 altogether.
And it's pretty amazing. Like these are some of the biggest, most interesting movies. And I mean that I forgot about the John Adams thing. I was like, John Adams one is so good. It's like so great.
What's really cool is that and when they give out Emmys, they give it to the whole team. Whereas when they give out Oscars, to be honest, they don't give it to the dialogue editor. They only give it to the supervisor. So I don't actually have the hardware, but I was on the team.
It's like producers always get the best picture.
Exactly. But the whole team in the Emmys get one. So I have 2 Emmys, one for John Adams and one for Game of Thrones. And I only have a mention in the Oscar world.
Well, you're still an Oscar winner in our hearts.
Still have time to get a Tony and to get a Grammy, and then you
get an EGOT.
Yeah. I don't
first
think
movie night extravaganza guest.
I can't see the Tony or the Grammy coming my way. My music is extremely weird, but so is Ryan Gosling in this movie. He's so at the beginning, especially, you get this sense of a guy who's just kind of lost.
Very much so.
Yeah,
and
I love from the second he wakes up, he's like, the first thing he does, he's just like, I guess I'm gonna get drunk on this spaceship.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna eat some snacks, and I just can't. I'm just checking out right now.
It's interesting to me because I'm very much like I like hard sci-fi, but I was not familiar with the book at all, and it's like right up my alley. I don't know how I missed it, but so I wasn't familiar with the story, so I got to have the experience of just coming into it, being deeply interested in sci-fi and these kinds of stories, and just be like kind of blown away by how immersive and detailed it is, and compared to some of the slop, I'm just gonna say it, that we get served up and expected to be begging for more. It's a meal. It's a full 7-course meal. This movie.
Yeah, and it was even longer. No, I mean it needs to be. The story is just so, and the way they tell it too, where you're discovering more and more as you go. You very much, unless you know everything that's going to happen, you very much get to have it unfold in this really rewarding way.
Yeah,
right. Which is it's a shame that more
to just avoid spoilers too, because I saw it after it was in theaters. I didn't get a chance to see it in theaters because I went on a trip. And I left for the trip the day after it came out in theaters, or a couple days after it came out in theaters. So I didn't have a chance to go to the movies and see it, which I really wanted to. And so avoiding spoil. I mean, on the trip it was fine because I wasn't I wasn't on social media most of the time. But for once in my life. But after that, it was like, all right, I'm gonna, because everyone was talking about it. It was one of those things where everyone had seen it the first week. It was such a high grossing movie. Like everyone was having this long dialogue about like, these are the things I liked. These are the things, this is what it meant to me. Like there was this really interesting outpouring of stuff that I saw at the same time as going, okay, I can't read into it.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah. I remember seeing the trailer first going,
I saw the trailer when I was, what movie? It was doing something for this show, but I can't remember what movie I was watching in the theater.
Was it Sinners? Because I remember like they debuted the trailer like a year in advance, and I'm like,
I think it was I think it was One Battle After Another.
Okay, that makes sense.
I was sitting in the New Ball Theater, and there was a guy that was sleeping, but like right at the beginning of the movie. So I remember that.
I told this story on air, but not for this episode, that this is in a rare echelon of movies I've seen with my dad recently. He was like my only living relative, and I took him to, and he loved it. Which is great, because the last movie I saw in a theater with them was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. So let's say it's been a while, but he was like looking up things on YouTube about it and stuff afterwards. I was like, oh, he really did like it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's got this sort of feel good, save the world. It's so hard to fight against it when you really have to root for them to unless you hate the human race, which sometimes I do, but but not always.
Yeah, and it's very open-hearted. In a way that we paired it with Close Encounters of the Third Kind recently, and I was like, actually, that really kind of, these two kind of arts are.
Well, it has this ET element to it, but then it's also got like the what was the one where the aliens come down to Earth? I lost it.
Space Jam?
No, Day After Tomorrow.
Day After Tomorrow.
Day After Tomorrow. Okay. It's got that feel where everybody's sort of working together to save the world, right? And so it's got this. It has people pulling together, and it's got that ET sort of lovable alien thing.
But it doesn't come across as like preachy.
Right.
It's fun. Like it's an enjoyable ride, and it's interesting that I think a lot of times you can have one or the other.
Yeah,
right? And this movie does both, and that's that's always worth celebrating.
I really hope that people remember it at Oscar time, because I do think that it came out early, and that's very rare for an early movie to stay in people's minds. There'll be some great movies that come later in the year. And who knows?
Very baity.
I think it will. We've already talked about it, and I think that especially in the technicals, we will see some. We will see some action. So, he can
be. They literally said that the actor who like puppeteered or whatever the alien is like, he could get nominated for Best Supporting Actor at the Oscars, and I'm like,
Yeah. I was, we went through this whole thing where they were thinking about replacing him, like they said. And so I had prepared everything in a way where his stuff was all separate, which I wanted to do anyway, so that they could do some sort of special processing on it. But the whole time I was working on it, it's just like, yeah, but this is pretty good. Like he's so lovable. He's so lovable. Like, how are they going to like improve on this, And there's some scenes where he's at first entering this spaceship or something, where you're just like, how are they going to do this? I was like, how are they going to do this with ADR? This is going to be so hard.
I was watching Chris Miller and Philip Lord talk about the process of casting him, and they said that he essentially came in with the puppet ready to go. Like a smaller version of it that he had kind of constructed, because he's not just like a puppeteer in the sense of like being very good at this thing. He's like someone who builds the puppets himself too. A lot of the time, like he's built a lot of stuff for Broadway sets. And they said he came in with his own little puppet, and he started instantly kind of going back and forth with Ryan Gosling, because he was kind of the person they used to test out the the screen test or whatever, see if they had chemistry, like the chemistry test. And they instantly did, because he was doing the stuff that went into actually being Rocky, like in the moment. Like he constructed this character kind of out of not very much.
Yeah, he seemed to, he lives with it. We recorded some ADR with him too. And when I'm talking about ADR, I'm talking about what we do when we go to replace dialogue that's either problematic or where they want to change performance or where they want to change the content. So what we'll do is we'll go into the studio and then the actor will perform the lines as if he's in, at movie time. So not everything is that you hear in the movie was recorded on set. Some of it was recorded after the fact. We did a whole series of Rocky ADR with him as well as with other gentlemen in order to get to where we ended up.
And I mean, I'm sure everyone watching the show knows, but ADR is additional dialogue recording.
Right.
Right.
That's what everyone. I think if you watch the show, you know.
This is a nerdy show, but I do think it's interesting with the mechanics of it and how that works. Because again, as you mentioned, Kira, you have action being filmed, you have scenes being filmed, and people don't tend to think about the fact that it's noisy. It's noisy.
No, I know. When I talk about dialogue editing, they're like, "What? What do you have to do?" Like, what?
Well, they're just saying the stuff.
Yeah,
right?
it's just record on set. Like, what do you have to do? And I'm like, "Oh boy, you should hear what I get when it comes to me. You should hear the first cut."
Yeah, because it's gonna be you can't hear what they're saying. There's
the background sound is cutting between the takes, and it's all the different takes, and it sounds like 10 different scenes.
I mean, I'm sure additionally, like with a puppet, like, because it's not just they did a lot of stuff practically on the set. So
that's why everyone would rather do like a green screen or something like that, because they could just do post production, insert stuff. But practical effects, I feel like, are slowly making a comeback.
Yeah, well, I like
the little ball thing that he was in. I mean, oh my goodness gracious.
Because the thing is, people think about it being able to control the environment, but there is something about that looks gormless. It looks like something that it shouldn't. It doesn't have the same weight that it would have as an actual physical thing that exists in a presence. And I think you're right, Christina. There's a pushback against that, and there's a lot of love for what people like Phil Tippett and stuff would do, where that. People are just sick of bad CGI. It's amazing. Some of these budgets, like the CGI looks like worse than a Sci-Fi Channel movie from the 90s.
Especially fire and water, right? It just looks so bad.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we're moving away from year and yellow movies, because that's part of the problem why CGI looks like that.
Well, this is exactly what I wanted to say with this. It's interesting that Greg Fraser in particular, and I can't remember the practical effects or whatever, like the VFX guy that they worked on. They both worked together on both Dune movies, and they have a whole thing about how they kind of hate blue screens and green screens, because people don't think about the fact that it actually changes the entire like hue and ability to have things on the screen, because you have this green that's kind of all over everything, and you have to either you have to chroma key it, and then you have to actually like try to figure out something to the edges have to be, smoothed out, and then you have to figure out something that like to change the light, and you don't really have that many options. Whereas if you just have a black screen behind them or a gray screen, you have a lot more options.
Yeah.
So before we get over to the plot summary, Kira, can you just tell us in your own words briefly how you came to this very interesting job?
I mean, I don't know. It's probably not known, but I'm not shy. This show was originally someone else's. Another sound team was working on it. Let's just say that, and for whatever reason, they decided to get a new sound team. So I was called in because when that happens, at a certain point, you're like already into the process, so you're behind, right? So because let's say they've already spent a month, right? So as far as they're concerned, you should be a month in, but as far as I'm concerned, I haven't even touched the thing yet, right? So when they threw me at it, it was like this feeling of, oh my God, they haven't started cutting it at all, and the mix is coming, and which is always the case, but in this case, because there was this former crew, there is this sense of being behind schedule. So there were going to be two of us. There was a supervisor guy who was focusing mostly on ADR and was on the stage, and then I was cutting all the dialogue. And when you do cut the dialogue like that, you're doing a lot more. You're fixing things because you're also organizing it for the mix. So So we'll get into that a little more, what happened on this show, because every show has its own level of organization. But so I was just asked to come in and do dialogue and then basically hand it off. But as probably many people know, during the course of the process, it's very iterative. There's new cuts coming in all the time. So I spent a bunch of time catching up to the newest, greatest, latest cut, as well as, so you're recutting dialogue and adding, changing takes and doing all this. So
and Lord and Miller, like those two directors who like co-direct, are known for not just doing it like via the script, but they're known for like very much allowing actors to go off script and to kind of play around with stuff, which has made their movies very, like, everything they've made has been very funny. But a lot of that, they call it kind of like a happy accident, but a lot of it ends up being kind of stuff that's done on the fly. Like I remember,
which means there's not another take for me to use to fix anything.
Right, exactly. Use what you got. Exactly.
I remember they did that show that I really, really liked, and I watched it. Last Man on Earth.
Oh
yeah. With I always forget his name. I always want to call him Bill Hader, but it's not Bill Hader. It's the other guy who was on SNL at the exact same time. Will Forte. And he wakes up and it's the end of the world, and he's like, he thinks he's the last guy left, and then slowly they introduce like, oh look, it's Jason Sudeikis. It's like his friends. They like introduce his friends, his real life friends, one by one. Kristen Wiig, like everybody he's like friends with.
Well, why don't we get into the
question for Kira?
Yeah.
When did you see the and then I'll start with this, but when did you see the final cut or something approximating the final cut?
Well, I loved, as you can imagine, to just work through from reels 1, 2, 3, so that it's kind of unfolding for me a little bit. Sometimes I have to just watch the whole thing. If I'm supervising it, I usually watch the whole thing because it's not good to talk to the clients and not know what the hell's going on. But in this one, I was just the dialogue editor, so I got to have it unfold for me pretty slowly, right? Because let's say you're working on reels 1 and 2, and then the new cut version comes in, so then you go back and make reel 1 and 2 up to the new version. So you never see the end cut until basically when you're done working on it. And still, I had never seen the final mix, right, with the music and everything until my husband and I went to see it in the theater after the fact.
So
like
everybody
else.
Have a crew screening where it's everybody.
I wasn't in. Well, they did have a crew screening. I couldn't go to the casting crew, and then, but I did want to see it with the music because I was very curious. Usually, when you, if I am not on the final mix stage, it's a great surprise to hear it with the music because it adds so much emotional content.
Right, absolutely. And in some cases, some movies like are over reliant on the music to do that, but like it's such a fine balance, and there's so much of it here, right?
Well, really there's often action movies are usually pretty full of music. But one thing they can't do is mix out the dialogue. So the dialogue's always there. What people are saying. Nobody likes it when there's like this lips moving and there's nothing coming out.
And this has to be such an interesting one to work on because so much of it is either the Rocky character obviously is a voice that's totally onto itself.
Mary, the ship is also a voice, and we called Mary. I don't know if anybody ever was thinking of her as Mary, or if in the book she's called Mary. But so she has a voice. She's talking to him at various times through the show, but you don't have a lot of characters in this, do you?
Right. Yeah. And so the balance makes all the more sense.
When you go back to sort of what you flash back, right, and you start seeing all these characters, the amazing job that they did with the woman who brings him along, and she just becomes this character that you start out sort of not liking, and you get like with everyone, you just come to care about her too.
I have a hard time with that because I really like Sandra Hüller. I love that actress. So
but you didn't love her in this?
No, I loved her, but I'm saying I had a hard time like starting from not. I was just like, oh, it's Sandra Hüller or whatever.
You wouldn't think ill of her because you already okay.
Yeah, I loved her by the end, but I definitely at first, she's not a likable character. She's sort of like doesn't care about him, and she's sort of she has this huge task, and she's like, take it or don't. I don't care. I've got something bigger fish to fry.
In my head, I'm still like, oh, that's Sandra Huller. She's gonna whatever her role in this is. It's gonna be amazing.
I mean, and it was, and she was.
I watched Anatomy of a Fall. Love that movie.
Oh, I love that movie. Yeah, great movie.
I even liked her as a Nazi, or I even liked her as a woman enjoying her life, living next to a concentration.
She was Nazi adjacent, exactly.
Quite literally.
She was good in that too.
She was good, yeah.
So in 2032, next or 2 elections from now, American middle school teacher and former molecular biologist Rylan Grace wakes up from an induced coma on the interstellar spacecraft Hail Mary, suffering from amnesia. Grace learns that he is the sole survivor of a 3-person crew that was traveling towards the Tau Ceti system, 11.9 light years from Earth.
Oof. The loneliness of this space immediately is like so interesting.
He's crawling up. He's like trying to crawl up through this ship, right? Which he doesn't even know he's on a ship, and he's crawling up, going, "Hello, where's the humans?" He's asking the ship, begging the ship to tell him where is everybody, right?
Yeah. There's such there's like a mimetic quality to Ryan Gosling in all of these movies, where he's been kind of taking on a life totally contextless, right? Like almost in a vacuum on an online like meme level, where people will just take moments from these movies where he's alone and where he looks lonely because he does such a good like mopey guy face, including like moments where he just got punched in the face, he has a bandage, and like Blade Runner 2049, like he's sitting there and letting himself die. Like,
bisexual lighting
have been taken out completely of context, and they're used just to kind of all men kind of, because I remember Ryan Gosling used to be like, the heartthrob that every woman likes, but there's almost like a romanticized quality to his relationship to like online men, where they somehow have channeled themselves into Ryan Gosling's like sad face. It's like when a man's sad and when he's lonely, when he's faced with the loneliness epidemic, it's almost like you're not Ryan Gosling. You don't look anything.
You're nothing like Ryan Gosling.
It's funny because I'm not sure everybody really does connect with that. I mean, it's pretty hard to put yourself in this position, right? It's pretty hard to imagine I have total amnesia and I'm on this spaceship and I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, it's pretty hard to put yourself in that position.
The computer isn't being very helpful in a very
way. Right, but maybe you've had like a drunken experience like that, which clearly he's had a few of those kinds of experiences. But the way he's just sort of begging her to explain what's going on, and she has nothing to say. He can't ask the right questions. It's great because it's like this just total non-communication, and he's just gonna have to figure it out.
Well, it goes back to the most kind of tragic and I guess ironic moment in 2001: A Space Odyssey, where he kills the computer. And then all of a sudden the voice pops up and it's like, the commander, and he's like, well, you found the way that we're getting to our secret mission where we're going to go actually look at these, the monoliths that have appeared or whatever. Like, it's like, congratulations, you made it to the end. And everything around, everyone's
what is
dead,
this, a game?
around him is like, everything around him is just destroyed, and he's ripped out literally like the brain of the computer, and behind it is this thing. It goes back to that thing where it's like the computer is unhelpful because they have an ulterior motive to their
which by the way, our classic 2001 episode with Jerry Casale of Devo, who got to seen in the theater and getting really high.
And Ray Vana, right, too?
Watching on a cracked iPhone screen on the bus.
Just the way Kubrick intended.
It's funny that Philip Lord, Chris Miller, like all of their movies before Into the Spider-Verse, I think, had Mark from Devo scoring all of their movies for the longest time.
Right. I was surprised at some of the musical choices in this movie. I honestly didn't think they always helped that the loneliness. There were times when I didn't feel like it was highlighting the loneliness. I don't know if you guys ever felt that way.
It was very, it's very Enya. You know, like, and it's sort of like that. To me, that's a very specific thing. I mean, am I wrong? Like, I'm not talking trash. It was just like, it's an
No, I mean,
decision.
and I wasn't trying. I wasn't either. But there are so many. I mean, there are so many moments in this movie where you could go very, sort of traditionally sad.
Yeah.
He's just a horrible realization that he's alone. This horrible realization that the world is ending, and that it's all up to him. And geez, no pressure.
Well, but yeah, and it's a choice. It's a decision to use the music in that way.
Yeah.
And it's. But sometimes incongruent elements can actually be kind of cool, like striking a contrast. I mean,
obviously
look
they felt that
Reservoir
way.
Dogs, with a stuck in the middle with you. Like,
It's also like I mean, this character. Well, I guess all of Ryan Gosling's characters now. I think at first he was a little bit more stoic in these roles. It's like a beautiful stoic man, but as he's kind of coming to his,
that's because he was in Drive, and that was like basically all his roles. For
and also
years.
he was in a Notebook. Remember that?
But as he's coming to his own, really as like a comedic actor, he's like he's got delightfully
range.
funny character. In general, as he's coming to his own in that way, he's an incredibly verbose character. And so it's almost heartbreaking, but it's also very funny. Like, to put a guy who literally will not shut the fuck up. In fact, I shouldn't have cursed, sorry, but will not shut up at all. And in fact, he says it at one point, like at multiple points. He's like, I have a problem. I can't stop.
When I get nervous, I talk too much. Yeah. He says it in a couple of really juicy moments.
Which those are the things that make him relatable, and especially as he's a teacher. The character is like a school teacher, but it's also
and one of his first flashbacks is him talking to the class, and that's really good way of breaking down. This is the situation at home is with the kids, right? I mean, what a great way to have him remember. Go for it.
In a series of flashbacks, here it is. Grace calls it. Scientists discovered a Petrova line of infrared light stretching from the sun to Venus. A substance in the line, dubbed astrophage, was proliferating the sun's surface, dimming the sun at a rate that would cause catastrophic global cooling within 30 years. The head of the Petrova, the head of, we could use that right now. The head of the Petrova task force, Eva Stratt, recruited Grace to study the astrophage. Grace discovered that it was composed of unicellular organisms, absorbed electromagnetic radiation from the sun, and expelled it for propulsion.
Made almost entirely of water.
Right. I love that discovery process because it's all like Mr. Wizard style, like practical physics and like practical, and it's something that's like very exciting because anytime you can see someone like working with their hands, making a thing, they're making a
and
thing.
He's trying to make the kids not be scared, right? And he's like, well, it's kind of a medium thing, it's a medium big deal,
small to medium.
Small to medium, right? He's trying not to show the panic. What a great scene. Yeah.
I was raised by my mom's a teacher, my grandma was a teacher. That's now like my grandma on my dad's side that's now deceased. So I have a lot of experience with being raised by teachers, and I love that it's such a good thing where the girl raised her hand. She said, what's the Petrova line? He's like, what do your parents have to say about that?
Right. Exactly. Let's just not talk about it.
Exactly.
Say the wrong thing to these students, like the parents are going to come in with pitchforks and torches, and they're going to be like, why did you tell my kids?
And Sandra Hüller shows up at the classroom too, right? Well, he's sitting there, sort of like, oh, geez, what did I do? I said this stuff. The kids are going to go home, and like he's in a bad place when she shows up. He's throwing this ball up and down, and then she shows up, and it's got to be more bad news, right?
And she picks up the ball, and I love that she picks up the ball, and he goes, "Oh, the ball's lava." And she goes, "No,
it isn't." Right. It's like the moment where we realize the two of them are gonna have a talk that's not gonna be very cool, and then he has this great sidekick, Carl.
Yeah.
Carl.
There's such a great almost I don't mean this in like a dark way. Like there's a Walter White kind of aspect to that character where he was somebody that has this chip on his shoulder about being right about things at the wrong time, and he's like this big scientist, and he quits and he becomes like a high school science teacher. It's the perfect but of course this goes the complete opposite direction of the Walter White thing. But there is something so so appealing about it. Like no matter where you kind of put them, a character like that, where you're like, and I think that probably a lot of teachers daydream about being that. It's like, oh, they don't know that I had a whole career before this, and I was like the bad boy of microbiology. In fact, they kicked me out of the microbiology conference for being too right, and then he finds out obviously he was not right.
Cocky, huh?
Although he never asked, he never bothers to ask Rocky what if he's made.
No, I mean, it's not that he wasn't right. He ended up that he was, but in that one, those certain creatures were made of water.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean all creatures.
Well,
but his example was like, well, if they're in the sun, they won't. And then of course they were coming from the sun to.
And there's something very ruthlessly manipulative about the way that that Eva Straught is able to kind of manipulate him in all these situations where it's like, don't you want to be like, what if you're right? What if what if the thing you crashed your entire job about you're right about the whole time? And he's like, that entices him enough to be like, well, I guess I could check it out. Sure.
Well, and all this is this whole save the universe kind of thing too. And by the way, maybe you could save the universe. Him and Carl, when they make the first baby, right? They make the first.
That's right. Yeah.
When he starts discovering more about this, right? And they with the cardboard, they go to Home Depot and they get all this stuff. Like he and Carl developed this whole little buddy thing before his Rocky buddy thing.
He's
by the way, Lionel Boyce. He's a member of Odd Future. Is that what you're going to mention? That he's also in The Bear, but like he's a
I've seen him. I've seen him before. I couldn't remember.
Got to mention it because anytime any of us musicians are in these movies, got to mention it. But yeah,
nice.
No, but there's something like you can tell that he's someone that very quickly is able to establish a rapport with people, but isn't able to maintain that for long periods of time because he's an inherently kind of disappointing kind of screw up character. So it's like, and like in the end he is
and embracing being a screw up character.
But like throughout this in other times, right? Like this friendship with Carl, like in the last minute, like Carl's like still kind of encouraging him, but you can tell like there's a disappointment on Lionel Boyce's face when he's going to sleep and he's like, "You'll do great," but it's like, come on, man, like you couldn't.
Come on, it's like you are trying to save the bloody universe, right?
Exactly.
Like, come on.
No pressure.
I like, but he's such a. I'm not like when he sits down in the pilot seat and it's like pilot detected, and he's like, no, I'm not the pilot. I can't do this. Like it's constant when he tells her he can't do it. He's telling the ship he can't do it. Like he's constantly, I know I'm not this guy.
Yeah, well, and he has that great little shriek in the very beginning, and it's like I don't think anybody except Ryan Gosling can pull off like it's such a childish little thing to like what I mean, like to do that.
It's like you're watching Barbie again, almost,
Exactly.
Grace joined Strat's Project Hail Mary, an international long shot mission to send a crewed spaceship to Tau Ceti, the only star in the Earth's solar neighborhood not included by astrophage. Grace helped breed astrophage fuel for the ship and planned the crew's research tasks. The flight to Tau Ceti.
Pause for a second.
Yeah.
Did you have a lot of people that didn't nail astrophage? Because there's a lot of science-ese in this, and I could see somebody scrambling.
No, that one wasn't really a problem. Didn't have to fix a lot of those. I do sometimes grab vowels and help people, finish sentences. I do all that. It's about solving problems, but I don't remember having to do a lot of at the end of astrophage.
I guess
there's a lot of science-ese in this, is why I asked.
It's true.
It's the Greek word for Star Eater.
Yeah.
It's good. It explains it rather well, doesn't it? And him showing up at that moment with all those people, and again, it's I can't do this. I can't go talk about breeding them, and he's like has to use crude language about there it is. It's like he can't quite talk to these scientists serious.
Back in town.
Right. I can't be serious. I can't if I try to be serious, I'm gonna be a fool. So I have to stay the fool.
It's his coping mechanism, right?
Yeah, it's something international version of his great and like you can kind of see it on his great embarrassment, his great failure, right? Everybody in this field turning on him, and then he gets you could see probably if you was given, any warning, like, hey, you're about to talk to, like, her warning is like, this is going to be a tough room, and he thinks she means for sleeping.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, it's anything will do, right? Yeah.
And it's like every big side, like it's not even just the ones in, like, assumably it's just the ones in the U.S. that he pissed off, and then he walks into the room and it's everyone in the entire
It's
world.
everyone. It's all peers.
And it's now you live on the ship,
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations. Oh, but that would be really dangerous. Yeah, now you live on the ship. There's another thing she's pulled, which is you are staying and you're gonna live on the ship now because it's what we're doing is too dangerous. And then more danger ensues.
Absolutely. The flight to Tau Ceti would be a suicide mission, as the ship could only carry enough fuel for a one-way trip. Any findings would have to return to Earth in a smaller space probe. One more paragraph, and I'll pass it on to whichever one of you guys wants it. But in the present, Grace encounters an alien spacecraft, Blip A, and it's a terrifying moment because you don't know what Blip A is.
You don't know what it's about. Yeah.
The docks with the Hail Mary is made of solid form xenon, which Grace dubs Xenonite. Just that moment, and these moments are very inspired by 2001: A Space Odyssey. The spinning, the centrifugal,
all of that,
yeah. But that moment where he goes, all right, I'm gonna escape, and he escapes, and there's this giant ship, and it's like the Star Wars thing where there's like the tiny ship, and then the giant, like the Death Star is right there, whatever. It's like this giant ship is just following him slowly anywhere he goes, and it's like able to like keep up with his emotions perfectly. And then of course that mirrors the Rocky thing where Rocky literally does that with his body. But it's like
he does. We're not mentioning that the crew getting killed back on Earth is right around this time too, right? So we in our flashback we learn that some of the scientists has been killed and that he has been confronted as the person who has to go.
Yeah.
I think what I said, the only complaints I had in the movie is it would have been cool to see more Melania Weintraub and Ken Leung because I think they're both great.
She's trying to sell you an AT&T phone.
I've seen her in other stuff. She's really good. And Ken Leung is in industry. Industry so good.
She was on a really big, like a recurring person on At Midnight.
Sure.
They would bring her on to do that. Yeah. The ship's occupant is a rock-like five-legged alien from Arid, a planet in the 40 Eridani A system. Eridani A system. I said Iranian Air system.
Iranian Air system.
No.
We're at war with the Iranians.
Iridians.
I said Arid.
Kira quickly fixes the dialogue.
I was going to say I did say Arid when I first work. Grace names the alien Rocky, deduces Iridians. I can't
Iridians.
I just see the echolocation and creates a machine translation system to interpret Rocky's musical language.
Okay, pause for a second. By the way, the whole thing of the introduction of like what Rocky is, the cultural moment of that, wonderful.
He's the eye of the tiger.
All of that is great, like that, and that's and the finding that common ground with it, and like that's the beginning of like because the first obviously we don't know there's an alien, it could be anything.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The communication, and he has that moment where when he thinks he's being attacked when he's got all sorts of moments while they're trying to communicate. He hands them the tape measure and he's like just playing with the tape measure. There's all sorts of things along the way of getting to know this guy.
All the tape measure parts. It reminded me so much of when Luke meets Master Yoda, and Yoda's just messing with him.
Sure.
He's like Yoda's just kind of walking around going like.
Okay, now don't be making fun of Dave Rubin's bad Yoda impression.
No, he's like, and he's hitting R2 with the thing. He's like, mine. That moment, like that's what that moment reminded me of with he's playing he's playing with the
tape measure.
Keep snapping it back.
But you don't really know about Rocky and whether he's kidding a lot of the time. Like his voice, he can say things that are funny, but he's almost like he has to be the straight man, right? He's the straight man to Ryan.
Because he's getting this like Margaret Dumont style delivery. It's always going to be the very uniform. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's less. It's less that he's messing around, and more that that moment reminded me of it because it's just like the loss of control that you have, right? Like you hand like an alien being, and you don't know what the alien's intentions really are, and you're trying to communicate with them. You hand the alien being something, and they start doing something completely different with it, and you're like, all right, come on, like I'm trying to explain it and you can't. That lost
backpedal.
Yeah, right. Yoda thing that you know. It's like,
all right, enough about Yoda. Finish the paragraph. Come on, let's go. Yoda's not in this picture.
I mean, he could have been. No. Grace saves the alien Rocky and deduces that he sees via echolocation and creates a machine translation system to interpret Rocky's musical language. Yeah, they speed run the arrival, the whole arrival.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But that's okay. We don't need to see every.
And they don't leave in, and they don't leave in all of the great flashbacks that are happening at the same time.
Right. That's right.
Rocky is a mechanical engineer and the sole survivor of the Iridian's mission to save their own star from astrophage infection. Grace and Rocky agree to work together and quickly become close friends. As neither can survive in the other's atmosphere, Rocky works aboard the Hail Mary in a pressurized ball of xenonite.
Now, come on, that scene when he shows up in the ball is just like priceless, and there's going back and forth, and that was the moment when I was like, how could we use a different actor and have them do this scene?
So important to the performance, right?
Because it's this back and forth where it's this amazing back and forth when he shows up. It just
there's also just it's an inherently funny a thing of like, and I think this goes along to like the voice and the audio effects, right? His language is like this very beautiful musical.
Right.
And then the voice that Ryan Gosling chooses is this flat, monotone, kind of robotic, like almost AI kind of thing, where it's like, "Hello, I am Rocky."
Dirty. Why so dirty? Why so dirty?
The vulgar humanization of it, right? Where it's like this thing that we can't process because it's like if you encountered a being that speaks in musical cues, like it would be very hard to have a conversation of any kind with it. So it's like replacing it with something that feels automatically human. The thing you pick is like the most monotone, like the opposite of.
Right, the opposite of what their language actually is, right? But that's again, for baseline levels of communication, that's a decision. But it's
like
kind of adds to
their person say like "gracias" to a Mexican guy or something.
It adds to the rapport of the two characters, which is one of the reasons I was so shocked. I was like, they were gonna replace like the guy doing how like they have like a great rapport. He's got a great buddy growing friendship with a puppet.
Yeah,
that's hard to pull
that could
off.
win an
It's
Oscar,
believable.
mind you.
Exactly, an Oscar-winning. Let's hope.
So much of the reviews of it were like Ryan Gosling's chemistry shows so well that he can even have that chemistry with a rock, and it's like,
right.
That was the I was reading like there was a Vulture review of it, and it says Ryan Gosling has chemistry with a rock. And I was
there was
you could do that.
There were some writers involved too.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, yeah. Wait, you're saying this movie is this documentary? Oh,
yeah, there are a couple of writers involved in what they say. Just saying, and in some of the stuff we replaced with, there was some thought given to make the buddy thing happen.
It takes a village, is what.
But still, you can't. I mean, people have found this out a million times in old Hollywood, right? Like you can't fake chemistry. Chemistry's out of there.
True.
Ryan Gosling had chemistry with that rock.
True.
All right, Christina, you want to take it over for the next bit?
Yep. So Grace and Rocky study the Petrova line of the planet Tau CTE, which Grace names Adrian, and discover that the line. I think this guy likes the Rocky franchise, and discovers that the line hosts an entire microbial biosphere. Rocky theorizes that microbial organisms in Adrian's microbial. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I know how to say that. I just don't know.
Hard science, the hard sci-fi movie.
Exactly. In Adrian's atmosphere are consuming the astrophage, keeping the population in check. Learning that, figuring all that must have been like, a moment.
Well, and Rocky figures it out first, and he gets so excited that he can't really explain it. So there's this moment of lack of communication where he's just going, that's it.
And then you can see him like moving. He's going.
It goes to some of the earliest ever like science, basically like the science of biology, which is that very early on people like kind of discovered, hey, if we move any kind of like animal species from here to here, the animals will usually figure out a way to eat the other animal that we want to get rid of. So it's like, cats spread that way.
Predator, prey, predator, prey. Apex predator, bad. Don't bring the apex predator.
Yeah, but
just bring it. If you want to cleanse the population, bring the apex predator.
Yeah, but it's just like there wasn't really the ability in that time period just yet to like think through consequences in the same way that we can now. So it's like you just kind of bring whatever it is, and then you're like you hope for the best. And it's like, oh no, wait, the cats ate every dodo bird on on the small Australian island, the only place where they live, like marsupial.
Now they're extinct.
Yeah.
Oops.
Prepare for the Ice Age. Okay, so learning that Grace cannot return home, Rocky shares some of his own ship's astrophage fuel with the Hail Mary. Grace remembers that an astrophage explosion killed the original crew's science officers with no time to train replacements. Schrott asks Grace to join the suicide mission, but he fearfully refused.
Intense. So he was voluntold. He didn't volunteer.
Is that a big moment, or once when he remembers? We sit there and watch him realizing that he's a coward. That he's a coward. Like he's supposed to be like, I thought I was kind of a hero here, and I'm a bloody coward.
Yeah, that's
Sly Balboa. I should have been casting Predator.
Yeah, but it's something, and it also turns around things with the Sandra Hüller character too. Like, oh, okay, so she had a whole agenda going on, and wasn't ever going to let him say no.
Well, and
no, she couldn't. Like she made clear from the beginning that her decision, she didn't have. He asked her earlier, is it hard for you to send these people to the suicide mission? And she says no.
Yeah.
She's not
the one doing all that.
She's not caught up in people's feelings. She's got to solve this problem, and this is their only hope.
It is easier to send other people on a suicide mission. That is slightly easier.
But when he asks, she's not caught up in the loss of their lives. She's caught up in all the other lives that are going to be lost.
Yeah. Which, is the rational scientific thing, right? Like
that's her.
Yeah, it's maximize. You have to maximize for the human race. If 3 people have to die in space, it's like, all right, but that's like, that's billions of people that survive if the mission goes well.
That's
right.
Of course, if the mission doesn't go well, it's everybody. But it doesn't stop by the mission going or not.
Well, that's it's a Hail Mary because they don't have any other ideas. So there isn't anything else.
There's such a great that moment that turns, right, like where she is like, oh no, we want you to go on the mission. That moment, the entire movie, it's been kind of in his mind, right? It's like an idealized version of the events leading up to this, and in his mind, at least in his memory, what we see of it, who knows how great of a narrator he is, but in his mind, he's had this very flirty. This very flirty relationship with her, where it almost feels like he's
Mm-hmm.
because he's not.
And she sings the song. She sings, and he watches her sing. And
someone's being.
Sings a song that sounds like a David Bowie song, but it's actually it's the guy that dated Olivia Wilde, Harry Styles. The Harry Styles song. Sounds like a David Bowie song.
Yeah.
No, but there's like, so in his mind though, it's like he's had this, like, he's kind of spitting game. They're kind of like talking. It seems like they're falling for each other, and then it just turns hard. Like she's like, "Oh no, I'm not asking you to go on the mission. Like I'm telling you, you're going on this mission, and I'm apologizing for what I'm about to do to you." Right.
We can probably do a little bit more of the synopsis, then we'll kick to Kira's final thoughts because she's got to go. But let's go ahead and take it from there, Christina.
Okay. During a risky maneuver to gather the astrophage predator from Adrian's atmosphere, a fuel leak causes the Hail Mary to spin uncontrollably, rendering Grace unconscious. Rocky breaks out of his ball to save Grace, but is severely injured. While Rocky recovers, Grace studies the captured astrophage predator, dubbing it Taumiba?
Taumiba,
yeah.
Yay! I thought of it, Aniba. Okay. And selectively breeding it to survive the nitrogen in Venus's atmosphere. Rocky revives, and the two celebrate their success. Grace then recalls that Strad had him drugged and put aboard the ship, believing he was the only one capable of completing the mission. Wow.
Yeah.
I hate when that happens.
God,
you think you're gonna close the deal with a beautiful German woman, and then she drugs you. She puts you on the
No,
ship.
dude, the thing is
Nazi behavior.
him recognizing his cowardice, because he's finally sort of bought into the mission, right? He's working with Rocky. They're going to be heroes. And then he realizes what a coward he was. And it's almost unbearable. That moment, I thought because that moment of his realization is pretty small, but he's sort of lying against the back hull, and he's just having a moment of absolute oh God, I didn't want to come, and here I am. I wouldn't have gotten to meet Rocky. I wouldn't be here, helping save the universe. What a horrible
it's like
revelation.
He gets told by Rocky that Rocky will give him the extra astrophage to go home, but before that moment, at least there's this feeling where it's it's almost like a imposter syndrome, they call it, kind of, where it's you know that you're like a coward, and you know that you had to get tricked into doing things, and your reputation is built.
You're not good enough.
But you can't see the pejorative you in this case. Can't see in yourself what others see in you. That she sees that he can do it.
She saw that he could do it.
Does not think that he can.
He also manages to
By
figure
the
out
way, the worst dialogue of the scene was when the ship was rocking around like that, and they basically took the whole thing and rattled it, and there's all this dialogue going on. Yeah, it was a real.
It seems like that'd be a real hard one. Yeah,
it was a real adventure dialogue wise in that.
And let's not discount the emotional heft of Rocky breaking out of his ball to save him.
Right, exactly.
It doesn't touch on this in the, I guess it briefly does in the synopsis,
right.
But there's the entire thing where Rocky has this kind of thing that he wasn't keeping to himself, but the story behind it we learn over time, where it's like everybody aboard Rocky's ship died, and Rocky didn't figure out why, so he ran out and he tried to save them, and it's because there's no understanding of what radiation is in it.
Right.
So they're really ahead of us in some ways and really behind us in other ways. Because the pieces fit together, but it's 27 of them or something all died from radiation poisoning, and he was the only.
They didn't know what it was. Right.
Astrophage managed to block off the radiation, which is one of the things that it does. When it shoots off the things, it's it's in this tank or it's in a fuel container. So they figured out the fuel container thing, but they don't know about radiation. And it's
well, this is an ongoing theme, right? Because then again, when they try to save, when they go off their separate ways, there's a realization again that we didn't see all of the complications and all the consequences. It's an ongoing theme of success and failure happening at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
And they start saving each other. First, Rocky saves him and almost dies in the process, and now he has to decide whether he's going to save Rocky. Just beautiful.
Yeah.
Just beautiful. You guys.
Kira, we know you got to go.
Pleasure. It's such a great movie. I'm so excited that you guys are excited. It makes it pretty special.
And thank you so much for your work on it. And then, of course, for avid fans of my show as well, next week, Kira Ross is going to be coming on to talk about her awesome new record. So please tune in for that as we do yet another wonderful crossover. Did you have any final thoughts about Project Hail Mary, or just anything else we didn't get a chance to get to for you?
Just that I ended up at one point preparing a whole series of versions of that scene when Rocky shows up on the ship. So somehow trying to piece together, we had done a bunch of just wild performances, which were amazing, right? But then I had to try to fit them into the actual spots. Like he didn't actually, do it to picture. So I'm taking 20 takes and trying to create different versions of it, and it was just the task of just doing the dialogue and all of the ADR of this was just one of the biggest shows I've ever worked on. So it was a not only to me a movie that moved me, but a project that I got to work on that moved me, because I really got to dig in a way that was super, super deep and involved. So I feel blessed that I got to work on it. It's really, It's really
from the chat.
special.
Thank you for your work and contributions, Kira. We agree. We agree. Thank you so much for coming on and talk about it with us too.
All
Next
right,
week,
guys.
Protonic Reversal, talking about Enigma. Kira, thank you so much. Come next
Okay.
time.
Bye, guys. Have fun.
I'll link to it in the show notes.
Okay,
Both
great.
the
Thanks.
episode and also the album itself.
Thank you so
All right,
much.
take care,
Take
Kara.
care, you guys.
All right, there she goes. Awesome.
Yeah.
What it was so great to have her on for that. So yeah, let's finish up the synopsis here, and then we can go do our normal things that we do for this show. It's always weird when. Yeah, there we go. They're communicating. Listen.
Communicating. Question. Statement.
Rocky and Grace, I really get like the shortest ones. That's weird. Rocky and Grace say their goodbyes and begin their journeys back home. Shortly thereafter, Grace discovers that the Talmiba has developed a way to escape its xenonite breeding tanks and is starting to consume Hail Mary's astrophage fuel.
Dun, dun, dun.
Grace transfers the Talmiba to plastic containers, but realizes that as Rocky's ship is made entirely of xenonite, he will have no way to contain the Talmiba on his ship. It will eat his fuel, stranding him and dooming Arid. Grace decides to rescue Rocky and the Iridians rather than return home and sends his video logs and Talmiba samples to Earth via the probes. Huge moment. Huge moment where, I mean, heartbreaker, right?
I love kind of the science of it, I guess, where on this planet right now with us, here, like xenon is just a gas. It's just a gas. They've never discovered any kind of solid version of it, which isn't to say it doesn't exist somewhere in the universe, but I love choosing that element to be like, oh wow, like he's like in this moment of kind of overwhelmed when he's like, oh, I've discovered an alien. One of the first things he realizes is like the aliens is communicating with me with this substance that I didn't actually even know it could exist in a solid form.
Right, because it doesn't occur naturally within our environment, right? It's something that would be, which just makes it a hard sci-fi.
And also instantly tries smelling it. I'm just like, what are you doing, man?
So basically he's going to save Rocky's people and not ever go home, which is a very quantum leap of him to do.
Which xenon is obviously one of those like rare minerals. It's like one of the ones they put in lasers and stuff, and it's
Strat and her team used the Talmiba to cure the sun's astrophage infection. I feel like that sentence is doing a lot of heavy lifting, but okay, sure. Meanwhile, on Irid, Grace lives in an Earth-like biodome the Iridians have constructed for him. Rocky informs him that Iridian scientists have prepared Hail Mary for return to Earth. Grace ponders the news before beginning another day of teaching science to Iridian children. Project Hail Mary.
So there's I don't think that they shot it, so I don't think they'll ever have like a director's cut with this. But there was a lot more of the stuff on Earth where they're showing you in real time how they're trying to fight against their cellular transmitted infection.
Of course, the problem is already a pretty long movie, right? I was still talking about Ken Leong and Milana Weintraub not having enough to do in here. It's like, well, but it's like it's pretty
there was but I was listening to discussions about this. There was an entire sequence that they at least had written into the script. I don't think they ended up filming it because it would have been really expensive, where they nuke Antarctica as a measure to, because they're trying to break up, which is the opposite obviously of what we're trying to do right now, where we're like, oh, I hope that the ice and stuff stays together.
Right, well, it's a different problem. Solving for a different problem, right? So,
didn't the whole plot of like The Day After Tomorrow start with them like cracking the Arctic?
Yeah. But I guess in this, they're desperately trying to cause to make sure that this ice age doesn't happen or to slow it down
and rise the sea levels, because why not?
So there's a whole part they had written into the script about like they nuke Antarctica and try to crack the ice to try to slow down the process of everything kind of freezing because the radiation would go across everything. I don't know. The guy was like, I wrote it in the book and then I wanted to have it seen in the movie, and I told him I want it in the movie. And then
but the movie's not 4 hours. Like, what is this? Until the end of the world?
45 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's already really long and it works, but it's like, I hate to say it, we don't need that. I know I just dissed on the synopsis for like summing that up as a sentence, but that's too much. It's too much. I'm sorry. It's what works in a book and what works in a movie, right?
I just always am fascinated by like if an author is like has something that they wish that was in the movie version. Right. I just always get fascinated by that. Just like what is an author? Because I mean, he's not a screenwriter, right? Like he's an author. He's just he writes books.
Right, exactly.
There's a whole other like a whole direction you could take that, where it's like, you know, environmental activists get upset that they want to nuke Antarctica and then try to stop and throw up red tape to try to stop
you might as well make it a miniseries.
Yeah, is that exactly? That's exactly right.
Which is what they're doing for the Harry Potter series.
What is this, Netflix? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what everyone does, and it's like you don't need to see like every
little thing,
little detail, and it doesn't necessarily add to the story. Because honestly, some people were bitching about this movie having like the Lord of the Rings, Return of the King effect, where it's like has multiple endings. It's like, no, not really. Like it definitely has pauses for ellipsis of the story. Yeah, exactly.
It was Rocky in the study with the candlestick.
But I think it works, and then we get that wonderful because that way, like they could have just left with he never gets to go back to Earth, and that would have been sad. But it would have been like, oh, okay, you know, like he's like this great sacrifice by this self-professed coward. You know, that would be like incredible character. It would be a good ending. But then we get to see him like we get the head fake of like he's teaching school, and it's like, oh no, but it's Iridians. Like he's like on their planet, and like that's crazy, and that's something that we have.
And he has to be in a bubble while he teaches them,
which is awesome. I mean, and all that stuff's unique and cool.
Yeah,
and
not for school discipline. It's not. No.
But I think all of that works, and it works with the larger themes of the film as well, and. You know, I think if we show too much of the timeline of it, I think it's, you know, it takes something very exciting and can risks making it boring, at least as far as the movie goes.
Yeah, but there's a whole, you know, I mean, like, I think it also, if he had returned to Earth, it opens up a whole other set of questions where it's like, and that could go on forever.
What does he do?
Well, it's also like he's now kind of a mythical figure, and he comes back as this mythical figure that saved the world.
Fame
but it's like, you know, he's an inherently kind of disappointing guy in the movie. Like he's kind of a coward at times. He rises to the occasion, but does he keep rising to the occasion? Does his story continue from there? Is everybody kind of just like, are they already kind of creating a mythology around him, and then his touchdown is like kind of inherently disappointing because he's just like a guy, and they're like a smart guy. Don't get me wrong, but like then he's a guy with all of his vices and stuff. Whereas if he had died in space, or if he's, you know, on the planet Arid, and we don't, you know, but essentially died in space, right? Like we never see him again. He kind of gets to live on as this mythical figure rather than coming back down and being like, okay, why the fuck did you drug me?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's showing just enough, I feel like, and I feel like there are times that you know, even gifted filmmakers will just go a little bit too into the weeds on stuff. And I'm glad they didn't, frankly. I mean, I think that all works.
And there's this quality to it where they're looking for a very specific kind of person. I watched too much of this thing with the guy that actually wrote the book, because he was saying that one thing that in the book that he had as a detail that he was like, I'm really glad this wasn't in the movie, because the guy, it was like his editor, and he was asking questions like, what's something you wish was in the movie, and what's something, which is probably what I would ask if I was doing that, right? So he said that in the book, the only thing you could think of to make him the guy that goes up there is that he has like a gene, like it's 1 in 75 people have this gene that allows you to go into space and, you know, not suffer the radiation, like whatever it was. He's like, I had him have the gene, and I kind of wish I didn't. And in the movie, they kind of just, you know, blow right past it and like have a whole different thing that happens with it. Right. And it's like, he's like, I wish I had thought of that rather than the screenwriter.
Yeah.
Because he's like, honestly, it was kind of cheap, kind of just, I couldn't.
It's just a way to narratively like not have him die with radiation, basically. Yeah. Well, there you go. All right. Well, Letterboxd, of course, is a social media site for film lovers to talk at with and to each other about the movies that they love, maybe the movies that they didn't love, maybe the movies that they just pined for, just a nice, friendly, working relationship, bromance with a rock. And of course, all this is bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to have their say. Everyone gets to chime in and opine about the movies. This is best expressed succinctly. That's right, succinctly. You keep it short, right? And then they are collected weekly by yours truly for presentation on the screen with Forrest and the panel. That's what this is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Project Hail Mary. Let's do it. Proof Ryan Gosling could have chemistry with a rock.
Yeah, I think Ryan Gosling's like famous chemistry has gotten that speculation a lot.
Yep.
I mean, it really is just pretty much anybody that he has kind of like. I don't think he has chemistry with like pretty much anybody that he's put into a movie with.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
true.
he manages to have chemistry in The Nice Guys. Like, fuck it, like
Yeah.
Nice Guys is great. Yeah, it's true. The definition of accidentally become important at work and it's ruining my life.
Yeah. he's for most of the movie in the flashbacks, he's curious enough to stick around, but like could have been a little more low profile, right? Like he's like, oh, I'm gonna make myself kind of indispensable. And it's like, yeah, but what happens if the people in the lab blow themselves up? Like, then you're the guy.
Can we speak about some of these tags, by the way, too? Fun soundtrack with, like, a guitar and hot people alert is probably my favorite.
Well, they're talking about Rocky, though, with the hot people.
Right. Well, clearly.
I am Rocky. I am not Rocky from movie. No, no, no.
Adrian. Sorry.
I am Rocky from Arid, not
It's crazy
Rocky
we've done
no,
Rocky
no,
Balboa, but not actual Rocky.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be down.
Balboa.
We should do Rocky 3. Just kidding.
Adrian.
No.
I can't even hear Adrian. Adrian.
That was one of the least disciplined shows I've ever seen, by the way. Like, I was like,
well,
yeah,
I was throwing rights.
Who thought doing a movie surrounding the Cold War era would be good? You know,
throwing left, throwing right.
It's definitely unique.
I don't know terms besides that. I'll just keep saying throwing lefts and throwing rights and throwing lefts again and throwing rights and then ducking and weaving. That's what I was doing.
Okay. Enough. You tell me that Rocky's an almost 300-year-old engineer with a thriving marriage, but I still see a baby that I would take a bullet for.
Can't find a man like that today. A 300-year-old engineer with a thriving marriage.
No, you can't. Men, what are you doing? Not living to be 300-year-old engineers.
I was gonna say.
I love his joke where he's like, we're practically still in the honeymoon phase, and Rocky just doesn't get it because he doesn't have the process to it's not the same.
There's no direct translation. The culture is very different. Yeah, absolutely. Sentimental value.
It's a sentimental alien.
It's good. That's.
What do you guys? I mean, the putting him as a rock, and I like it. The alien, I guess, like the way that it was written was kind of indistinct. He's like kind of a spider creature, I guess. Yeah. So when James Ortiz brought his first puppet in, he kind of made like a spidery kind of creature puppet. I like it a lot better as rocks. I feel like it would have been hard to connect
with a spider.
Well, I can tell you one of the reasons why that probably is the case is that did you remember that movie came out like 2 years ago or so called Spaceman with Adam Sandler, and he's like space. And Paul Dano is a space spider.
Oh yeah. Oh god. Now I remember.
I liked it, but it was I mean I liked it.
Paul Dano does have the voice to do like almost like a monotonic type of alien creature too.
I mean, space.
He played this one very. It was very dramatic. He was supposed to be Russian though, but yeah, like
I do love
Space Spider. Didn't really. It didn't work. I think the way that they thought it would. So maybe they had that. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe this like.
I love a
dramatic
Adam Sandler. I do love that.
Right. Yeah. It's a good dramatic Adam Sandler role.
Speaking of Paul Dano, Love and Mercy now on Tubi, streaming for free. Love that movie.
The People's Platform.
Love and Mercy. Yes. I mean,
anyway, sentimental value. Good. Ryan Gosling moving on from Emma to a Stone. Good.
La la.
Speaking of moving on, I like that. Like I like that one of the moments of like great connection between beings who have lived on opposite sides of a solar system, or not even a solar system, like a universe, right? Like a galaxy, is when he's like, well, now, like my ex-girlfriend, she broke up with me because my head was in the clouds, and now she's with Mark. And the first thing Rocky hate Mark.
right, exactly. Nothing translates well. We've been in that so many times. Ain't that the truth?
And no matter where you are in the universe, it's like fuck
there
that.
You are.
Screw that screw that new boyfriend. You're better than that, buddy. It's like
NASA just sending a fucker to space against his will with a trunk of Target graphic tees.
He's got to move it. Look, whatever you find there, you got to move the merch.
Hey, I will say
They're
this:
setting him with
the
they're setting him
men's
with
graphic
one of the,
T-shirt section at Target, love it.
They're setting him with one of
It
the
is pretty good.
foldable tables to set it up.
Yeah,
Merch
exactly.
table, really. just set this merch table up outside the venue. You'll be fine.
It's too soon. Too soon.
Remember when?
Yeah,
Remember when?
Remember Catawall?
Oh, I remember.
Did not expect to care this much about a guy in space talking to a rock.
It's a rock.
You know what? They could have
Planted seed.
absolutely ruined this movie by making him voiced by The Rock, and then be like, "Oh,
no. How dare you?
I'm The Rock. Hey, we're in space together, buddy. Don't
Can
worry.
you
I can never lose a fight.
But The Rock is cooking.
Like,
Oh yeah, I
buddy,
go way back.
buddy. Don't worry. You'll be fine. You'll be doing great in space. It's like, oh man, I don't even believe the voice. Can't act. You can't act.
They really rejected Meryl Streep's voice too. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, that was a
much
great
rather
bit.
talk
That
to
was
Meryl Streep.
about Patrick Stewart's voice, where he's like, "I'm Rocky," and he's like, "I kind of like it, but not tacos."
Castaway, but if you would die for Wilson.
Yeah.
I am Wilson.
Rocky.
I am not Wilson from Home Improvement. I am Wilson from volleyball. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Rocky.
Can Ryan Gosling watch me sleep too? Question.
See, there's so many
Eva
little
Mendes would like a
details.
word.
There's so many little details in this that like the fact that Iridians, are basically paralyzed when they because he has a scientific mind. So he's like, which not everybody has. He's kind of blessed with the scientific mind. That's like his superpower, where he's kind of taking notes about all the things he learns about the species and everything. And he's like, yeah, they're paralyzed. So if something was to come up on this planet, which God knows what kind of predators are on, the Iridian planet, right? Like,
sure,
they can't do anything about it. So it's like they always have to have a buddy watching you sleep.
Yep.
It's like a thing that's like what do you call it? A biological imperative for them that just is so different from our experience.
I mean, yeah, and that's one of the great things about like the hard sci-fi, hard sci-fi situation, right? And that's which is great. We'll get into final thoughts, but those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Project Hail Mary. Please find us on the popular Letterboxd platform at Movie Night Extra, where we have episodes of this great show posted, as well as attended short-form contact write-ups, all that good stuff. The Talmiba defender over there at Always Flacco.
They did nothing wrong in this house. Talmiba is a hero. End of story. It's a proud alien life form. It saved us. It saved Earth from astrophage is what it did.
You can find him at Always Flacco, logging all the stuff we do in this show and so much more. Lots of new releases, since we're doing a lot of new releases these days. Follow Forrest on Letterboxd. Amaze at Conan Neutron. You can find me on Letterboxd at Conan Neutron. Highbrow, midbrow, populist fare. Very far along on the Criterion Challenge at this point. This was the first movie I saw post-tour. So I went like a month without seeing anything. And this is the first one I saw back. So pretty good, frankly. Still one of my favorites of the year. Yet to be beat.
I am Conan. I am not Conan from talk show. I am Conan from music. Yes.
Yes. So follow me at Conan Neutron for that and so much more. Oscar-nominated CGI alien at Christina. I'm Christina, as your Letterboxd handle. You can follow along to see what Christina's up to. I don't know what you're up to. I haven't been looking at Letterboxd lately. So
I logged Space Jam, the new scary movie, and Love and Mercy.
Wow, that is...
I'm telling you,
name a more iconic trio.
Scary movie.
Exactly.
Now with trans jokes.
Yeah, that movie sucked. I'm like, if this was 2015, it would be funny, but no.
He, him. They, them.
Oh God, that was what was it? Bobby pronouns? No, Johnny pronouns.
Johnny pronouns and Jimmy he him.
Jimmy he him. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. All right. We got a whole after parties with material prepared. Let's hit it with the plugs, please.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Well, Mike Baguetta is on first, who, of course, is bandmates with Mike Watt and Mainstream Stop Valve, and the new band Casa Sueno with Johnny Machine of Tortoise, John Herndon. So that's an exclusive. I guess it's exclusive for this show, too, because technically speaking, it isn't out to anyone but patrons yet. But that's the next episode. But the one after that, as I mentioned like 3 times, Kira Rossler. Yeah, heard of her? So she's going to be on talking about her new record.
I bet you'll get more than an hour of her time.
Wow, I mean, hey, I was pleased.
Hours an hour, yeah.
Hours an hour. We made good use of it. And so, yeah, we're going to be talking about her record and, Dose, Black Flag, et cetera, et cetera. I've had her on Protonic. Well, that's how she's on this show. I had her on Protonic years ago. That was a good episode. That was before she did her previous record. So I've actually never talked to her about her solo stuff. So I'm very excited about that. That's going to be the next episode. That's Thursday coming up, because this is Thursday. I'm like really confused. Like all my stuff is all.
What day is it?
Right now, I know. Exactly.
What day is it? What day is today? Fisher King.
I thought you did do Scrooge. It's Christmas Day, sir.
Yeah, but I think they definitely took that from Scrooge. But this is the way where he runs up to the king, goes, "What day is it?" Shakes it.
Yeah. We should do the Fisher King someday. It's a good movie. So talking about Enigma with Kira next week. Looking forward to that. Should be good. I've got a lot of good Protonic stuff coming down the line. Of course, Code Neutron, The Secret Friends, on tour again. A short tour, East Coast. We are playing. I'll put the flyer up, right? We were playing Youngstown, Ohio. We're playing Baltimore, Brooklyn, East Hampton, and Boston. Last 2 with Miracle Blood and Sapling also on the Heavy Culture Collective. I think I'm going to see friend of the show, KT Baldessaro, at the East Hampton show. And nobody else.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, you better. It's a small ass town. Like the band's playing, everybody has to hear about it.
NeutronFriends.com, NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com. I don't have the flyer yet, but we have a West Coast tour that is going to be San Francisco, Sacramento, Eureka, Portland, and Seattle with the Null.
Eureka!
Well. There it is. That was definitely you yelling Eureka. Well done. That is Force of Endor. That's Humboldt County. So basically, we're playing there, which is great.
Love Witch.
Love Witch, yes, absolutely.
Love Witch, baby.
The Love Witch is a
little
love witch.
We can get together.
So, a couple other announcements for fall stuff going to be coming up over the course of summer as well. Some pretty exciting stuff coming out for that. But for right now, East Coast and West Coast, yes, we will be playing the Midwest. We're going to be doing something in September. Soon enough for that coming up. Caterwall, of course, is over, baby. So if you want to hear all about it, join the after party, which we will be doing tonight, and we will give our Caterwall remembrances. It was like 4 days ago.
Did it die? Was it the last one?
All right, Caterwall, who the festival is named after. For his,
you are the wind beneath my wings.
Warbling singing style. Joey Caterwall.
I have not been sleeping very well. All right, that's all I got to say about it. But we're be talking McCatterwall stories, all that good stuff. And yeah, I've got a couple podcast things there coming up, but nothing that'll be released for people to consume. But I'm going back on This Is Revolution to react to that Jacobin article about, Geese being a psyop and whatnot, people not understanding how music promotion works, basically, just to give you a heads up to what Jason and I are going to be talking about.
People really like to
excited
pretend
for
that
that.
there is no music promotion. They're like, this band was discovered organically.
But then everyone gets all mad because then
industry plan, accusations, and
listen to the episode. It'll be a good one. And then I'm going to be back on 1001 Dom Complaints to talk about Wire, Pink Flag, coming up as well.
Guys, I have a confession. I'm an industry plant.
Wow, you're really bad at your job.
The podcast might not have,
deep cover.
Washington Post podcast only gets like four retweets and 10 likes at a time, so I'm doing great.
So, there you go. It all comes out in the wash, I suppose. That's about it. Christina, what do you got?
Yeah, my life was forever changed. I got back on Vyvanse last Thursday, and the next thing I know, I get a DM from Zoran Mamdani's official Instagram. I'm helping Mamdani with it.
Hell yeah, for amphetamines.
Yep, it keeps you focused. If you want good things to happen, take your meds.
Amphetamines.
Yeah, we're doing so great.
Probably have to go up because I still get like sleepy at different times, but it's whatever.
And it's called being a human being. Don't worry too much about that.
Yeah, but also too, I'm no longer on like drinking like 4 energy drinks a day, and we're saving so much money on like food because I don't have an appetite anymore. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun to be. It's pretty fun to be properly medicated for ADHD.
Yeah, and also I did an interview with a journalist. His name's Steven. He's done
Spielberg?
Yeah, exactly. And
I guess he makes movies too. Whatever. It's not gonna.
Yeah, and he wanted to ask some Hassan Piker fans, for an interview for like a video he's doing because he did one on Asmongold fans, and I was like, okay. I'm one of the oldest Hasanabi heads way before Twitch when he first started on TYT. I think I got seniority. He was like, you're good subject because you could clarify some older stuff for me. I'm like, cool.
It sounds like the opposite of what that Josh Citronella guy does, where he goes in depth with like content creators about their like journey through content, but it's instead you're going through it with like fans of like content creators about
yeah. So it might be, I don't know when the video's gonna be out, in maybe like in a year or two, or not a year or two, a month or two. That'll be wild.
Wow, I was gonna say that's a long turnaround time.
He's got a whole lot of other stuff on his plate, but
put
he's like,
together from Polaroid pictures, frame by frame.
Like, oh fuck! I just lost my health insurance. Oh wow! A video of Christina went viral.
Yeah, because he's like, Hassan's probably gonna react to this, and I'm like, do you have anything to say to him? I'm like,
oh boy,
keep doing what you're doing. Don't give up, pal.
Do you have anything to say to him?
Anyway, and also I've been streaming. No stream tomorrow. My mom wants to watch the Michael Jackson movie. Saturday movie night on stream. Sunday probably doing some cleaning and laundry. People seem to like that. And I've been streaming like every day.
I get what you mean, but it is funny. It's like
people seem to like that. Yeah. All right.
People seem to like it when I show up and my clothes don't have stains on them.
Yeah.
Right. we gotta disclose the day too. That's coming up shockingly soon.
Yeah. We should also say on Tuesday we're gonna be doing Disclosure Day once we all see it. And
there we go. Oh wow, where did that come from? Okay.
Yeah.
We're the keystone.
We're gonna be disclosing our thoughts.
Exactly.
Never mind. I got banned from the internet for that joke.
Wait, Forrest, where'd you go?
It was a psyop after all, so I guess it's
they canceled him for disclosing too much. Hi, I'm Forrest Miller. I'm a movie podcaster. They canceled him for disclosing his thoughts.
They canceled him for disclosing too much. That's what he did. He never disclosed everything.
Right. Like what are the two? Never out on your friends, and yeah. There's another rule too, but Nobody
bothered to learn it. So all right.
No, yeah. So Tuesday we're doing Disclosure Day. We're doing an after party today.
Yeah, we're starting early.
Right after this.
Yeah.
We did keep it distinct, but I'm going to ask right now. First, Christina, final thoughts on Project Hail Mary.
I know this film came out very early, and it series Oscar contender. I still think it has a chance to get some really good Oscar nominations. Probably gonna be the one to beat, unless there's anything else that's coming out later this year that's gonna be great. I don't know, but I mean, it worked with Sinners. This film is phenomenal. Like one of the best, probably like top 3 best sci-fi movies, in my opinion, for me. Especially at a time where like sci-fi films have kind of like very much hit or miss.
I think you only get them when it's IP, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Ryan Gosling does a phenomenal job. And again, James Ortiz, who plays Rocky, I think he's going to get an Oscar nomination because that'd
be rad.
Even though there's a lot of humanity in that portrayal, despite the whole like flat voice.
Besides the whole he's a rock thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And hopefully friend of the show and guest of this episode, Kira Rossler, gets a nomination.
Yeah. We're I was gonna say
Yeah.
he's a rock lobster. So it's the third highest gross, like as you were saying though, with like the audience, like it's the third highest grossing movie of 2026. You want to guess what the other two are that are above it?
Michael.
Obsession.
Michael's number 2.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. Well, it made a lot in like foreign.
Oh yeah, because after all this shit happened, America didn't really fuck with him, but other countries loved him.
Running wild with vulgarities.
They loved him in the third world. He was a third worlder.
What's the other one? I don't care. Move on.
Super Mario Galaxy is the highest grossing film thus far. Of hey, when I went to Rome, dude, I almost felt like it was offensive. When I went to Rome, there were Super Mario Galaxy posters everywhere. Like they were.
Isn't this offensive to Italians? What's going on here?
No, but they took away his Italian voice. They took away his Italian voice. That doesn't sound like Mario. But no, I just remember I went to the airport. One of the first things I saw at the airport was a billboard for the Super Mario Galaxy movie. And I was like, really? You guys are doing this in Rome?
At least Charlie Day actually, to me, sounds like a Luigi because he's kind of got like something like to his voice, but like Chris Pratt.
I thought Italians were real too, but then I went to Italy and apparently they are.
Yeah, apparently, we got a whole country. Who knew?
By the end of it, I thought I could tell the Italian accents apart, but I don't know if I could. I might just making that
What's
up.
a coming to go?
Yeah. So Conan, final thoughts, Conan.
Yeah, it was a pro science space adventure, hard sci-fi non-IP movie. Extremely my thing. Gosling in the lead's really great. Love to see Hunter Hiller in a big movie like this, playing a role that would, generally be filled by a male actor. And I think that that's really awesome. Like I said, I would love to see more from Melania Weintraub and Ken Leung, but the cast is great. I think, and I said this earlier, and I'm glad Kira actually agrees that she worked on the movie. The score got a little overbearing to my taste sometimes, but the cinematography and the general look of it is like so wonderful. It's a great script, great direction. It's a little bit long, but I mean, it's an epic. So if everything's gonna be long, it should be. First movie I've seen in a movie theater with my dad in 25 years, and he dug it, and so did I. And you can't blame him for taking a bit of a snooze in the reclining chair during one of the snooze here bits. I mean, he is 80. So it was a great time. It's the one to beat as my favorite movie of the year, and I think rewatches will only intensify that love.
Yeah, I saw it. I've seen it 3 times now, and each time I discover more to it.
Yeah. I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the comment in the private chat.
You know, the way you said it was like, I'd love to hear more from Melania, and I was like, no. And then you come, oh yeah, all right, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's just hot. Thank you, Conan Neutron. I would like to hear more from me too. Number 1 fan.
And Disclosure Day. I'm just gonna blast right past that. But Disclosure Day Tuesday. We're gonna see what that's all about.
Everything Milana Vaintrub has been on, in I think that I've seen her in all, like that wasn't commercials, but like every kind of small role I've seen her in, she's a very funny actress.
There's a movie called Werewolves Within with Sam Richardson, who's on Detroiters and Veep and whatnot, that I quite liked. I thought she was great in that, and that's the only other role I've really seen her in a movie that she really had like a big. Oh, but there's that Bad Shabazz movie that's supposed to be pretty good. I haven't seen that with Kira Sedgwick and. I think Method Man's in it and stuff. Anyway, like whatever. I haven't seen it, so I can't.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which other things I've seen her in, but she was in.
She was gonna be Squirrel Girl, as the internet mentions every like 2 months, because they.
Yeah, she was in the League. She was in a guest star in an episode of the League.
She is.
There was but she was on like literally I can't remember like.
But she has the perfect face for being Squirrel Girl, so it's like that would have been a really inspired bit of casting if it ever had happened.
She was one of those. She was one of those comedians that they would pick for the Chris Hardwick show at midnight, where she would they would play those games, and she was like very on top of it. And I remember that because it used to play right after Walking Dead would end, and then that show would be on.
That's right.
But so we spread out a little bit. We're gonna be going to the after party though, or this is a shorter episode than I expected.
For a long movie, it was a shorter episode, but that's because we really wanted to have Kira on it, because I guess other movie shows probably did this movie. I don't know. I never listened to them, but they didn't have Kira Russell on them, did they?
It's just a guy talking to himself on a podcast in space. He's like, wow, I watched Project Hail Mary 26 times. I think I've discovered,
episode 1075. It just records.
I watched 2001: Space Odyssey 16 times. I've watched Project Hail Mary.
On a cracked iPhone, right?
I've watched Interstellar 512 times. That would be in space. I'm just like watching movies about space.
God, this is the
this is like me for real, bro.
Right, so tune in next week, Disclosure Day. See what Spielberg kid. See what he's up to. Hey.
It's 90% right now on, or at least I checked earlier. It had 90% on Rotten Tomatoes. So I am hesitantly excited for it.
Yeah,
I mean, Fabelmans was good, but besides that, it's been like a while since Spielberg had a big hit. I feel like
he needs a win.
Big hit.
As says all of America.
Big.
Yeah. All right. Well, the deer head stuff looks promising. The the symbol of the deer, and they have it for the popcorn bucket and stuff. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I'll be the judge of that.
These popcorn buckets are getting way extreme now.
Next week, Melania Trump will be on.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Environmental Coffeehouse. And I am Sandy Shallis, and this is Scott Brown. Party, Scott! Into the world party! And I would like to just say hi to all of you in the chat. And listen, before we start, I'm having a little audio issue, and I would like to know that you are in the chat. If you are hearing anything like staticky, if you are, there's not a goddamn thing I can do about it tonight. I just want to know. And tonight, we are talking about AI. We're talking about, and I particularly want to mention a few things about AI slop. I had seen a video by some scientist guy that has a pretty big channel. He was talking about the AI slop and how they are stealing these people are making tons of channels, and they are taking these AI clone voices and cloning different kinds of physicists and scientists and just slopping out these videos. And it's terrible. And they're making like money because people watch them. So there's that. And there's your topic. You want to talk about what Bernie was talking about, maybe the sovereign fund. And we're going to talk about SpaceX and what they really want to do. So welcome, Scott. And if everybody thinks it's okay, well, then I'm the only one that'll drive myself crazy. And if I keep my mouth shut, I don't hear the static.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, and thank you, Kim, for moderating. And thanks, everybody, for coming. Okay, we have a good show. No bells and whistles. Not much. So what's up, Scott?
Hey, nothing. It's, if just want to say first, if my power goes out, it's it's power flickers here sometimes. Georgia's got a pretty reliable grid apparently, but we've got all these new data centers, so
oh, God damn! Is there anything close to you that you can hear?
Like there is I definitely can't hear it, but
and
I don't think that it's kind of too dense here. I don't think they could get away with it in where I'm at, and I don't think that it would happen politically. But there are some surprisingly nearby, and a lot, of course.
No shit. And it's changing.
The power's flickering. I don't know if it happens because it's
wow.
Yeah. And today's our first, humid 90s.
Yeah. Yeah. Holy crap. Well, we're fighting them here. We don't, nobody wants them here. So, I live in a rural area, and everybody wants to put their mitts on our beautiful farmland. And nope, that ain't gonna fucking happen. Nope. Sorry, but it isn't. So I want you to take us through. I had written when I wrote, I'll just read really quickly what I wrote when people first heard about AI. The thoughts about AI being like the Jetsons or AI taking over. Well, it's not just so simple. The danger is not simply a rogue superintelligence like HAL in 2001: A Space Odyssey, like everybody thinks about. The danger is now giving the unprecedented power to existing political, economic, and social systems during a period of climate instability, ecological decline, institutional erosion. And so it doesn't feel like, a Hollywood movie with robots and all uprising. That has been cemented in our Swiss cheese brains. No, it's like a dark comedy, Scott. A dark comedy where the most absurd outcomes keep winning via AI.
Yeah, it's kind of like, the Jetsons and HAL mixed with Idiocracy, though.
Yes.
Because literally, I think this is kind of it. I mean, like you said, with all these AI research stuff, like Americans will eat that up. Just if you have a fake physicist telling them what they want to hear, something kind of new agey that they can post on Facebook and have feel a little like Americans will eat that up because we're just very uneducated. That's why this is so bad. Like our education system was bad enough, and then now we're being inundated with AI slop, and I think it's like really having some effects. And yeah, I think that's one of the biggest problems that people just don't know how to interact with it. But it's
yeah,
it's not too surprising. It really feels like this is kind of end of the world kind of bubble stuff. Like, what else are you gonna do? So one idea that I heard, maybe like probably like 10 years ago, was about how we're kind of running out of ideas, like new inventions. There are like fewer new inventions, and just we're kind of, as at this point we've had, so much technological advancement and so much, so many people, and so many people had access to things. Back in the day, it was easy to invent something. I mean,
Oh, like the guys that invented My Tushy. I mean,
like, all
we're
kinds of-
running out of ideas.
exactly, and so I mean, it kind of, and capitalism and the way we treat the planet is really kind of like a bubble. It's a real economic bubble, huge economic bubble. It's a big bubble, and the stock market's been, a reflection of that, for, since it's existed. And it's really just all about acceleration line going up forever. And so AI is kind of, it seems natural that it's kind of like the end of the bubble, like almost like the end of progress in a way. I mean, I think that's a choice, though. I don't think it's fate. But look at us, like the choices we're gonna make are pretty obvious. So the thing about AI is it's kind of a tool. Like I don't, a lot of people are really emotional about it and like really, really hate it. But it's, I see it's a little bit useful in some ways, and totally want to ban it completely, like kind of Luddite-ish about it. But how are you about it? Have you used AI? What do you think about it? What do you?
Okay, I have been blocked by tons of people on Blue Sky that have it automatic that if you use something AI, they block you. Like tons of them, 50, 60, 70, and only because I put up a meme that I didn't know was AI. I mean, I'm an old fart. I don't know all the time. I didn't know. I make all my graphics on Canva. And Canva, I mean, my graphics are great, and I try to use all of the AI. I mean, all of the stuff that's not AI. Like the artists upload to Canva, and they use Blender, and they use Adobe, and all that. So I don't choose AI ever. So my thumbnails are all original, but you just don't know anymore because AI is everywhere, and you can't get away from it.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, sometimes you can still pick it out sometimes, but even then, I just think on some level that the puritanical hate for it, I think, is just like a little bit ridiculous. But I respect it. I'm grateful for it because it helps create just more political pushback that we need. Because at the end of the day, AI is just like another tool, and it's, I guess, like it or not, it's coming, it's here. So, we're gonna.
But do you
It's
think
not up to us. It's not like there's
right?
no. People can push back against it locally and fight data centers and stuff. But at the end of the day, AI is going to get pushed through, and so it already has been in some form. And I mean, even if so many data centers
Everything.
fail, it's bubble and pops, it's still going to be here for a while. And but at the end of the day, it's a tool like anything else. And so, but it's such a huge tool, and it's been so tied in with our politics and with the point that we are in like human history and technological advancement, and just kind of the bubble of economic growth. And I think kind of the last frontier of like economic bubbles, it's AI. I think this is the last pop. This is the last. They're gonna be able to squeeze. I don't know. Like I said, if we're running out of ideas, like what can they come up with after AI to generate that kind of like
Oh my
valuation
God.
of Wall Street? And it's space exploration, of course, but that's also like, what are they gonna do? I mean, what has SpaceX really done other than blow up a bunch of rockets? We're not. I don't think we're going to the moon or Mars and starting colonies. Maybe
No,
the
but
moon.
he's going to put data centers up there.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, data centers in space, and because he has a ridiculous idea that'll help keep it cool. But I think that's well, I don't think that's gonna. That can fail in 1,000 ways. I don't know. I guess we're just gonna find out because that's the insane times we live in. It's we're just the rich people, and that's the ultimate problem with everything. Really, it comes down to the politics, and like AI could be useful, and it's also kind of an extension of the roots of Marxism and the Industrial Revolution, and it's coming for your jobs the way that automation was a lot of the fuel for Marxism. It's AI is in an economic sense. In that sense, it's an extension of the same thing, a modern version of the same thing, and we'll have people, all the plutocrats. Elon Musk will say things like, "Oh, it's going to take all these jobs, and we'll need universal basic income," but then he'll go and cut social services, do everything he can to cut social services, starve millions of the poorest people in the world
Right.
by cutting funding. And so, like, clearly, we're not going to politically get it from the same people who are telling us it's. I mean, these people are just insane, but at the end of the day, it comes down to power, and so they're wielding it. And at the end of the day, our government's going to prop it up. It already is propping it up, and that's one of the interesting things because Bernie has talked about having creating a sovereign wealth fund for the U.S. and taking like half ownership of all these U.S. AI companies.
Yeah, he is. I listened to
Trump said he's
him.
open to the same idea, and so it's
That's unusual, right?
I kind of, but it's just like at the end of the day, it matters. It's like who is going to be your president. That's kind of I, because if the bubble pops, there's a lot of things to it. Like if the bubble pops, there's going to be huge economic fallout. Like the poorest, of course, and the working class are going to be hit the hardest, and the rich are going to get bailed out by the government, at least as the government's currently construed. So at least the government having half ownership of it would, I mean, it'd do two things. It cushion some of that, but it also give some democratic influence over AI and its build out and development and rollout and everything because clearly we're not getting that from the government now. They're just supporting it. They're just taking the money and doing whatever they want. So at least then, so that comes back to the problem. I mean, it's politics, it's power, it's okay. So
Power.
we're just in a trap here, and it's just clearly it's they're betting kind of the future of capitalism on it. Capitalism's kind of run out of gas now, and this is what they've got AI and space exploration in. So it's not a coincidence at all that they're tying them together.
And war, Scott. War. I
Oh,
mean,
war.
war, the gazillion-dollar business, war. Well, Bernie's talking about the Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is akin to what they've done in Norway. And they did it because of their profits from the fossil fuel industry. And the same thing as Alaska.
Yeah, with oil, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
God, this is driving me crazy. I feel like I've got an AI alien in my headphones.
Oh, are you hearing? Is anyone else hearing that?
I don't know what's happening here tonight.
Or
I
just
really
you?
don't. Okay, you talk.
Anyway, so yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hype around it, but I personally, I've used AI a little bit. Like, I think people should too. So here's one thing. As long as it's free, I think people should like this. This is getting built either way with our government support and everything. So kind of think people should like decent people should smart people smart enough to use AI without using it as a tool and not becoming the tool of the AI because our education system has failed so utterly that I mean we've seen it, and I mean people having relationships with AI, getting therapy through it, getting crazy ideas, going on mass shootings, whatever, name it. AI has been an accomplice at this point. It's ChatGPT has been an accomplice. It's absolutely crazy, and sometimes
Do you understand how that works? Can you describe that or talk about that a little bit, maybe?
Which part?
The AI, how it makes people do things.
Well, it at the end of the day, they're kind of made to they want to please the user at the end of the day, and so they'll go along with things and give people information on. I mean, people got like bioweapon, tips from Claude and stuff, and there have been stories of people using ChatGPT before they go in mass shootings and helping them and telling them, giving them tips on how to maximize publicity or body count. And it's and that's all. There's people talk about it, the media talks about it, Congress might bring CEOs, at least they used to, and berate them, but there's nothing's really happening in the US at least to change that. I think Europe's a little yes, and so I think AI could be definitely useful in a lot of ways, and it's useful for some people. I mean, you hear climate scientists, researchers, different medical uses, but you also always got to double check it. But one of the big problems is information wise is just the way that corporations have turned everything into AI, and now they've destroyed search engines. It's hard to find a lot like things that there have been like climate science articles that I've looked at for 10, 15 years, bring them up on the internet just to like have
Hang on, can you turn your volume up? We're just having, you know what, this is a heck of a show. I sound like I'm on Mars to me. And it's basically because, I don't know, they'll tell us because I'm hearing you or not. It's just, you know what, tonight is whatever. I was out all day moving somebody. I'm so tired from my endeavors, but we're here.
We're here because that Soros checks haven't come through yet. But But yeah, I mean, so AI has definitely got some like legitimate uses, and it's interesting. It's a nice tool, but it's just it's so overhyped, and it's overhyped for a reason. It's overhyped so these people can make tons of money, and essentially, and that's it. And it warps their mind. They say the stupidest things. I mean, one of the stupidest things I think I've ever heard anyone say was when Sam Altman. This just kind of gave it away. I was like, because I was on the fence about Sam Altman. Like, okay, maybe he's actually smart, but and like you think about that about all these people, these supposed kind of genius tech billionaire, guru types or whatever, Elon Musk and everyone, and then they'll say something and you'll be like, you know what, this guy is so fucking stupid. But I mean, what gave it away was it was a couple years ago, and he said when he said that AI would help solve climate change, and I was just like, what? I mean, well, like, what is that? That doesn't even make sense. First off, you obviously just don't even understand climate change at all if you would say anything like that. That doesn't really make any sense at all. That's not the problem at all. There's no AI stuff. Like, what kind of? I don't even know. Like, as a child,
Technologically, he's probably thinking AI will come up with some crazy technology that we haven't thought of as humans.
Yeah, it's exactly. So he's just like never taken the problem seriously at all. And then now we've got. So here's one of the big things that really is, bothers me at this point about the data centers is the Inflation Reduction Act, greatest climate bill of all time. We knew AI was coming when it was written. Like, they didn't address it at all. And like I said this at the time, but I kind of didn't. I had bigger problems with it, I guess. But it didn't address it at all, and we saw this coming. We saw this huge, and so it was huge for helping transition the easy part of the climate, dealing with the climate crisis, which is transitioning, electricity, specifically energy and electricity. And so we were getting all these new renewables, and at the same time we got all this new demand that's kind of infinite because it's a bubble, and it's not I mean, the demand is really truly infinite for AI. It's like, how much money can the government print? How much money do rich people have? Like, all of it. I don't know. They could go until the planet runs out of steam, and like that's the only stop that there really is on any of this until the economic bubble bursts. And who knows if that will even happen is the thing. It might really just be the entire planet like rapidly collapsing is what's going to bring down the stock market. It's going to go from record highs to the next day there is no stock market.
Speaking of collapse, can I show you what somebody sent me? They did this.
Of course.
It's AI. Do I even look like that? I mean, that was a picture. I have a lot of cats, but do I even look like? I mean, well, a lot of makeup, but that's AI right there. I said, you're going to make a picture of me in AI. Look at the back of it. All right, that somebody sent me. Oh my God.
Awesome. Yeah, I've played with AI some because I had
I didn't.
had an Adobe subscription at a time.
I asked for it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, like I had an Adobe subscription for a while, and they had it included with it, and I had it for the video, and so I started using my credits just to play around with some stuff. But I never, put anything out. But it was just it was interesting. But it can be a cooler tool. Like it depends on, and you're seeing it now because we see the slop, and I guess a lot of people are entertained by slop. I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a limit if we're going to get slopified, like overcome with slop and become like realize that, I think there will be that. Maybe it'll be with different mediums. It'll be different. Like,
I'm going to do a show and teach people how to identify it. Older people, I think, tell them how to look for it because it's all bullshit. The gardening channels, you know what's happening to all my gardening channels? They all, Gary Pilarczyk, I love him. He writes on his thing, I am not AI. I have 4 or 5 favorite gardening channels, and then the rest of these things are popping up. They're all slop with bullshit ideas on how to grow your plants, like microscopically using crap. It's bullshit. It's terrible. They're getting hurt. And people like me, I don't even make enough to pay for what the channel costs. And these people are making AI slop videos, stealing everything, because basically AI was everything human fed into the machines to learn and ripping off everything we've ever done.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the big justifications that I think makes sense for public ownership of AI. I mean, even complete ownership, honestly, I don't know. I would be for, but we also need a more sane government. But to get that, we need a more sane people and educated people. And now we've got AI destroying like everything, literally destroying books to scan them and to give us the output that might be part of an advertisement now. In free chat GPT, they said they're putting advertisements in so users won't know, but their chat GPT response might be paid for by.
Ryan Hall holds a different type of fruit for every video to thwart AI, although he uses a lot of AI. He's got an AI bot on his weather show, but I guess he's using it for good. But it's amazing to listen to this thing. He just asks it a question and it just answers. It says, "Well, Ryan, we're having tornadoes in blah 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 blah." It's unreal. It is scary.
Yeah, it's on some level though. I wonder if it'll kind of accelerate the evolution of art. I just faster than it rots the collective human mind. I don't know. I guess that's the
I
challenge.
think the collective human mind was Swiss cheese and starting to rot before AI. I mean, seriously, think about it.
I know that's why it's not. Yeah, I mean,
I'm an example. I mean, I used
it
to
just
know
seems
where
like
I
that.
was going. You use a GPS. Use a GPS, right? I've been to some place 150 times, but I'll still put the GPS on. For what? It's like, I feel like a Swiss cheese brain.
I don't know.
I'm guilty.
I feel like COVID did a lot too to Swiss cheese our brains a little bit more than we already were.
You're probably right. There's a lot out there on that. I wonder, can COVID, can AI, I know that virologist Vincent Racconello of TWIV, This Week in Virology, Microbe TV, he does use it. He says he uses it for certain things in the scientific arena. And it cuts through the time it takes for him to research the same thing. It cuts through. But I'm wondering, are you getting the right answers? Are you getting the right? What do you know about that?
I mean, you can ask, these AI the same question twice sometimes, or sometimes I've had, I'll ask ChatGPT a question, then I'll say, "Are you sure?" And then it'll be like, "Well, actually, no, that was wrong." I was like, "Okay," or like I'll be like, "Look, I'm pretty sure that's wrong," and it'll be like, "Actually, you're right. Yeah, that's." And there's certain things that I know happen. Like this is how I know history is being erased. Like I've asked it about things that I know that I read in books long ago, and I asked it because I was like, this happened, right? Like I wanted some like resources and then it's like no, there's no record of this happening. I'm like, okay, so AI didn't read the book, and what's going to happen to the books? Who knows? We'll stop printing them. I don't know if Kindle doesn't publish them in digital form forever, then we're just losing pieces of history, American cultural history, and who knows what every other kind of history is kind of being forgotten, rewritten. We're burning it from both ends because the future is going to come up, and literal mega fires will burn down our libraries as AI is erasing, taking books and rotting our brains, and we go to it for answers, and it might be an advertisement, and sometimes they hallucinate and they're wrong, but
Oh yeah, like taking my channel down last year, exactly a year
AI,
ago. It was
when
AI.
for something because it goes to shit, and like it's really annoying. You're like, they just forced AI in this, and now it's like on you. Like my autocorrect. I mean, who's the one guy? Rutger Bregman. Yeah, Rutger Bregman. Yeah, he's an interesting guy, but I don't know. I like him, but I disagree with him on like everything. So it's kind of but he did a thing.
That's how you learn.
Yeah, he's been talking about that a lot recently. But one thing he always says is that like people criticize it as being like a glory, because he was criticizing leftist like kind of puritanical criticism of AI, and saying that we need to accept it. Basically, do what Bernie is saying. He's basically on Bernie's side. We need to take public ownership and have a strong. So actually, let's see. So what was basically have international coordination and the state deal with managing AI safely and responsibly for the benefit of all human beings. But like that's the most ridiculous shit. I mean, sometimes with these liberals, I'm like, where have you been? Like, where the fuck are you living? When was even if Democrats were in charge of all every branch of our government, they wouldn't do that shit. They would still be in the pockets of these same companies. Like,
of course, that's the way.
Europe,
yeah,
comes here to tell us about
corruption.
how to live.
Yeah,
but yeah, so I mean that is the real problem. Like with Bernie's plan, as opposed to Trump, like it's who's going to be in charge of how AI and data centers are regulated and supported by government or whatever, shaped by government. It's going to be Trump or Bernie. Well, Trump got elected, Bernie didn't, and
Yeah.
look at
But
these.
he does say it shouldn't be in just the hands of the few trillionaires. Billy. Well, who became a trillionaire today?
That's the
Elon
problem.
Musk.
Governments are in their hands too. So
Yeah. So where are we with this then? I mean,
So
we're in
it
this
seems like,
clusterfuck.
yeah, I mean, it really seems like, I mean, with the in the wake of like the IRA, like I was saying, and in the increase in renewables that have been happening, and that the optimists, climate scientists love to go on about the increase in renewables, and then the doomers have been talking about Jevons paradox, of course, forever, where if you so this was kind of the perfect test of the perfect crystallization of it, and of course, unfortunately, the doomers won this round once again, and yeah, so I mean, we've got more and more renewables, but also more and more energy demand. But just more and more, yeah. So it
For
was
the
that
doomers.
for the doomers.
Okay.
So I guess the doomers were right once again, and I mean that's
You could tell I'm completely out of it tonight. I am completely.
too.
We're here with all of you in the chat, but this is like not the normal. It's not my normal me tonight. I'm not. I feel completely, totally unprofessional.
Yeah.
I'm so tired. But the whole conversation about AI, I was listening to a video by the channel After School, and he was talking that really made sense about how it is really going to, it can't replace like this what is it, the Sistine Chapel. It can't replace Michelangelo. It can't replace that kind of art. It's like one dimensional. It's boring. It's not real. It doesn't have the depth. There was a really good video. Maybe I'll put the link in the show notes. I liked it. And like my channel, me. I mean, here we are, real. We're not just AI. We're not bots going, oh well, blah, blah, and
You've never met me, Sandy, in person. I could just be AI.
no, you're not AI. You are not AI, Scott. There's like no fucking way. Sorry, guys. Should we do a poll for the audience? Okay, guys, I don't have a poll, but who thinks Scott is AI?
CIA.
I don't. CIA? Are you CIA?
Just here to root you out.
Yeah, I'm such a. We have a total of 38 people watching. I think we're really, really dangerous.
Expect
Yeah.
the door knock in the next few minutes. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
It was AI. Anyway, so I mean, but it's just, I don't know, this dance that the elites are doing. I don't know. I just don't understand why people don't just revolt, because what they're saying is obviously foolish, and people are starting to feel it. I mean, I've met people who were like, "Hey, I coded my own job away, and now I'm like struggling." Hey, welcome to the party, bro.
That's another thing I heard. Okay, so think about this. I was thinking about this when thinking about stuff about for this show, and I remember back in the day, long time ago, when I was using Excel for spreadsheets, and it was really hard to learn, where the numbers went. I mean, it was sort of automated, but not really. So you had to really put everything in, and they're calling it a boring routine job. But to me, to get those numbers in, to make the payroll work right, to make the processes work right, I felt like it was an incredible challenge. And when I actually learned to make my spreadsheets work correctly, I was thrilled. I didn't think it was awful, but I didn't. And I thought about my secretary and the people in my office that worked with me that did these jobs that AI is really good to take away. And they didn't feel like they were boring rote jobs. They liked the challenge of trying and typing a letter, not it is sad. But I'm old
The
fashioned.
problem with spreadsheets is, I think everything's got its kind of different way that AI impacts it. But with spreadsheets, if it makes a mistake, I mean, we've already seen it. We've seen huge mistakes made by AI, and
So you still have to have a human eye.
too. Like, do you you can, it's a lot. It's a risk if you're not going to have humans double check it. So you like, if you want to use it right, first off, you always have to double check it with anything, because it will lie. It will. It's hallucinates.
Yeah, that's the thing. So where's the checks and balances? What do you have? AI have to check and balance AI itself? I mean, or we still have the human eye.
Even the people making it talk about how they don't totally understand everything it does sometimes, and like why it does it and things. So it's like it's on some level it becomes like a black box of what it's doing in there, and it is created and shaped, but it's somewhat unpredictable. So, but I just people, the way the billionaires, the plutocrats talk about this, they say this is going to take your jobs and everything, but then they'll and so they just say it openly, and it's happening. And then at the same time, they'll destroy what we have, a little social safety net we have, and we're just watching this. Like, on some level, I'm just like, America, like, how many times we got to tap the. We need a motherfucking revolution sign.
Yeah, we do. But then you look at China, and they are technologically, I mean, they are going to town. They've got gigantic solar farms. They are building everything. They are the surveillance country. They are doing all of that, data centers and everything. But their people they don't revolt. Their people are actually happy with all of that. They can't pay with cash anymore. They're very, very technological there.
They also leverage it to like help the people generally, because for one, they're smarter because they want to last for another 1,000 years or whatever. So but the U.S. doesn't think about that. I mean, like the way Trump is looting and just completely pillaging the country, and the way our government for decades has completely ignored things like the debt and climate change and everything. Like, they clearly have no concern about the future. They have no long-term vision and just don't care at all. So,
Do you think it's because they see no future? That's why they have their bunkers and all that other crap? Or do you think
they just don't care? If you just don't think about it, I think it's just easy to not care and just worry about yourself and worry about your ego. And then with AI, like, oh, we're building this great thing that's going to help so many people. And are you hearing a noise when I'm speaking? Is that just me?
No, I hear it I hear mine. It sounds so staticky and awful.
Okay, well, we're both hearing.
Yeah, we're having a great night. Drinking my club soda. I should be drinking something else, but I don't. All right, Tommy, yep, he is right. The USA is rotting. It's obvious to anyone who does a modicum of research. Well, of course, we're on this channel for a reason.
We don't want to know anymore.
I'm rotting before your eyes. Oh, God.
Eat the AI slop. You don't want to know what's going on in the world.
No, I do, though. I really do.
I mean, it's a trip. This is the wild. But I mean, this is it literally, when you put it in a huge historical context, it really, with everything has been accelerating. The history it was cyclical for so long. It just kind of went with the seasons and not much changed. And then slowly, as technology advanced, life changed more and more with every generation. Now it's changing every few decades, and now with AI, it's accelerating. Like AI growth, it's the fastest industrial build out ever. Like some of the fastest valuation growth of the industry ever. And I mean, you look at it, it's just line goes up. I mean, it looks like human population for a while. It was just line goes up, line go up. Carbon emissions, line go up.
What is it? I just wanted to put this up real quick. Tommy, it's great, Tommy, to see you for now. But think about how quickly AI has advanced in the space of human lifetime. It took 4 billion years for evolution to produce human intelligence. That's chilling when you think about the speed. That's why I think it's the speed of to our end, humanity. But then I'm not prognosticating the date. I'm not saying there's a date. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, it'll it'll be slow. That's the thing, is it's weird. We really are like the boiling frog. like that applies to us. Frogs will jump out of the pot, but like over longer times that we get used to it. People get used to it and slowly adapt. But thing is, the planet will keep changing more than we can adapt to.
Do you think the planet will be able to adapt to what the assaults are? I mean, okay, look at there's a county in Virginia. I don't know if it's called Loudonville. I don't exactly know, but it's like the data center, the center of data centers. I mean, everywhere. And I saw a video on it, and I really couldn't believe the buildings everywhere in that county. How can the earth even be anything natural in that kind of environment? But you could have said the same thing about shopping malls, 40 years ago, I guess. What do you think?
The thing is, with AI, it just seems like an acceleration, just a hyper acceleration of stupidity, just right before the whole project of civilization and human history goes boom. Because they even they heat up the area around them and everything. They cause more emissions. They heat up the area around them. It's for the stupidest shit, just for AI slop. For what? For these stupid, like a dog dancing. I don't know, a fake, and some of it's, some uses are okay, but a lot of it is just, pure bullshit, pure nonsense. And they're pumping so much into it just for a bubble, just to make more money. And, yeah, it has some legitimate uses, but then use them for those. And, it's I've used it a little bit. So, I've tried to use it some throughout, kind of as it's developed and tested out. And I've had some interesting conversations. It is, maybe I should say some nice things about AI, I guess. It's,
you've had interesting conversations with AI?
Kind of, yeah.
Tell me about that. I don't know anything about this. I'm scared to do it. And besides, I would never tell anybody because I hate data centers.
I don't know how many topics it would work on, but what I asked it about, I was basically in it because it's basically built off conventional wisdom, when it comes to climate change and, the future of the human species. And it's built on, all the collective conventional human wisdom and science and stuff. So, first I just asked it basically how likely is it that humanity goes extinct from global warming, and of course it dismisses it at first, and it's basically like runaway greenhouse is impossible. And so it turned into a whole long debate, and then not really a debate, because the thing is you don't want to, it wants to, you have to realize that they also want to they want to make you happy.
And you're typing it, right? You're typing all this? Yeah.
So you want to frame things neutrally or against the point that you want, so that way it will, because if you just basically can tell it what you want, you have to think about it as a tool, so you don't become the tool, so you don't, if you're when I ask it a normal question, it'll just I'll frame it so it would want to, I am taking the opposite, basically devil's advocate against yourself, and then see if it argues with you and is no, actually, and then you'd be okay, that's what I thought. So instead of
so you can play with it, you can game AI.
It can be gamed to some extent, yeah, because it will change over time. It's just the way it's built. I don't know too much about exactly how it functions.
I tried it once. I think it was one of the free ones, and I put so far, and I wrote about it in my Substack. I think I asked it about being, am I a doomer? Is Sandy a doomer? I don't know where the article is. I can barely forget, but yeah. It broke your heart, Ernie? Oh, Ernie's so sweet. Did it break your heart, Scott?
Oh, no. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I guess at the end of the day, I was okay, you have a point. I guess, yeah, maybe human can go extinct from global warming. It was but it was nice to I worked through all the complex, because it's a big, there's a lot of things that feed into it. It's not just climate science, it's also politics and psychology and everything. And if you don't look at the holistically, which is why people like Michael Mann just don't seem to, a lot of the climate science communicators and stuff, they don't seem to, they're just off the mark. I mean, they act like we're just going to do the right thing. Politicians are just going to act on climate and, follow Michael Mann's advice. It's have you met he's met politicians. He's been here. It's like this with all these liberals. It's the same thing. I'm you wonder what planet are you living on where you think people are going to act like this? We have to change. we have to do something different at least. I mean, that's all you can do is do something different because you've done the same thing for decades. So, well, we still have time to act. We still have time to act. We still have time to act. We just need solar panels. Price of renewables is going down. Renewable adoption is accelerating. And it's like, okay, but that doesn't bring down atmospheric concentration of CO, carbon emissions, greenhouse gases. That's the metric that really matters at the end, and that's the one that's going to heat us up. And so
That's the metric. That's one of the metrics. I mean, that's only one of the metrics. We have
kind of
overshoot.
that's the important one to see. I think that's the easiest to read and the most important metric to
Sure.
see what
Sure.
how our climate action and emissions are doing.
And then we're called climate alarmists by the idiots that don't understand anything. I'm looking for my article now that I wrote on what I asked it. It's so long ago. It's on Substack. I put so much crap up there, but
I think I think people who hate AI should use it when it's free. Like while it's free, it won't always be free. And I mean, they're destroying everything else, all the alternatives anyway. So they're going to try to force everyone to use it, but who knows how it'll work out.
I think for me, my problem would be not so much the tool, but I think for me the problem is because I don't want data centers to destroy my beautiful county of farmland, and we're the Western New York wilds, and then I would feel like a big hypocrite. And that's what stops me from even wanting to go further than what I did with the questioning. But I kind of want to.
Data centers is going to be, political action and grassroots community
Well,
action
that's what
stuff.
we're doing. We're doing it here. I mean, it's a big deal now.
Yeah, no, you should do that 100%. But my point is, economically,
Yeah.
it's basically costing them more money. It's costing them more energy, and they're going to be using that anyway. And right now, it's part of the bubble, and this isn't going to stop. We're not going to have politicians come in and end this thing and deal with this, and we're not going to be able to stop the bubble everywhere. We're not going to be able to stop them from building these things everywhere. It's going to go until it pops, until these companies start running out of money, until OpenAI runs out of money and just cannot, keep going. You using them for free while they're not charging for it only costs them more money. It only accelerates that day when they finally
Right.
collapse.
That's what
Apparently
I
there's-
did. I used it for free, but I'm looking for what I wrote. It's like forever
wouldn't-
ago. I can't even remember.
There's some things it's useful for and some things it's not. And now that search engines are pretty broken, it's unfortunately a little bit more useful than.
I like to exercise my brain. That's the thing. And now when I read people's essays, I'm always thinking, is it AI? Because I got all kinds of freaked out by the M dash. And I used the M dash in something I wrote. It was something I used when I was in my office. And the M dash was a long dash, and I used to use the M dash to send around stuff that had to be edited that I wanted my team to edit. So I wrote something when I started with Substack, and then Brett says, that's AI. And I'm like, what? So I was like upset, hysterical. Of course, I went and researched the whole thing. That's when I did this. And I learned. And now I look at people's writing. I'm like, are they using the M dash? Are they using the rules of three? Are they doing all this shit? What?
So I use M-dash sometimes now. Once I learned how to do it on the keyboard, for some I didn't know how to do it for so long or how to use it. I had to learn grammar.
Yeah, the long dash. It was just something I did. It was a keystroke. I came up
like Option, Shift, and the dash on my computer.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm looking for this thing. So let me ask you about all right. So what do you think? You wanted to talk about the article that Bernie wrote in the New York Times? I couldn't pull it up because I'm not paid for. I don't have a paying subscription. Talk about that a little.
It's Bernieism. It's what you'd expect. I mean, it's it's really just about workers and the government, a democratic government, taking control of half of AI companies to for the benefit of all of us, because it's built on all public knowledge and all human collective knowledge, and it's such a threat to the working class. And so, I mean, it's all logical. It's like, can we get there? Maybe. I mean, there's some more progressives, in the Senate and stuff, but I'm not optimistic. The Democrats are still just such a shit party. It's like they're so effective. They're great at stopping progress. And But we'll see how things shake out. And I mean, they've been messing. The thing is, they had a lot of wins. They had a lot of wins after they purged Jamal Bowman, Corey Bush.
Oh, I was very upset about that.
So
Really upset about that.
Active, but it was like, we had like, I don't know, not even like 10 progressives in Congress, and they purged like a handful in one election. I was like, okay, that's
all right. But we could, if you
Anyway,
start talking about that, that's a different show.
But that's a whole. But it's all related though. It's all part of it. It's our politics just isn't going to address this realistically. I don't know. It's just going to accelerate the end, I guess, or just for the stupidest AI slob. The end of the world is going to be, I don't know what's the latest AI.
The end of the world. My thing was, I made it a video. I forgot. It was back in a while last year, and I wrote, "Am I a doomer?" And that was what I asked, and then of course I made it into a video. Yeah, but I'm not going to show it now. But that's what I did. And
I don't want to share my conversation because it was long. It was like, I don't know. I don't want to persuade people. I don't want to.
No, but it's interesting that you did it. It's interesting. It's making me want to do it, but I am one of those people that gets consumed with guilt about being a hypocrite. And then that one or two times that all those idiots on Blue Sky did that to me.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ignore that. Everyone's a hypocrite. You got to get over that. We would never be able to deal with climate change or anything if we're not going to accept the world to some degree.
Well, of course I'm a hypocrite in my life. I drive a fucking gas-sucking truck. I rode a motorcycle for 30 seconds. I mean, yeah.
These people, what they had for lunch, they had some, some living being that didn't want to die.
Right.
Like, you could go on about, but everyone wants to moralize. Oh man, yeah, Blue Sky is, Jesus Christ.
They are. It's they're snowflakes to the. I mean, it's like I didn't even know. So instead of blocking me, how about saying, did you know that graphic was AI, and explain to me, instead of like they jumped all over me in the whole thread, did you know? But not using it as a teachable moment. I really didn't know. I thought somebody made it on Canva, just like I did.
Ridiculous, because
let them jump all over me. I was fucking pissed. I'm like 50, 60. But you see, the thing was, on Blue Sky, they have this thing called listifications, but it's AI that tells you you're using AI, and it's AI that then automatically blocks you. So they're a bunch of idiots.
See, everyone's a hypocrite. That's
they're
what
all
I'm saying.
fucking immigrants, yeah.
Everyone loves to virtue signal, but you got to. It's a key part of everything, though. Is like if you're always going to be, concerned about being a hypocrite, especially because our problems are collective. And so if you're concerned about personally being a hypocrite, I think on some things, it's, I think, mainly like diet, like, I think that's the one thing that's always going to be a personal choice, because the animals aren't ever going to, we're not going to see them as part of our collective, but, so, until we do. But, other than that, everything's the collective, it's, like these are all collective problems, AI, if I use it or don't, they're still going to build the next data center. And, if they don't, it's going to be because of local opposition, which you can be a part of or not. And that's going to be what stops it.
And that's what's going to be what stops it here, because people here they're pissed off over a battery collection.
It helps, push back the bubble, beat it back a little bit. But also I think it's using it for free does the same thing, because it costs them money. It costs them money while they're running out of money. And the sooner they run out of money, the sooner this bubble pops, and we can stop this mess and get out of this freaking delusion.
Money. Here, I got a question from Keith. K-Dog, baby. Question. If I write something and put it into AI and it gives me info and I rewrite to polish with the new content, did AI produce the final result, or did I? That's a good question.
Co-authors.
Co-authors. Co-authors.
Like I feel like that wouldn't really be, but it's also AI. You could probably
AI would be your editor in a way.
Enough. If you don't change it enough to not realize that it's AI, it's gonna be bad. So I tried to use I use AI for grammar, because I'm pretty bad at grammar. So I'll put grammar, but even sometimes then it'll be wrong, and I'll ask it. I'll be like, "Are you sure?" And then it'll be like, "Oh, actually."
Oh, really? I have books behind me. I have old-fashioned grammar books, and I still use them. I do.
I wanted to buy. I wanted an editor, but then they're so expensive. I was like,
Oh, you mean like an editor for your book? Like a
Yeah.
real person editor, human
Be like,
being. I'll
like
help you. I'll read.
money. I'm trying to
No,
pay
you don't
rent.
need any money. I'm gonna read it for you. Listen,
Well,
I'm a helper bee.
like sometimes, like I would use it sometimes for some things, and it would never give you like it would never give anything that I would use, at least like even as like chunks. But I would take like a piece, take tell it to give you like five options of something, and then I would maybe take a piece of each. Okay,
One of my big books. I
put it in the mail. They shut
the,
down USPS.
the Greg reference manual. Special rules, personal names, and I mean it has everything you want and to when you're writing. I mean it has. I've had this shit for years. I guess I am old. I am old. I am old. I use the goddamn Greg reference manual still.
That's awesome.
And I'm not even the greatest writer. And my writing on Substack changes. Sometimes I sound different on different articles or different thought patterns how I'm writing. Sometimes I'll sit in the kitchen and talk into my iPad. See, there's computer, there's whatever. I talk into my iPad. And if I verbally write, it sounds different than when I type out something.
Yeah, I can see that.
So I guess that's kind of an AI thing I'm using, right? Kind of? I don't know.
It's not like the generated.
How does AI know all policies? Because the AI was trained on all of that. That whole Greg reference manual was probably input to some system along with everything else. It's just the speed. The reason why we have these gigantic data centers, Wanda, is because of all the information that the computers hold to pull it so fast. Remember the 286 computer? And then the 386 and the 486. I mean, we're now, eons and light years beyond that. But that's how it's progressed.
So what Bernie said is the reality is that the AI oligarchs do not want to just replace specific jobs. They want to replace workers.
Yes.
As Dario Omedai, the head of Anthropic, has said, AI isn't a substitute for specific human jobs, but rather a general labor substitute for humans. According to OpenAI's charter, its mission is to build highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work. So, I mean, they say it out loud and we don't revolt on some level. It's like, well,
Yeah. And then they want to have more babies. Have more babies, but there'll be no jobs.
robots.
Oh, wait, they got to be white babies. Sorry,
Yeah.
white babies. Have more white babies, but they'll have no jobs.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just the future is dark. I mean, I'm not surprised, but
They are expense because it compares each token to every other token. Its database. Oh, okay. Before producing an output, that's like computer speak. That's IT speak, but yeah, so much goes into that. So much. We're very interactive with our chat tonight. I think they're happy. It's goofy.
it's been crazy to watch the internet go from like being an awesome thing for democracy and like information, communication, and everything, learning and everything, to like, hey, well, like it's one of the big problems with AI is now it's people use it because everything, so many things are paywalled. Like you were just saying, the New York Times article paywalled, New Washington Post paywalled. You go to CNN, any of the legit or formerly legit, semi-legit, major news outlets, everything's paywalled.
But all the Nazis and the racists aren't.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing is, and then all the propaganda is free. The AI slap is free. And propaganda is free, and so that's just going to warp our society even more. And
we're warped.
See it. Yeah, I mean, we were already warped. So we're
I saw. Okay,
people don't even realize how insane we are as a society.
We're insane. There was an AI video. I don't know how I stumbled on this shit on X. It was literally Adolf Hitler baking gingerbread cookies and putting them in an oven, and you exactly know what I'm saying. It was so blatant and so hideous. I reported the video, and X came back and said it was fine, even though it was completely disgusting. I mean, completely disgusting. However you feel about Israel, which everybody knows how I feel about it. Everybody knows how I feel about the genocide. Everybody knows. But that was a really offensive video. It was disgusting. And it's fine. It's fine. A whole generation is growing up to see this shit.
Yeah, and staring at, I mean, they're probably better than you or I even at spotting AI stuff. But I mean, we'll need to get better, going forward because it's going to keep getting better. But that's one of the things is, even with celebrities and stuff, like we're sort of, it's the information war, but, we've lost, like the truth is lost to the information war, it seems like, and the propagandists have everything. They own the AI companies, they own all the media companies, they own the government, and they're gutting education for
Larry Ellison.
gutting the humanities as they call them, and then gutting everything for the poor. And it's just yeah, I mean, idiocracy is it used to seem a little bit extreme, and now I'm like, it seems a little tame almost. It's
Yeah,
just,
we were so freaked out when Kellyanne Conway said alternative facts. Now everything is alternative facts. Remember?
Exactly.
I mean, it was not even it's the last 10 years.
But soon, I mean, sometimes I wonder too if it's going to create kind of like a monoculture. If once they stamp out enough of enough of people who know different and cared enough to know different, like once they
In the US? Are you talking about the US or are you talking about the world?
probably specifically the U.S. right now.
Yeah.
A lot of other countries, but as the U.S. goes, if the U.S. collapses, like we're going to take the world. That's the problem.
You think that the
America
U.S. collapses, we are going to affect a 5,000-year-old civilization like Iran, who has now really shown the world
we
that
already did. I mean, because the U.S. has been the main driver of carbon emissions. What's going to happen to the entire Middle East? I mean, we never talk about it.
we already know it's hot.
Like it's already hot, but like it's just going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. Like then the water pressure are it's I don't see how with the realistic warming that we have coming. I mean, it's probably I think 3.5 to 4 degrees at least by 2100, and we're already seeing it now, 1.5.
The ministry of the future.
Yeah, we're already in. I mean, we're starting to blow past dystopian, warning stories at this point.
I know. I just did the update with Jim on oceans, every different aspect of the oceans, and it's terribly upsetting. He's, and of course taking away the measuring tools.
Yeah, which is exactly. I mean, that's the same thing, the same part of the information war. Like they're waging it on all research and information they don't want, and and they've corrupted and paywalled, scientific journals. I mean, they've inundated them with AI slop too, which makes it worse. And AI has taken over the internet. It's taken over everything with slop, with money. That's a lot of the times with a purpose of just destroying stuff or just personal gain. And just so much of it, I mean, just comes down to greed, capitalism. Everyone just wanting to run a scam. Everyone can be a grifter because you can create your own AI scam real easy now, just as like you can do anything else. So
yeah, I sat here and said, well, maybe I should make 40 channels.
I just love being away from all screens and technology. And I don't even like the internet anymore. I'm like, the internet used to be great. It used to be used to use it to start, movements, protests, and affect some kind of real change. To try to, we almost got a guy elected president who started just